Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 1. A young man called Angor, grew town, located in the province of Yame. As the month of the freezing earth made its debut for the year, this remote little town far from the center of the Goldspink Empire suddenly welcomed a team of knights clad in silver armor, holding banners with a family emblem above their ranks. Parcel, an old scholar living in the town, widened his eyes and began to shiver in cold sweat upon seeing the emblem on these banners, a python entangled around a full moon, with a fierce tiger stomping on its body. Dim was the only blacksmith in town, and also a neighbor of Parcel. He noticed the unusual expression on Parcel's face. Not putting down the hookah he had been smoking, he asked Parcel in wonder, "Hey old pal, look at you, know where these riders come from?" Taking a deep breath, Parcel whispered to Dim, "If my eyes do not fail me, that mark is the family emblem of the Morn family." The Morns. Dim could only look back at Parcel in shock. "Are you absolutely sure?" Without waiting for an answer, Dim jolted, realizing something, and dashed into his small blacksmith shop, shutting the door like a coward. Through the glass window of the shop, Parcel saw the trembling figure of Dim and shook his head. This nasty pair would normally joke about each other in a situation like this, but the Morn family had visited Gru Town today out of the blue. Considering how powerful they were in the entire empire, Dim had all the reason to be terrified like this. Parcel recalled hearing those rumors in the Hunter's pub back in the city. The Morn family had been called the backbone of Goldspink Empire. At least 6 great military generals emerged from it during the centuries, after they earned unparalleled merit against several foreign invasions. Besides, none of the family members languished in the back during all those wars. Every single one of them were brave and cunning warriors fighting on the front line. It was only natural that such a formidable and celebrated family had seized control of all military affairs in the empire. Recently, military conflict was imminent between Goldspink Empire and its neighbor, the Heilan Imperials. The border of Heilan Imperials was not far from Gru Town. Perhaps the Knights of the Morns came just for this reason. Parcel could think of 2 possible outcomes for their arrival. They either came to recruit, or set up defenses, or maybe both. However, either meant deadly news for Dim the blacksmith, for it was clearly written in the law of conscription of Goldspink Empire that every family in a city or town that fell within the area of the conscription had to provide a young adult, or offer 100 gold pieces for a conscription-free token. Dim was the only able male in his family and at the prime age for recruitment. If he went away for war, his wife and daughter would have no means of survival. As for coins, the only family in the entire town that might have enough money for the fee was the Pat family. Heck, 1 gold piece was enough to support Dim's family for half a year. Parcel got out of his shock quick enough. Anyway, an old bachelor like him had nothing to worry about. He'd kick the bucket soon enough. He even had the mind to watch the Morn family make their move. They did not go to the town mayor, so they are not here to recruit. Parcel kept watching as the iron hooves headed towards another direction, towards the mansion of Viscount Pater, a place that still bloomed with grass and flowers even in the month of freezing earth. The Pat Manor. A pair of maids wearing cream-colored linen headscarves were chattering during their work. They were talking about the 2 young sons of the Pat family. Master and mistress passed away 2 years ago. According to the law of the empire, in the month of frost following this month of freezing earth, the eldest master will inherit the family title. The maid with an apple-shaped face said with a hint of worry, "I wonder what will become of the young master after that." "Ori, let's not talk about the family business as servants. Personally though, I don't think you should worry about it at all. You probably don't know because you were working at the tea garden far from the mansion, but the 2 masters are quite close to each other. Those family conflicts you read about in the drama books won't happen here." The maid with a pockmarked face giggled. The sound of horse hoofs came from the narrow trail outside of the garden. Soon, a rider wearing shining bronze armor appeared in front of the maids. He halted his horse at the garden entrance and removed his helmet. He was a vigorous young man with brown hair, The sunlight somewhat deepened the lines and curves on his face, giving the already handsome man an even more extraordinary look. Those gray-green irises swept past the maids and finally fixed on the middle-aged maid standing beside Ori. "Greetings to you, head maid Mana." Mana dropped the basket she had been holding and bowed to the knight. "Greetings, Master Leon." Leon looked at the freshly picked tea leaves in the basket and sighed. "My brother went to that old man again." Mana lowered her head and replied with courtesy. "Master Angor went to study at Mr. John's." Leon twitched his lip and muttered to himself, "Study what the heck's going on with that old geezer? Talking about his fallacy all day now. Brother learns from him and gives him tea too. That man's just a psycho. I have no idea why brother insists on going there." He pulled on the reins in annoyance. "I see. You can continue with your work. I'll go look for him." With that, Leon gave his horse a soft kick and trotted away. A while later, Leon came to the southeast corner of the manor where an exquisitely designed wooden house supported by suspension stilts sat on a small hill near the woods. It has raising eaves and 2 parallel levels. Only one side of the house actually touched the earth. The other 3 stayed in the air, merely supported by stilt pillars. No matter how you looked at it, this wooden house didn't sit well among any of the structures in Golspink Empire. Leon couldn't even recall seeing such similar buildings during his travels in the other nations. What a curious house. It looks sturdy though most of it doesn't have solid ground. Leon was still frustrated about how the old man occupied too much of his brother's time. But that didn't stop him from admiring the amazing craftsmanship of the structure. He just didn't show that on his face. Besides, it's the house that Leon was interested in, not John himself. Maybe this was a common sight from where John came, although Leon never figured out where that was even when John had been living in the Pat Manor for nearly 20 years. Pushing open the wooden bars, Leon saw some vegetables and fruits growing in the yard. There were some withered vines crawling on the racks nearby. They grew hanging clusters in the month of harvest, and John called them grapes. Leon remembered their sweet taste. However, it was currently off-season. Behind the bamboo door of the house was a young man with a handsome look, swiftly writing something on parchment rolls using his quill and ink. Leon approached him. He tried to be soft on his steps, but those bronze-armored boots still produced a heavy noise on the wooden floor. "Ah, you're here." The young man put a period on the parchment and looked up at the visitor, his clear voice filled with friendly passion. "Angor, my dear brother. You sound as if you knew I would come." Leon smiled. Angor shrugged and grinned. "No, but this will make me more proactive. You learned this from that old man too." Angor shook his head. "No one needs to teach me that. Our father used to talk like this anyway. So if someone misinterprets your will and doesn't talk at all, how would you start the conversation?" Then Leon raised an eyebrow. "I'll just stay silent and wait for it." "What if that man does the same?" Angor curled his lip. "That would be embarrassing. I think I'll turn to leave, lest I get embarrassed and continue whatever there is if he decides to stop me." Leon only smiled and nodded without giving any comment. He then looked around the room. "Where's good old John?" Hearing this, Angor frowned a little and showed a bit of worry. "You know, teacher's body is getting worse by the day. Every part of him is wilting. His legs completely gave in the day before yesterday. He just applied his medicine and is now resting upstairs." Chapter 2, John the Teacher. Chapter 2, John the Teacher. 20 years ago, Noah Pat, the brother's father, saved John, who was in a near-death state outside of the manor. After John recovered from his wounds, the Viscount learned that the man had nowhere to go and decided to take him in, while offering him an easy and rewarding job of fruit grower. What wounded him, why he collapsed outside the manor, and where he was from all remained mysteries. He never told anyone. He did say that he was from another planet. However, he never explained where this place called planet was. John was a gifted speaker, with brilliant growing and building techniques. The young brothers loved coming to him and hearing about all the wonderful stories. There were buildings that could pierce the clouds, metal machines that could fly, even gardens that existed on the moon. Leon was always intrigued by the lands in the stories and dreamed about going to these places when he grew up. When he did grow up, however, he realized that the stories were all made up. The feeling of having his dreams broken frustrated him very much. And ever since, he always felt a hint of anger and disdain in the face of John. Leon felt just the same about the fact that Angor trusted John, even considering him as his teacher. But no matter how Leon tried to persuade him, Angor always responded with a wordless smile. He never rejected or retorted. Angor had a very similar attitude to John's, gentle and calm on the outside. Yet neither reason nor force could change his mind once he decided something. Leon picked up the parchment on the desk. It was covered by masses of thick characters which instantly made Leon's eyes spin. Must you use these things taught by that old man instead of our universal language? No human alive can read them unless they're some kind of secret not intended for mankind, Leon muttered, then realized something. He looked at Angor with a wicked smile. Oh dear brother. Kindly explain to me. Please, are you recording your little adolescent trouble, Simon? Tell me. Big brother can help you. Angor sighed and pointed at the parchment. This is called Hanzi. They are used where teacher came from. As for their meaning, I'm writing about the records of the meanings about several physical constants calculated by teacher. Angor then pointed at some symbols beneath that looked like swimming tadpoles. These are called Arabic numerals. They have the same use for measuring as the units we use in Goldspink Empire, but they're simpler and more distinctive. When you use them together with the constants I mentioned, you can record tons of stuff easily. Leon did not understand one bit of what Angor had been talking about, nor did he care. He only thought about how old John came up with more ways to hoodwink his brother, and how his adorable, innocent brother was getting brainwashed. The only bit of sympathy Leon had upon hearing the condition of John had disappeared. Leon waved a hand to stop Angor and took out a delicately wrapped letter from under his armor. Just stop. I can't understand anyway, and I don't really want to hear it. Here, an invitation from the city lord. My inheritance of father's title requires the notarization of the Lord and Marquis Merlin. We move out half a month later. Didn't you always want to go to Master Medjev's solo concert? I'll take you to the Ocean Theatre in Waterford when we're done with business, so you can enjoy it. Angor took the invitation letter with joy on his face. He heard about the musician who was well known across the empire in Waterford. He produced excellent melodies and lyrics. Angor never had the chance to meet him, so of course he felt happy when his brother's official business could give him this chance. Looking at his younger brother trying to suppress all that joy and act tough, Leon couldn't help but rough up Angor's blonde hair. And of course, Angor glared back at him. Don't do that again. I say hair is a man's pride and I'll not take any compromise in this. Ha ha ha. Leon was speechless for a second before he burst into laughter. You're only 14 this year and hardly a man. Just a young lad who still needs growing. The brothers romped around. Naturally, Angor couldn't win against Leon, who was already burly as a tiger. In the end, Angor could only give his brother more stares. Before returning to his homework assigned by John, Leon never knew how to deal with Angor when he decided to keep to himself. Leon rubbed his nose and turned to leave. About half an hour had passed since Leon went away, and Angor finally swam ashore from the sea of numbers. Looking at the empty room, Angor knew that Leon left a while ago, and it was almost time for lunch. He opened the door and saw 2 lunch boxes placed on the stone table in the yard. As always, the head-maid Mana was taking out the meals from the boxes. Vegetable stew sided with bread and fruit again. Angor felt a bit down upon seeing all this. He missed his teacher's cooking. Those simple fried rice never disappointed his appetite, as if there was magic in it. Angor never had the delicacy again ever since teacher started to grow weaker. He once tried to learn the cooking skill from John, but the result was horrible. Sigh. All 4 limbs of teacher had wilted beyond use now. I probably will never have those tastes again. Mana went upstairs to help John eat, while Angor sulked in depression. After finishing his meal, Angor entered the house just to see Mana coming down. Auntie Mana, is my teacher awake? Mr. John is awake, young master. Mana showed the empty porcelain bowl in her basket. He's got a good appetite today. Drinking all the soup. Nice. I'll go see him. Watching Angor run upstairs in joy, Mana smiled in kindness. The 2 masters own the Pat Manor now. On the outside, the elder master was proud and stern. while the younger one was gentle and calm. But outsiders didn't know that they were still children on the inside. No matter how they acted strong, they hid their softness, and only showed their spirit in front of their close servants, which should have been in their nature at such an age. Teacher, Angor pushed open the attic door and saw the old man sprawling on the sling chair on the balcony, with his mute servant respectfully standing behind. The old man had sallow, shrunken skin. His whole appearance was drastically different from the locals, with obvious foreign features. His eyes were turbid, but those black pupils still stood out. Without his father, Angor had been considering John his most respected elder, and his lifelong mentor. Chapter 3: The Unaccustomed Time Traveler. Chapter 3: The Unaccustomed Time Traveler. You're here, John said without turning his head. He just looked at the verdant woods in the distance. Hearing the similar words, Angor recalled what he said to his brother just a while ago, and couldn't hold back his mild smile. Yes, I'm here, Angor replied while pointing at the medicinal salve on the desk, then gave the mute servant a questioning look, who in turn shook his hands back at Angor. Angor sighed in distraught, took the salve and sat beside John. Teacher, you disregarded the doctor's words again. Angor screwed the glass bottle open and carefully applied the green-colored salve upon the wilted limbs of his teacher. It does not matter anymore. John showed a trace of yearning and sorrow in his eyes. I'm near my end now. It will not let me live. What's it? Angor suddenly surveyed the surroundings in alert. Your enemy. John stayed silent for a while, and shook his head. There is no enemy here. My enemy is in another space. Angor asked the mute servant to go away unconsciously when he realized his teacher was going to talk about this other space. The servant wouldn't tell anyone about it, but Angor would do this every time, just in case. Even now, Angor couldn't even imagine where his teacher really came from. John was from another world, or another planet. He came from his home to this unfamiliar land because of an accident. After his transmigration, John was saved by Angor's father, and thus the story afterward. Originally, Angor did not believe this so-called transmigration. However, as John taught him more and more knowledge which shaped the concept of microcosm and macrocosm into his mind, Angor trusted it. The knowledge was all theoretical, but Angor already did his own calculation and realized how valuable the knowledge was. It was far more valuable than what the current education in Goldspink Empire could offer. He still had some doubt deep inside his mind. True, but he was already beginning to believe it. After making sure that the mute servant closed the door and walked downstairs, Angor asked in a whisper, So who is this it you mentioned? John stayed silent again, then gave Angor an irrelevant question instead. Do you believe that the world can have its own consciousness? Angor was surprised and left speechless by the sudden question. He considered for a while before carefully giving out his answer. You mean the Gaia's consciousness? Of course. This was a non-existent topic in Goldspink Empire, and there was no Mother Earth Gaia in this world. The concept was from John, and Angor initially considered it as another mythology tale of the other world. He didn't expect it to be mentioned now. Close. John nodded, albeit weakly. I used to be a devoted believer of science. There were people talking about how the end of science is God, which I never trusted. However, ever since I came here, I felt something was slowly changing. And this includes the Gaia's consciousness. John looked at the flourishing mountain far away. My body began to fail without apparent reason after I came to this world. I asked my parasitic chip to do a thorough examination. There weren't any pathological changes. In other words, I'm not ill. Angor knew what his teacher meant even though he was not sure what parasitic chip was. You're not ill. Then why? Angor's doubt deepened further while looking at his teacher who was abnormally skinny now. John just got past his 50s. But nobody would question it if anyone said that he was already beyond his 80s or 90s. How did I come to this? John muttered to himself, and shook his head. I couldn't answer this question half a year ago, but since I'm half inside my grave now, it looks reassured, which allowed me to understand the source of my condition. Source? Angor looked at John, puzzled. Remember Gaia's consciousness I mentioned? My guess is this world has a giant, aggregated consciousness. It runs indifferently, with absolute fairness. It rejects all foreign souls. It is the consciousness of the world. As for my body, maybe it did this to me. John turned to look at Angor. To put it simply, my body is unaccustomed to this land, because I don't belong to this world. Inside the well-decorated hall, under the crystal-glazed chandelier, two figures sat on both sides of a long rectangular table. Both of them had several fully armored knights standing behind them. On the left was the next title successor of the Pat Manor, Leon Pat, wearing tightly knitted eyebrows. On the right sat a middle-aged man wearing silver armor, a big brown beard and obscured face. Eaton Morn, Count Eaton Morn, a member from the Morn family, the backbone of Goldspink Empire, a family that lived for centuries and famous for their bravery and combat skills. Currently, a great number of elite members of the family were fighting against the Heilan Imperials on the front line. Nobody knew why Count Eaton suddenly decided to visit Grewtown. There was only silence. Knights on both sides stood against the presence of the other family, which became more overwhelming by the second. Naturally, the fierce and powerful knights from the Morn family quickly gained advantage over the ones from Pat Manor who never witnessed a fight. One of the Pat knights even lost grip of his sword because of the tension, which fell onto the floor with a loud clang. With this, Leon frowned again and could only speak first. My apologies. My knights don't really know the conventions. Leon waved a hand. His knights immediately saluted with a bend and took one step back. The simple gesture easily diffused the surging momentum of the Morns. Is Count Eaton's sudden visit about supplies for the front line? The Heilan Imperial was not big, but most of their land were islands, scattered between the Grand Blue Ocean and the Storm Sea. Goldspink Empire didn't have much naval force, so they could only set up passive defenses along the shorelines against the invasion of Heilan. When the defense dragged too long, fueled by the lack of fresh water near the sea, the responsibility of supplying food and water fell upon several towns and cities nearby. Grewtown was one of them. Here, the supply was taken care of by the Pat Manor alone. Thus the townspeople usually did not know about this. As the owner of the Pat Manor though, Leon knew very well of his responsibility. Thanks to the Pat Manor. If not for you, our vanguard camp would not make it through these months. Count Eaton showed his courtesy first, then abruptly changed the topic. There is nothing wrong with food and water supply. I came today to inquire about something. About Leon raised an eyebrow. Eaton chuckled, which wasn't really clear behind the beard. However, Leon did not catch any hint of joy from Eaton's eyes. Viscount Pat, have you ever heard of the Morning Dew? Chapter 4 The Morning Dew. Chapter 4 The Morning Dew. Morning Dew. Leon knew he heard about this name somewhere, but upon careful consideration, he couldn't recall what it was at all. Looking at how Leon was deep in thought for real, Eaton asked with a bit of surprise. So, Viscount Pat, you really don't know about it? No need to call me by that title yet, Count Eaton, since I haven't inherited it. Just call me Leon. He shook his head. And no, the name of Morning Dew does sound familiar, but I do not know what that refers to. Eaton gave Leon another thoughtful look and took a wooden box from his personal servant, then passed it to Leon. Do you know anything about this box? It was an exquisite wooden box with patterns carved on it which were quite different from those famous relief sculptures in the Empire. Simple outlines and sketches that resembled flowing clouds. A completely unique style compared to modern genres. Most people wouldn't recognize it. However, Leon just knew this was old John's personal tea box. John's enemy came looking for him. This is a box for storing items. Maybe Leon almost said this was a tea box, but he decided otherwise. He did not like the old man, but he wouldn't sell him out, just for the fact that his dear brother respected John very much. Leon was, however, still young. He tried to hide his expression, but Eaton still caught the split second of recognition. You don't know about the box? A voice of questioning sounded. No, Leon replied firmly. After another long moment of silence, Eaton curled the corner of his lips and showed a brief, yet ice-cold look. He said in a cold tone, well, since Viscount doesn't know about this, he'll not take any more of your time. Farewell. As Eaton and his men left the hall, Leon's expression slowly turned dark. He gave up too fast, and the killing intent he just showed. Leon got a very bad feeling about all this. Upon second thought, Leon ordered the domestic knights of the family to stay alert and hurried back to John's wooden house on his horse. He came to the place for a second time today, with a completely different mindset. His hurried movement caused the air to flow, which swayed the grass around in the yard. Brother, did something happen? Angor recognized the unusual expression and did not play the "you're here" joke this time. He was anxious about whatever might make his brother act like this. You saw the tea box, the one that old John uses to keep his tea leaves, Leon said while quickly moving to the second floor, then pushed open the door to John's bedroom. Angor followed behind. Tea box from a small dresser nearby. He took out a small, round box with the figure of a dragon carved on it. You mean this? John was reading in front of his desk, with the mute servant helping him turn the pages. And now Leon had caught his attention. Oh, you finally understand the awesomeness of my tea leaves and came to admire them. Leon boy, John smiled. There were also teas in Goldspink Empire, but they were very different from what John had been brewing. The teas in the Empire, specifically speaking, were beverages made from flowers, syrups and milk. Like milk tea, Angor and Leon enjoyed this kind of tea. However, John rarely drank it. He consumed his handmade tea, brewed from the tea leaves picked from the green tea bushes he grew, without any additions. The tea garden Ori worked in was originally his own workplace when he was still strong enough. He asked head maid Mana to take care of it when he was no longer up for it. Leon ignored John's joke and took the box from Angor. Then he frowned and said, No, the patterns. This box has snake monster on it. What I saw earlier was a box with sea waves or something similar. Leon tried to recall the box from Eton. Snake monster, this is a dragon. Brother. Dragon, I never saw such slim dragons. Angor knew it would take forever to explain the different mythology conceptions of worlds to his brother, so he only said teacher usually uses this dragon one to keep tea for himself. The one he gave mother for storing rose tea had peaches on it, and the one for father had bats. There are other boxes too. The one with wave patterns you just mentioned must be carved with clouds. Also a gift for someone. So the old man uses such fashionable boxes, I never noticed. Leon said in surprise, but recovered soon and asked Angor again. So, the cloud box. Where did it go? Angor gave Leon a puzzled look. Like I said, they are for gifting people. Teacher doesn't keep them here. Father once asked teacher to make a bunch of cloud boxes. If any of them are still here, they should be sitting in storage right now. Leon, tell me, what happened? It was John. He stayed silent most of the time, but he kept his watch on Leon's expression. Those eyebrows never loosened. Leon looked at John, inspecting him from head to toe, and slowly said, Count Eaton of the Morn family came today. Aha. Now Leon boy is worrying about my enemy coming for me. John chuckled after hearing about Leon's experience today. I'm not worried for you. I was trying to cover for you for Angor's sake. Leon turned away and muttered aloud. Angor laughed on the inside. He always saw his brother as the brave and strong male owner of the family. So he actually got a tiny bit of what was it called? Sundar. Just tell me, what's your problem with Count Eaton? He came and went away quickly. Particularly when going away, his look was malevolent. If it's something that can be solved, I'll try my best. If not, you'll have to watch out for your own. There's no problem, John replied without hesitation. No problem, but that box he had was made by you. John looked at Leon. In this world, everyone I know lives in Grutown, and I don't see a reason why I would lie to you. John's body was already failing when he landed in this world, added by the fact that he hardly knew the language and culture here. He spent many years to blend in with the help of Viscount Pat. After getting used to the place, his limbs already began to wilt. He wasn't fit for long travels. The farthest place he ever went during the years was the capital of the empire, because old Pat took him there to receive treatment, and he never expanded his relationship, let alone gaining enemies. Angor saw the doubt in his brother's expression and explained. Teacher is right. Maybe you thought wrong. Let's say, perhaps Count Eaton does not know about teacher in the first place. You mean, you said that Count Eaton came for something. He first asked about the morning dew. Maybe he's only after this. Angor tilted his head. This was what he always did when thinking about something. But the morning dew is just the name of a tea, so he came to drink tea. Something doesn't add up. Chapter 5 Rise of Transcendence. Chapter 5 Rise of Transcendence. Morning dew. Leon knew he heard about it when Eaton spoke of it. So it was tea. As this part of his memory was awoken in his mind, Leon immediately recalled a series of facts about the morning dew. He tried it before. It was a type of tea with green leaves favored by John. The tea water made from the leaves also had a pale green tone, and when the needle-like leaves flowed up and down in the boiling water they almost resembled dancing trees in a luxurious forest. As for the taste, Leon couldn't remember. Just bitter water maybe, because that was old John's favorite. Is there anything special about the morning dew? Leon asked John. There was only a tiny bit of doubt passing through John's eyes. Not really. It's only tea. You two drank it before, and so did your parents. However, if there truly is something worth mentioning, then maybe Leon quickly followed. John signaled the mute servant to go away first, before slowly speaking again. The seedlings of morning dew do not originate from this world. I took them here from another world. Leon rolled his eyes before John could finish. Yeah, right. Since Count Eaton came for the morning dew, not you. He'll send him an invitation later on to come to the manor tomorrow evening, to drink this tea. He had no intention to hear about John's otherworld theory or whatever. With that, Leon turned and left. John, on the other hand, gazed at the tea box in Angor's hands and fell into silence. Misty water vapor and smoke slowly rose. Angor bent over the crafting table, watching the leaves in the glass rise and fall in the flowing boiling water. The morning dew tea. Nothing out of the ordinary could be seen on the outside. Personally, Angor preferred gulping down strong tea with a milk flavor to his heart's content. He felt exceptionally satisfied when licking away all the rich milk and residue of tea leaves from his lips, along with the lingering taste. John would joke about it, saying only kids love milk. To present his mature side in front of John, Angor only drank tea with bitterness, and the taste of grass in it as long as there were people around him. He tried the morning dew countless times as well. Bitter at first, sweet when savored afterward. There was nothing particular about it though. So why did Count Eaton ask brother about it? Was he really doubting the origin of the seedlings like teacher mentioned? Angor thought about this for a while without reaching any answer. So he just gave up and turned to some files that were collected in his teacher's bookshelf. Most of the files were about knowledge of the Goldspink Empire and the surrounding nations. They included languages, cultures, history, characters, medicine, astrology and so on. Angor finished an epic about a heroic warrior on the sea. John had left a comment under the book: refined language, organized content, but far too many words of praise which could not be used to speculate possible historical facts. This can be a supplement to the historical materials of the Hale and Imperials. John preferred research on physical data and biological forms in his early years, but later, he discovered that the physical constants represented by certain data did not obey the movement of the Earth. This was when he finally realized the distinctiveness of this world. In his recent years, he focused more on organizing and researching literary historical data instead. There seemed to be no historian or similar posts in Goldspink Empire or the surrounding nations. Thus the historical data arranged by John over the decade was one of a kind. Angor was also very much interested in the newly arranged data, so he was greatly focused when reading it. After finishing the history book, Angor saw the tip of the next parchment, with John's comment written in Hanzi. Most residents in this world are unlettered, and it seems there's no universal knowledge yet. People in ancient China already knew the concept of round sky and square earth when addressing the macro environment they live in. It was incorrect, but it was a basic understanding about their planet. However, people in this world are only aware of their nations and countries, without the knowledge of anything beyond. I hope I can find the name of this world in some other files or give it a name, if I can't find one. After that, John started writing about the universal senses of worth of the people in this world. As a local, Angor knew well about this data, so he rushed through it and grabbed another parchment. A guide to the applicability of Chinese medicine and Western medicine in this world, completely written in Chinese Hanzi. Perhaps John and Angor were the only ones that could understand it in this entire world. Dusk arrived unknowingly. The servant already lit a fire in the fireplace. Another gentle evening filled with warm firelight, cricket buzzes and the calls of crows from outside. Looking in another direction, on the plains not far from Grutown, rows of temporary tents sat around bright campfires. One giant, beautifully decorated black tent with golden edges in the center was exceptionally eye-catching. Like a moon protected by a swarm of stars, this place was a temporary camp for Eaton Morn. Although that black tent was not Eaton's, cold wind in the month of the freezing earth howled. Without trees, the armored knights could not suppress their trembling. Count Eaton noticed this and ordered a pair of garrison knights to patrol, while letting everyone else rest near the campfire. When everything was settled, Count Eaton slowly walked into the elegant black tent. The moment he entered it, he replaced his stern expression when giving orders with a look of respect and ingratiation. There weren't many decorations inside the tent, though everything carried a trace of wonder. An old man wearing black robe and white beard sat in a corner, quickly writing something. A crystal ball was ominously floating beside him. There seemed to be shifting mist inside the crystal ball. The old man would check it every now and then, before returning to his writing. Eaton looked at the crystal ball only to feel faint all of a sudden, so he quickly looked away. "You found the morning dew a deep, hoarse voice came from the old man, with a hint of fear. Eaton told him about the conversation between himself and Leon Pat today, to the last detail. Oh, the old man put down his quill and blew the crimson-colored ink on the paper dry. So he didn't know about the morning dew. But his expression shifted when he saw the wooden box. Maybe there's something about the crafter of the box. Or rather, he or she is a caster, too." Eaton carefully glanced at the patterns drawn on the paper. The crimson streaks formed waves, with strange lines and symbols intertwined within. His eyes instantly felt sore. The magic formula on this scroll is called Surging Waves. It will help your battle against Halen. The old man paused a little. "It's a pity that you aren't a talented one. Otherwise, I could take you away from the old earth using this chance." Eaton's expression fell dark. "Father, I'm okay if you just take brother Alan and sister. As for me, I can stay with the family." The old man sighed in frustration, as he recalled his two grandsons. His expression became soft again. The talent of wizardry is extremely rare throughout history. People couldn't find a single one among tens of thousands of people in some places. It's already God's blessing for our family to witness two talents in succession. Alan and Aline are my grandson and granddaughter, so of course I'll look after them as best as I can. Too bad my talent is not outstanding. Soon, I'll have to rely on them." With that, the old man turned his gaze back onto the wooden box on the desk. "Interesting carvings, but I sense no magical traces. It's probably just an ordinary craftsman." The old man shook his head. It was impossible to find a caster on the old earth. Even element waves were completely constrained here. Occultist wizards and bloodline wizards who did not rely on elements could not find any materials they needed here. This land was forsaken after all. Since that Leon wouldn't speak the truth, he'll make him. Eaton bowed with one fist folded against the other hand and a trace of cruelty in his eyes. "Nothing is more important than Father's breakthrough. He'll ask Maul to take 2 rider formations and burn the Pat Manor to the ground tonight." The old man didn't reply, which meant he silently agreed. He was a white wizard, someone who would not slaughter ordinary folks for no reason. However, as this was about his own breakthrough, some bloodshed wouldn't hurt. Besides, the white wizards are good wizard statement was a joke. White wizards and black wizards had different standings only because of the different natures of the spells they wielded. They were the same when it came to the ideas of human value. They both tended to avoid unnecessary killing. Though, after discussing some matters after Alan and Aline left, Eaton bid farewell to his father and prepared to leave. This was when the Knight Commander Maul came and knelt in front of the tent, seeking an audience. "Report for the Count. Just a while ago, Viscount Leon of the Pat Manor sent a messenger here, offering a letter of invitation." Chapter 6 John's Past. Chapter 6 John's Past. "Father, Leon Pat invited us to the manor to enjoy tea together." Eaton read through the letter. Doubt filled his eyes. The old man wearing white beard was also stunned by the invitation a little, but he recovered soon and chuckled. It looks like this family will live yet another night. Eaton hesitated. He knew father did not intend to assault the Pat Manor for now, so he followed with a smile. The man's smart enough. Why the sudden change of mind though? The old man smiled again and pointed at the wooden box. Because of this. Perhaps. The color of night gradually went away. The Pat Manor did not face a bloody night. The sun rose again and covered every inch of land within the manor with its warmth. As usual, no one in the manor knew that they just barely escaped a terrible fate. In the early morning, Angor brought several maids to the tea garden to pick the freshest leaves. It was an unforgiving winter outside when everything would freeze solid, but the tea garden sheltered by the greenhouse which was improved by John was still as warm as it was in the spring. To prepare for the tea party this evening, Angor ordered the maids to collect lots of morning dew leaves. Part of them would be used to brew tea for the evening. The rest of them would be handed to Mana, who would stir-fry the leaves. Only tea leaves that were killit needed in high temperature could retain their original fragrance for a long time. Angor planned to give these preserved leaves to Count Eaton as gift. Seeing how the maids had brought the leaves for Dienziming, Angor could finally entrust the job to them. He then returned to the yard of the Stilt house. John was sitting on the balcony of the second floor, bathing in the warm sunlight, which was quite scarce during the winter. He was even humming a tune. Angor walked up, took the salve from the mute servant, and began rubbing it onto John's body. John only glanced at him without saying anything. John already explained the cause for his wilting limbs, and Angor probably didn't believe it. No matter. John would just enjoy this act of respect from his pupil. He wouldn't be doing this for long anyway. John didn't even know whether he could make it past the month of freezing earth. John welcomed the gentle wind blowing against him with a smile, while humming his nameless melody. Sad, yet free. More importantly, remembrance. If I can travel back to Earth even if for just a second before I have to die, I'd accept it. John never really understood why people would revert to their origins until just now. Sorrow was written all over Angor's face, but he did not know how to comfort his teacher. To part with someone was always the most hurtful experience, not to mention to part with someone a world away. The moment of tranquility did not last long. John suddenly pointed to a transparent, crystalline object which had been half buried in a flower pot on the balcony. Can you pass that to me? With an Angor went there and dug up the object out of the wet dirt, rubbed it clean with his handkerchief before giving it to John. The object had an oval shape, like a glazed sphere when observed from afar. John held the glazed sphere in his hand and watched for a long time. His expression changed from resentment to sorrow, then to a bitter smile. I dropped this in the forest 3 years ago, and it somehow ended up inside my flower pot. John shook his head. Maybe this is fate. Hearing his teacher speaking to himself, Angor blushed and stuttered. I brought it back. You always appreciated it. Sometimes you even cried over it. So I believe this was from your family. When I saw you throwing it away in the forest, I thought you no longer wanted to remember someone. Then I picked it up and hid it here, so you can still find it in case you change your mind. John was left speechless for a while. Then he muttered again, albeit in a voice only he could hear this time. Or perhaps the fate lies with you. After staying silent for a moment longer, John looked at Angor. The glazed sphere wasn't from my family, though it could be considered something from Earth. I don't know about its exact origin. Let me tell you a story about the sphere. As John slowly revealed his story, more and more shock climbed onto Angor's face. He thought it was only a sphere with some memorable meaning behind it, not something with such an amazing backstory. The story started 20 years ago, when John was still back on Earth. He was a scientist, born in the land of China, to work on a grand and mysterious project. He accepted an invitation and brought his wife and daughter to Long Island in New York, USA. It was a secret research project which lasted longer than a decade. The research project was called the Montauk Project. It was a famous space physics project back on Earth. John was born in the middle of the 23rd century. The project commenced 2 centuries ago by then, and was cast aside several times with a total of 50 years devoted into it. John participated in the sixth commencement. The project was formerly the Philadelphia experiment in the year of 1942, when radar was just invented, to render their warships undetectable by radar beams. The American military carried out the experiment on the destroyer escort, USS Eldridge. There was an omnidirectional antenna on the main mast and 2 energy coils on the deck, all of which were powered by a generator on the ship. Abnormality arose at the beginning of the experiment, and worse disasters came about during the second and third attempt. The generator went out of control. Eldridge disappeared from everyone's sight and instantly reappeared somewhere 7 kilometers away. The Philadelphia experiment was forced to shut down in the end, but people had discovered a side product: long-distance teleportation. In simple words, the Montauk Project was a physics research subject focusing on traveling through space. At first, the research of the Montauk Project were all limited by the concepts of the Philadelphia experiment, and did not yield much progress. Until the beginning of the 23rd century, when an alien object sowed great excitement into the hearts of all scientists. The alien object fell into the southwest region of the Sahara Desert in Africa, right in the middle of the famous Eye of the Sahara. The object attracted the attention of every country and region. As a small nation in Africa, Mauritania couldn't even hope to compete for the object against the others. In the end, the object went to Long Island in New York, USA, while being researched by several nations including China, Britain, France, Japan, Russia, and so on. People named it the alien eye. During the research, scientists found out that the alien eye possessed energy readings that contradicted most existing physical coefficients. If triggered by high-energy radiation of a certain wavelength, the alien eye could even teleport objects within a small area. Because of this newly discovered teleportation method, the scientists commenced the Montauk Project for the 6th time. John was only an ordinary researcher during the project. His job was to keep a record of the effect on plants inflicted by the wave frequencies generated by the alien eye. One day, John brought several sealed saplings into the heavily protected alien eye research zone to record samples. As usual, nothing was out of the ordinary at first. Most plants withered and died under the waves released by the alien eye, except for one single tea seedling brought from China. As John held the seedling and activated his parasitic chip to begin recording, something went wrong with either the control panel or some other component. No one knew. Several flashes of high-energy beams hit the alien eye spot on, followed by drastic changes in the laboratory. Space collapsed, and darkness emerged. The alien eye emitted a terrifying aura, covering everything within the lab in an instant. The next second, before John could realize what was going on, he was swallowed into the darkness, with the seedling still in his hand. Breaking past several dimensional barriers, John landed in this world, with the alien eye by his side and countless wounds upon his body. He was then saved by old Viscount Pat. The alien eye, on the other hand, lost its magic and became a most ordinary object, a glazed sphere. Chapter 7: The Tea Party. Chapter 7: The Tea Party. So this glazed sphere with a pale blue hue was the reason why John came here from Earth. Apart from being amazed, Angor also felt curious and confused. It was only natural that he felt this way when facing such an extraordinary artifact. His teacher wouldn't be in this situation if not for this. He would be enjoying his life back with his wife and daughter. Apart from this, though, there was a voice secretly whispering into Angor's mind. The glazed sphere was also the reason why he could meet an erudite figure like Teacher in the first place. Without Teacher, maybe he would have become a spoiled playboy who would live a boring life forever, never to know about anything in this world. Of course, John couldn't read Angor's mind. He only fiddled around with the sphere in his palm, then stretched out his mostly wilted hand to put the sphere into Angor's. I already threw it away, and you'll keep it that way. Since you brought it back, it's probably destined to be with you. Keep the alien eye. I don't have much time left, but you're still young. Maybe you will find a chance to visit the Earth. John shook his head with a smile. He didn't even believe himself. Yet he still insisted. If you truly did, please bring my ashes back to China and bury them under that old mistletoe tree in my home, just along the lower reaches of Yangtze River. The mist was thick this evening. Angor held his chin and stayed beside John until the old man was asleep. Then, Angor left while rubbing his sore arms. Teacher's body was constantly failing, and nobody knew how long before he would despite Angor's will. If Teacher said that Gaia's consciousness would not spare him, then there was nothing Angor could do. Well, maybe just when he would stay at Teacher's side, happily, and fulfill his duty as a pupil and child during John's last moment. When Angor stepped out of the yard, the moonlight was shining upon the earth. He was wearing a down cape with his family emblem embroidered on it. Over his thin coat, his shadow dragged long under the moon. His lonely figure trod towards the castle in the center of the manor. In the hall of the castle, a team of female dancers wearing elegant attires held the tips of their dresses and circled around to the musician's melody. The maids lit the valuable candles made from deep-sea fish oil one by one, illuminating the hall with artificial daylight. Tasty smells filled the hall: wine, cream cheese, and the mild sweetness of flowers and tea. This joyful scene was what Angor saw when he entered the castle. Leon was standing in the middle of a crowd, with his glass of red wine in hand, talking to several strangers cheerfully. Those must be the people from the Morn family. As Angor quietly inspected the visitors, Leon saw him and happily dragged him into the crowd for introduction. The one standing in the front was a middle-aged man wearing a gentlemanly costume. He had verdant green eyes, deep brown hair, and distinctive facial features with a sharp look like an unsheathed sword. Just in time, Angor. This is Count Eaton from the Morn family, who's been defending the front lines, Leon introduced. Angor greeted him in a natural manner. The etiquette for nobles was already carved deep inside him, and he performed perfectly like a noble. These are Alan and Aline, son and daughter of Count Eaton. Alan was about the age of 14, similar to Angor himself. His facial features hadn't fully grown, tanned. His chubby look was quite adorable. He inherited his father's green eyes and brown hair, although the hairs had unfettered twists and curls in them, giving the boy a childish look. Despite being the younger sister, Aline looked more mature than Alan. She already had feminine curves around her body, accompanied by the long, elegant noble dress. She appeared like a little princess who was just about to step into adulthood, carrying the particular attractiveness of a young woman. At the same time, everyone else was measuring Angor as well. Angor was a beautiful boy by Empire standard: blonde hair, blue eyes, clean, white, yet healthy skin. Every part on his face was perfect, and they were only more outstanding when put together. The flawless look already had an effect. When Angor smiled towards the brother and sister out of courtesy, Aline immediately blushed and hid herself behind Alan, pretending to be fetching a dish. The little cutie. Eaton silently laughed. Nevertheless, he was a bit surprised by Angor's appearance. Old Pat had a really plain look, yet he gave birth to two handsome sons, between whom he really couldn't pick a winner. After many words of praise, Leon noticed that Eaton kept glancing in another direction. So he said, "This is a tea party after all, so enough of the wine. Let's enjoy some tea." With that, Leon clapped his hands to stop the dancers, and led everyone to their respective seats in the terem. Suddenly, the gate of the hall clicked and was slowly pushed open. It was raining outside, and this was when everyone finally realized the weather. A mysterious figure cloaked under a black robe slowly walked inside. Leon frowned. "I'm sorry. You are." Before he could finish, Count Egan, Alan and Aline rushed to the figure's side with respect. "Viscount Pat, this is my father, Mara Morn," Eaton introduced. "Father loves teas with weak tastes. He came with us when he heard that a special tea was to be served. He was occupied by something along the road. That's why he just arrived." Leon acknowledged with an "oh," then walked up and greeted the elder member of the Morn family with even greater passion. Angor, however, kept his focus on Mara's shoes and twitched his eyebrows. Those were soft camel leather shoes, with wet dirt hanging around the edges. What attracted Angor was the faint red color of the dirt. Most dirt in Gru Town was yellow loess or black soil. There was only one place where red dirt could be found within an area of 50 kilometers: the Pat's tea garden. This man was so interested in the tea garden that he even went there in the rain. Mara must be the one asking about the morning dew. Though Angor still didn't know what was so special about the tea, it was bitter, and followed by a tiny bit of sweetness long afterward. Mara was the only one showing interest in it apart from teacher. Angor did not tell this to anyone. He only showed a somewhat stiff expression. The morns were way too powerful, and his own little countryside noble family would have zero chance against them. He could only hope that today's tea party would satisfy them. With hood removed, Marta just looked like an ordinary old man. Long, white beard, squinted eyes because of his smile, and a trace of elderly benevolence. Leon ordered head-maid Mana to serve all the pastries prepared today. Beside them sat several delicate porcelain teapots with carvings on them. These teapots hold every type of tea grown in our manor. As Leon introduced the teas, Mana opened their respective lids. When the first pot was opened, light vapor rose up, bringing a rich, fragrant smell of flowers. This is icy honeydew. The leaves were the petals of honeymoon trees unique to the Pat Manor. This was brewed using the melted snow on the snow mountain instead of milk. Sweet but not too sweet. It sends a chill into your brain. Leon sighed. It's a pity that a long winter has come. It should make you feel comfortable during the intense summer. The Morns gave it a taste. Aline was the only one who actually liked it and drank some more, while all the others only had a tiny sip. Except for Mara though, who only smelled it before putting it aside. The second pot contained milk tea. This one had a more distinctive taste, which was quite different from the famous teas around the empire. This is called the lemon milk tea, brewed from a sour fruit called the summer lemon, added with some mint leaves. Then he pointed at Angor. It's my brother's favorite. He drinks several glasses every day, while trying to hide it from everyone. Ha! Angor glared at Leon with his mind, but kept his smile on the outside. Mr. Pat likes it. Aline beamed with delight, took a porcelain cup from Mana and took a big gulp. Milk skin lingered on her lip. Aline closed her eyes and pondered over the sweet yet sour aftertaste of milk. Brilliant. This is nice, Aline commented aloud. I like it better than that flower tea. Hearing this, Alan also took a cup and downed it in one go. He smacked his lips, eyes squinted into slits, and nodded in satisfaction. He agreed with his sister's taste. Aloud, Count Eaton looked at his children and only chuckled. He didn't drink the milk tea, for he already caught the meaning hidden between Leon's words. This tea was obviously meant for Alan and Aline. It seemed that Mara also had a deep love for his grandchildren. He pushed his share of milk tea straight in front of Aline. Next, Mana opened several pots in succession. Most of them had milk teas and flower teas in them, about which Mara didn't care much. He only sipped 2 types of green teas which were also favored by John, though he was still somewhat indifferent about them. Angor cast his eyes on the last teapot, which held the last of the 3 teas most loved by John, and the only tea plant he brought from the earth, the morning dew. Chapter 8 Mara's Opportunity. Chapter 8 Mara's Opportunity. When Mana opened the lid of the last teapot, there was no smell, no vapor, nothing. However, the look of these most ordinary tea leaves made Mara stand up suddenly and gaze at the greenish-yellow liquid with great excitement in his eyes. The excitement was true. He wasn't pretending. Mara looked at the liquid inside the cup in his hand. He never noticed that his sudden movement already knocked over his chair. Angor's doubt reached its peak at this moment. Why did Mara react like that towards the morning dew? Did he discover that it was from another world? As Angor asked the questions in his mind, Mara slowly drank his morning dew tea from the cup, with great care and solemnity. Mara's action was so solemn that it almost created an aura, calming all conversations in the once lively room. Leon wanted to speak, but something convinced him to stay silent. This did not last long though, as when Mara closed his eyes to admire the great aftertaste of the tea, another unspeakable aura emerged from his body. The intense aura surprised everyone. Before they all realized that they could no longer make any sound. No matter how hard they tried, nothing would come out. It appeared as if they had entered a world where sound itself was forbidden. This was not all. Something even more terrifying followed. Mara opened his eyes abruptly, took out a crystal ball from under his robe and fixed it in the air. He then mumbled something, and with a flash of light and several more seconds, The people around him realized that they couldn't even move now. My spirit is about to break through its limitation with the help of this lesser magical plant. To prevent any accidents during my breakthrough, I have applied a charm of binding and a ward of silence around all of you. I will lift them once my breakthrough is done. Mara's voice was deep and gruff. The end of his tone also carried a strange accent. With that, Mara no longer paid any attention to anyone's reaction and closed his eyes. While the crystal ball circled around him, among the bound individuals, Count Eaton and those from the Morn family felt discomfort at first, but they recovered soon enough. However, Angor and Leon were panicking. The brothers had never experienced anything supernatural from the moment they were born. They always believed that the world they saw was the world there always was. But tonight, Mara's marvelous magic completely broke the conception of world they had learned about. It all happened so fast that the unprepared brothers couldn't possibly just accept it and stay calm. The binding charm could stop their movement, and the ward of silence could mute them, but neither could confine their minds. After the initial panic inside the ward of silence, Angor slowly gained his calm back. His enlarged pupils also went back to normal. When he looked at Aline, who had been sitting across him, she presented him with a comforting smile which could be interpreted as a "don't worry." Angor was taken aback for a brief second, but he soon returned his own smile, unconsciously, and now Aline was blushing all over, with her eyes shifting about everywhere. Not sure where to look, Angor didn't think too much of it. He thought Aline was only feeling embarrassed because someone was staring at her, so he simply copied Count Eaton's reaction, closed his eyes to relax. What was it that teacher mentioned in his tales? Magic spells, conjury, or some kind of sleight of hand? But they were all made up. Does this mean they are actually real? Many questions roamed around Angor's mind. He could not disregard them, but he couldn't get any answer. He recalled some of the historical materials arranged by teacher about Goldspink Empire and the other nations nearby. Some of the descriptions contained fantasies, such as how a fire-breathing dragon appeared in the moistened canyon near the edge of the empire 800 years ago. The dragon posed great threat to the civilians nearby, so the emperor summoned warriors around the world to slay it. Numerous fighters, soldiers and knights responded to the call and marched into the canyon. However, everyone was burnt to ash by the dragon fire before they could even get close. The dragon-slaying war lasted several years and witnessed hundreds and thousands of dead or heavily wounded warriors. Yet the dragon did not suffer even a scratch. Before the emperor decided to seal the entire area centered around the dragon's lair, an elder wearing white robe floated above the moistened canyon by chance. He gently flickered the wand he was holding, and the dragon was easily pulled into an unknown space. Afterward, the elder floated away without leaving a word. In the historical record, the dragon-slaying war began in a great tragedy, and ended in absolute absurdity. John's comment towards this part of record was the conqueror merely designed a myth to calm his subjects. This was Angor's idea about the story as well. But now, doubts appeared in his mind. Could that elder in white robes be just like Mara, someone who could wield amazing power? Also, the records about Heilan Imperial mentioned such stories many times, like how the goddess of sea bestowed fortune upon the islanders, or how mermaids seduced sailors and destroyed an entire fleet. The history of many other nations also involves traces of mythology. Were they really all fabricated? The scale in Angor's mind began to tip. It did not take very long for Mara to break through. The small quartz hourglass only flipped once. If measured using the unit of time on Earth, it was about 30 minutes. The protective crystal ball slowly stopped circulating around Mara and began to float in place. Now, Mara's expression was filled with joy. Of course he would be joyful. He was stuck at intermediate apprentice for 20 years. He thought he would never break into high apprentice in his life. So he gave up in frustration and took the job to find talented students in the old Earth. He still remembered his own expression. A most bitter smile. Upon taking the job. Looking for talents. There were rarely any talents, even in the Prime Plane. How was it possible to find any in old Earth? He stepped onto the vessel towards old Earth with great depression. Only thorns and despair could be awaiting him ahead. But the gods had mercy. He never expected to run into such a big, pleasant surprise on this dull journey. First, he discovered 2 talents, and they happened to be his grandchildren. He satisfied his mission twofold, and once Alan and Aline grew stronger, they could even help him in return. Besides, he found out about an unknown lesser magic plant in Old Earth at the front line. He bought the morning dew tea from a traveling merchant, and that was when he realized the tea was almost on par with the white orchid potion. The white orchid potion was the only one among lesser potions that could help with someone's breakthrough, so it always cost a fortune. He diligently hunted for quests for many years just to win himself a bottle of it. But now, he discovered the morning dew in Old Earth. Too bad that the morning dew tea from the merchant had been laid aside for too long, which greatly hindered its effect. After inquiring about the source of the tea, they hurried to Grutown on their horses without stopping. This was what they called destiny. After his successful breakthrough, Mara finally understood why wizard apprentices tended to roam about deadly ruins, for even a wee bit of destiny could help them advance. Chapter 9: The World of Wizards. Chapter 9: The World of Wizards. Mara waved a hand to lift the spells inflicted on everyone, while still carrying a great joy within him. He wasn't even offended in the least when Leon asked him about what just happened with Panic, and in an improper manner. Instead, he started explaining about the world of wizards with a big smile. The binding charm and ward of silence I just used on you are lesser, or elementary, wizardry spells. Wizardry is a mysterious system created by combining one's natural talent and knowledge system. Those who can wield wizardry are called wizards. The moment Mara mentioned the word wizard, there seemed to be a strange feeling inside Angor's mind. An unspeakable force that was pushing him into the unknown distance. That distance was called the truth of belief, which wizards spent their entire lives in pursuit of. Once this feeling came into being, it would be difficult to snuff it out. Angor didn't know why he was suddenly keen on exploring the distance. Maybe all the views taught by teacher over the last decade were calling to him, or was it just a passing fancy? He didn't know. But he did not suppress the thirst either. He carefully put it away inside his mind as if folding a delicate and valuable book, waiting to reopen it someday. Maybe Mara's mood was just too great. But when he looked at everyone's curiosity and respect towards him, plus the fact that his grandchildren were about to become apprentice wizards now, he began to explain the culture and system of the wizard's world generously, without the intention to hide anything. Wizard was only a general name for talented people. However, not every talented one could become a wizard. Even Mara himself could not be called a wizard yet. Apprentice wizard was the name he must use for now. If someone systematically analyzed all wizards, then 99 of them would be apprentices. Only less than one of the talents could successfully break through their limitations and ascend into becoming wizards who aimed to pursue truth and realizing their personal values. This simple explanation was enough to show everyone how difficult it was to become a wizard. During the explanation, Mara also spoke about the world they were currently in, the Old Earth. The name Old Earth was a joke for wizards from the Fey Land. Only wizards who were born here would use this name, while the other ones had another name for it, the marginalized island. This piece of world was not large. For locals, they might be spending their lives if they wanted to see every part of it. But for wizards who can set their eyes upon tens of thousands of different planes, the Old Earth could only be seen as an island of moderate size. It was called the marginalized island because of the lack of active elements in the air, not its location. Here, elemental wizards had to spend more energy on absorbing inert elements to fight someone, which was obviously inefficient. For this reason, elemental wizards basically called this place the Dead Land. Talents that once lived here all moved away. Thus its name. Of course, in the enormous wizardry system, wizards that focused on elements were only a small part, so not all wizards had to go away. But no matter which direction a wizard chose, he or she would always know an elemental spell or two, so why bother staying here when there were better places to go? So here, marginalized meant that this place was cast aside by wizards. I came here to bring Alan and Aline back to the Fey continent and join the White Coral Floating Island Academy. I didn't expect to encounter my destiny to break into High Apprentice along the way. All thanks to Viscount Pat. Marta stroked his white beard which grew all the way in front of his chest. His eyes squinted out of joy. Before we leave, if Viscount Pat has any trouble on your mind, by all means, tell me. There are not many things I can't do in this old earth. This was obviously for repaying the kindness of giving him the morning dew, or a claim to pay the favor so they could be even as fast as possible. Leon was still lost in the world of wizards he just heard and wasn't responding, until Count Eaton woke him up. Eaton said, "I heard that Mr. Leon will be going to Waterford next month, to officially inherit the title of a Viscount. The Pat family have been guarding the shoreline defenses and supplying the vanguard camps, which is a great contribution towards the knights fighting against Halen. If the Emperor hears about this, I believe the travel to Waterford can be omitted." Of course, if the Morn family said the word, Leon would have no problem becoming a hereditary count himself. It should have been Marta's personal favor, and apparently Eaton was trying to make it otherwise to cut the deal in the name of Morn family. If Leon agreed to this, what Marta owed him could be considered clean. Leon was young but not dull. The Morn family was powerful, but it was only a big family of Goldspink Empire. Mara might be only one man, but another whole, amazing world stood behind him. Naturally, Leon wouldn't accept Eaton's suggestion. Leon considered for a while. Before he could speak though, Angor gave him a gentle nudge on the leg below the tabletop. He looked aside and saw Angor trying to say something and kept hesitating. Leon quickly understood and spoke to Marta. "The morning dew was originally my brother's possession. I'll let him make the decision." Eaton raised an eyebrow and gave Leon a thoughtful look. Rumors had it that the two brothers of the Pat family shared a bad relationship, which was obviously not the case. Leon must love his brother much because he just gifted such a priceless opportunity to Angor. Since Leon made up his mind, Eaton did not say anything further. Now everyone had their attention on Angor, who had been silent until now. He didn't show any hint of pressure even when all 5 people were looking at him. He presented himself as a completely noble gentleman. Besides, his teacher also taught him of the men of virtue in China. So now Angor not only stayed calm, his every expression carried a gentle temperament. "Speaking of trouble, I'm not sure if my brother has any. As for me, I have 2. A bigger one which has been bothering me for a long time, and a smaller one, which I just found out and is negligible." Angor looks towards Marta. "If Mr. Marta would help me with the big one, it won't be necessary to look at the other." "Let's hear about your big trouble then," Marta asked. On the inside, Marta felt eased when Leon directed the topic to Angor. A child grown under the protection of the family couldn't possibly have any serious problems. Maybe he was in love with some lady and was too shy to speak up. Yeah, that might be a big trouble for the kid, but everyone else would just think it is a fuss. Leon, on the other hand, sighed silently. The moment Angor mentioned big trouble, he knew what Angor was going to say. It seemed Angor had decided to give this great opportunity to his teacher, John. As expected, Angor made it straightforward. "It's about my mentor, John. My father accepted him into our family 20 years ago, and he has been teaching me knowledge and wisdom since then. But his health is getting weaker by the day." Chapter 10 Expelled Deceit. Chapter 10 Expelled Deceit. Angor led Mara to the stilt house where his teacher was. "Mr. Mara, my teacher must be resting inside. Please wait here, so I can go in and inform him." Mara nodded and watched Angor go upstairs first. "This is a peculiar house. Never thought I could run into such structures in old Earth." Mara silently commented on the appearance of the stilt house. He witnessed many buildings with strange shapes in the Fey continent. This house showed great ingenuity. True, but it was a work of mortals after all. He praised its craftsmanship just because a mortal could build such an amazing sight. Unlike Marta, who was only merely interested in the house, Alan and Aline could not hold back their curiosity and circled around the house in wonder. They even went under the rain to observe John's vegetables and fruits near the wine rack. They were still young. Trying to pretend to be mature did not help in concealing the childishness they occasionally showed. This pure innocence made everyone around them smile. Seeing how they were so interested in the grape trellis, Leon took out 2 bottles of red wine which had been preserved in the cellar for 2 years and offered everyone a glass. The wine was rich and fragrant. As for drinking companions, Leon and Eaton began chatting about the front line. Eaton would like to get rid of the silent awkwardness too. so he happily chimed in with Leon and joined in the leisurely atmosphere. After getting away from them, Angor came to the second floor and woke up the mute servant. He helped his teacher get dressed, then sent the servant away and told John why he came. With his night's sleep interrupted, John felt hazy for a moment, until he suddenly rose with a start when Angor mentioned wizard. Wizard, you met a wizard? John grasped Angor's sleeve as he exclaimed in disbelief. Yes. A level 3 apprentice wizard, to be exact. At least Mara just called himself that. Confusion and curiosity appeared in John's expression briefly. He then mumbled in enlightenment. This is it. Everything is explained now. Wizards. This is why many physics formulas I researched on all these years couldn't be used here. I was wrong from the very beginning. This is not an ordinary world. There are supernatural powers here. I always believed that I was superior to the locals here because of my vision. God. I was the one trapped inside my pitiful vision. Talk about digging myself into a pit, yelled John while looking out of the window with a blank stare. Those yells carried a strong emotion, unwillingness and repentance. Everyone else staying in the hall on the first floor also heard this. Mara carefully listened to the regretful self-mockery and questioned. What's the meaning of that? It's not our universal language, is it? Angor never told him any details about John, his origins, or the fact that the morning dew was grown by him. Thus, Mara thought that this man called John was just a civilian of the Empire. That was his home tongue. His home was called China. I don't know much about it, said Leon. He was just as confused. China. Mara searched his memory and did not find any place by that name. A small far-off country in some remote corner of the world. Maybe he did not pursue the details any further. He was curious about the great emotion carried by the roar. But as an apprentice wizard, he was curious about lots of matters. It was not worth the precious time thinking about the problems of common folks. Besides, he just became a high apprentice. All he was thinking about now was to solve Angor's little problem as fast as possible, leave this place, and get back to the academy for further studies. Nothing was more important than his own improvement in strength. With that goal set in mind, Mara just closed his eyes and began to meditate. It did not take very long. Angor soon came back down with John, who had recovered his usual temperament. John did not ask Angor for support. Before his legs became wilted, he designed a wheelchair himself which could help him climb the stairs with the help of additional wheels and springs. As Leon explained this tool, Mara quietly thought, a true talent in mechanics. He would have made great achievements in the path of alchemy. What a pity that such talent wouldn't be helping him now, as he's just too aged. The first impression Mara had on John was fixed on one word: aged. Mara himself was approaching the age of 80 now. He was not a formal wizard, so he could only watch his time left its traces on him. He tried a number of means of recuperation though, so he currently appeared as someone who had just gotten past 60. As for John, if Angor had not already told him that John was only beyond 50, Mara would believe the man in front of him was well above the age of 100. Pathology on the flesh failed blood flow, or did someone put a curse on him that could quicken his aging? By mentioning the big trouble, Angor hoped that Mara could cure his teacher. This was why Mara's first attempt was to try to ascertain the nature of John's condition. However, Mara frowned as John approached him. He felt strange, as though something very wrong was coming from John's body. He knew about this feeling when he saw those otherworldly slaves captured by wizards back at the Crimson Auction. He had felt something similar, as if what he saw did not belong to this world. This man was a visitor from another plane. Mara frowned harder. Speaking of visitors from another plane, John did not really seem like one. Mara recalled reading a book from the library in the academy, Pros and Cons of Expeditions Against Foreign Planes, written by the Great Twisted Wizard, Barzil. The book clearly explained that although there were sapient creatures in the other planes, no one had ever discovered identical humans out there. There were, however, many creatures that looked like humans: the ones with 3 eyes, the ones with fish scales behind their ears, those as small as palms. Winged ones, they looked similar to mankind, but people only gave them a common name: the humanoids. Maybe this man is a humanoid from another plane, thought Mara as he took a guess in his mind. However, he kept his kind smile on the outside. If this was true, he could just capture John and sell him to the wizards, which would win him at least 10 magic crystals. Mara worked day and night for all these years, yet he only saved up a little less than 100 of them. With that in mind, Mara's smile grew so big that his eyes were only thin slits again. When John sat down before him, Mara cleared his throat and explained, "First, I need to use a detect disease on you. Once I find the right approach, there should be no problem in treating you." Mara did not even wait for John and Angor's reply before he simply summoned his crystal ball and began mumbling something. Soon, a pale green aura emerged from the crystal ball and slowly covered John's body. The amazement John felt upon witnessing such miracle gradually calmed down under the gentle touch of the aura, and his face regained its vigorous color. In the end, John closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Everyone else wondered about Mara's method. They only thought that Mara was casting a cure. No one was aware that what Mara used was not the level 1 cantrip, detect disease, but a level 2 cantrip that only level 2 apprentice wizards could barely manage to cast. Expel deceit. This was a support cantrip which could be used to help someone see through illusions or deceits. The spells could not be defined by a simple explanation. For example, grease was used to obstruct people's steps, but with a little tweak, it could also facilitate burning fire. Every spell had infinite possibilities. The fact that wizards pursue truth was essentially a process in which they made infinite possibilities into infinite absoluteness. This was also true for the Expel Deceit spell. With a little change, it could be directed onto another target in order to ascertain that target's original race. However, there was a prerequisite for this method to work: the target must accept it. If he or she held any will to resist, the cantrip would fail. Now, Mara was pretending to be helping John as a cover-up. John would of course not resist him. The green aura persisted for half a minute. It first covered John's head, and slowly moved down to his feet, like a scanning process. When everything was finished, the aura returned to the crystal ball. With a shift of his eyes, Mara silently injected his spirit power into the crystal ball to read the result of the Expel Deceit spell. Human 100%. Absolutely pure human. Of course, Marta secretly reassured himself about the result. However, he still had a tiny bit of doubt, for he had trusted his instinct earlier. Yet he could not reach a reasonable conclusion after quite some thinking, so he could only choose to believe the result of the spell. John was human. He should not worry too much about helping him, since John was not an otherworldly creature. Marta lifted his misgiving and began to fulfill his promise to Angor. He waved his crystal ball again, and quietly constructed a new cantrip pattern using his magic. This time, he was constructing the real Detect Disease spell. Chapter 11: The Other Trouble. Chapter 11: The Other Trouble. Angor watched on as Mara performed his spell. He believed that the great wizard would save his teacher without a doubt. Leon looked at Angor with kindness. He somewhat complained that his brother had wasted this great chance on John. But when he thought about those contributions John made towards the Pat family, those regrets simply went away. As long as his little brother was happy, this was worth it. They had different mindsets, but they all believed that John's chronic illness could be dealt with. However, realism always escaped expectations. When the green aura disappeared from John, Angor quickly stepped up to ask Marta about the situation. However, Leon stopped him. Marta was already raising his crystal ball again, but his once relaxed expression had changed into a grim and doubtful one. Even the great wizard could not help teacher, so teacher became like this because the Gia's consciousness was rejecting someone from another world after all. No, it cannot be. Angor's surging hope began to sway. After a while, Marta stopped his casting. He could not understand. He did not find any illness on John's body, and the result of the spell also told him that everything was fine. Everything was fine. That right there was the biggest problem. Anyone with eyes could see John's emaciated figure. Only someone that was sick beyond hope could be like this. John was only 50, so such an aged body was undoubtedly abnormal. Still, he could not find anything unusual. Maybe he was cursed by some evil wraith. With that in mind, Mara spread his spirit power towards John. Any traces of abnormalities could be easily captured in this way. No, nothing. Again, Marta was completely stumped this time. He broke through into High Apprentice merely a moment ago, and had not begun to learn about level 3 cantrips. He used everything he knew about detecting illness, and none of them worked on John. He no longer knew what to do. Mara glanced at Angor, whose expression was filled with worry now, and he felt a bit embarrassing. He had already made his promise like a big shot. But now the truth was showing otherwise. He cleared his throat and gave Angor an apologetic look. "I'm afraid I don't have the means to cure your teacher at the moment. I've done my inspection. There's nothing wrong with his body, and that means I can't do anything on that matter," Mara explained. He then changed the subject. "However, he does seem seriously ill, so there might be a problem about his spirit or his soul." Angor recalled what his teacher told him before. John's body was fine. The wilting of his organs was because of the Gaia's consciousness. Mara did not say anything about the Gaia's consciousness, but he did mention that John's body was good, so it must be his spirit or soul then. The Gaia's consciousness was harming teacher's soul. Mara did not realize that his words, added with Angor's own cogitation, had created a similar conclusion. Correct or not, Angor already believed it in some way. "Then, a problem with the soul or spirit cannot be cured?" asked Angor with a worried tone. "There are ways, but I cannot do that as of now," answered Mara. He sighed helplessly. "I might help him if him to become a real wizard, but as an apprentice, there's nothing I can do." "So, a true wizard can cure my teacher?" Angor persisted. "I cannot take mindless guesses on what the great wizards can do, but saving a common man shouldn't be a problem. Even if he's dead, the great wizards can save his soul from the eternal darkness." When will Mr. Mara become a true wizard?" Mara was surprised by this question. He then shook his head with a bitter smile. "It took me nearly 60 years to become a level 3 apprentice wizard, a real wizard, not in my life. I'm afraid that's not something you can achieve with the pass of time." Mara gave Angor a brief explanation about the states for wizards. Once talent determined how fast he or she could become a wizard. Once that happened, talent would no longer play an important part. However, talent was extremely critical as long as one had not become a formal wizard. Someone could do it with a few years of training, while others could train for their entire lives without going beyond level 1 apprentice. This was the difference caused by talent and destiny. Mara always believed that he was utilizing the most of his talent, and he could only rely on destiny to become a formal wizard. However, destiny was not something one could ask for. Besides, it was almost always accompanied by great danger. Most known destinies were gained by risking lives. Rarely any destinies were easily taken unless someone accidentally bumped into their luck, like what Mara just went through. Mara's words put despair into Angor's mind. Formal wizards an extinct sight in the old earth. How should he find any? Everyone was speechless. Leon put a hand on Angor's shoulder to comfort him. It was about the only thing he could do right now. Some moments later, Mara spoke again. "You said you had 2 troubles on your mind. I can't help you with John now. So how about telling me the other one?" The other trouble, something flashed through Angor's mind. According to Marta, a formal wizard could cure teacher, and someone with great talent could become a formal wizard without spending much time. Great talent if he could become a real wizard himself. He could help John. This other trouble Angor mentioned was about his curiosity towards people with supernatural powers, and the desire to follow their steps. He wanted to become a wizard too. "Mr. Mara, can I become your student and learn wizardry?" asked Angor earnestly. Mara was surprised by this for quite a while before he let out a hearty laughter. Wizardry is not something that's simple. Talent is the first and foremost condition you must have. I've traveled around the empire and tested on nearly 10,000 people, and my grandchildren are the only ones with talent. See, this is very rare. Angor did not back up. "Mr. Mara, can you please check on me and see if I have talent?" Mara looked at Angor up and down and nodded. "This is quite simple. I can even look at everyone in the Pat Manor if you want. Let's consider this a return of your favor then." Mara's seemingly generous offer also contained a will to help the Pat family train talented wizards. However, considering how scarce they were, it was already extremely hard to find one single talent, let alone do it in this small family. Besides, Giving such tests did not really cost Mara anything. He only needed a medium, and mediums could be reused without taking any loss. His mission to the old Earth was to look for talents for the Academy, so the Academy had given him mediums. Helping Angor with the test meant that he would be rid of the favor for free. Chapter 12 Talent Test. Chapter 12 Talent Test. John was sound asleep because of Mara's spell, so Angor did not wake him. He asked the mute servant to bring him back to his room. Then everyone else went back to the castle. Leon told the servants to gather everyone under the age of 50 into the hall, and let Mara do his test on them. Angor wanted to go first, but Leon stopped him and whispered, "Let the servants try this out first." Angor already understood even when Leon did not explain why. As Mara said, there probably would not be a single talent among 10,000 people. Being untalented would surely embarrass someone. If he was the last one after all the failed servants, the embarrassment would not be as terrible as long as none of the servants turned out to be a surprise. Soon enough, about 100 servants in the manor who had not yet reached their 50s stood in a line in front of the castle. They were all called up while they were asleep, but none dared to complain. They were standing straight, quietly. "All are here, then let's begin the test," said Mara. He added, "One by one." The testing ground was a narrow closet. Leon asked the servants to empty it beforehand, and only left something that Mara required. Mara sat on the main seat, while Angor, Leon, Ethan, and the grandchildren sat on his sides. The space across from Mara was left open for the testees. A deep-sea fish oil candle burned in the lamp on the table. The gentle yet strong light illuminated the narrow tiny closet, making it bright as day. Mara took out a red crystal ball from his robe and placed it on the desk. It looked completely normal, only that it was much darker compared to the floating, transparent one beside Mara. The Abel's eye, or the talent sphere, is made from the eyeball of a behemoth called Abel's from the abyss plane, said Mara. He began to explain. The beast is not really strong, but its soul possesses extraordinary power. The talent sphere crafted using its eye can reflect one's soul and show us that man's talent. The first one to be tested was the maid called Ori, who took care of Angor's daily life. Ori was 15, only 1 year older than Angor. She and Angor shared a close relationship in daily lives like friends rather than master and servant. Ori came in with a serious expression, but she secretly winked at Angor when no one was looking. Angor gave her a simple explanation about what this was about. Hearing this, Ori's eyes brightened. So a talented one could become a legendary wizard. Her heartbeats intensified so much that she could hear them herself. This was a chance to change her life. Realizing this, Ori's once relaxed mood immediately tensed up. She bowed to Mara with respect and sat across him while trying to hide her excitement. Mara pointed to the red talent sphere. The test is simple. Put your hand on this crystal ball and do not let go. Then observe your surroundings. If you see any changes, you're talented. Changes. Ori was confused for a moment. So was everyone else. Mara continued. Different individuals will see different phenomena. Here's an example. When I touched the talent sphere for the first time, I saw the weak burning flames in the fireplace not far from me becoming bigger. Nobody else could see it. That meant I had the talent, said Mara. He thought about something else before saying, the sphere cannot tell the level of one's talent, but it is said that one can gain a hint about his or her future from the change. It's only a rumor though. There has been no proof. So personally, I don't believe it. I've learned fire spells and it wasn't any easier than doing water spells. My granddaughter Aline heard various noises upon touching the sphere. That, too, is a change, said Mara. He then pointed at the chubby boy Alan. As for him, he saw a piece of brown bread appear in a dish out of nowhere. That's a change as well. If you do not see anything at all after keeping your touch for 1 minute, then I'm afraid you basically have no talent. Mara shrugged. When he finished, Mara went back to being silent and pushed the talent sphere towards Ori. Ori swallowed hard. She then reached out a trembling hand and placed it on the sphere. When the small hourglass on the desk made one flip 1 minute 1, Ori shook her head in disappointment and left on her own accord. Mara retained his blank expression. Next, time passed. Dozens of people had taken the test and none succeeded. When an honest-looking young man did his test, his expression became sharp. I just felt a breeze against myself. As if I'm standing in a sea of winds, said the young man. He hugged the air in front of him and seemed to be enjoying something. There it is, a talented one, Count Eaton exclaimed in surprise. He totally did not expect to find one all the way out here, in the countryside. When they found none back at the capital, Leon became excited as well. He happily asked head-maid Mana about the young man. Mana, however, looked at the honest young man and curled her lips. The man had quite a bad name in the manor, and someone like him was actually talented. Mana silently cursed Lady Luck for being unjustified and answered Leon in a low voice. His name is Fox, son of the gardener, Glenn. Fox. Leon never heard of him. It did not matter though. There were lots of servants in the manor. In a high spirit, Leon ordered Mana, take 100 gold coins from the storage and present them to. Wait, Mara's deep voice suddenly echoed inside the room. When hearing Leon mentioning coin, Fox was feeling quite proud. When Mara spoke, however, he slumped down quickly. Sweat drops showed on his forehead. A sea of winds. Han, no one dared to lie to me back at the capital. Now someone here actually made up a story in front of my face. Do you really think white wizards have no temper? Mara humphed, and a strong storm began circling around Fox. A sea of winds. Was it ill grant you that wish? Enjoy this whisper of wind. There was screaming before Fox was blown out of the window of the 3rd floor by the wind and fell onto the ground, followed by constant screeches and cries. Leon's expression went pale as he asked, Mr. Mara, what happened? Was Fox lying? Mara sneered. The change can only be seen by the testy. True, but once that happens, the talent sphere will flash to tell me that talent has appeared. Hearing Mara's words, everyone quickly understood the reason for the incident. They had been watching. The sphere never gave out anything from the start, which meant Fox was truly telling lies. Leon showed obvious anger and turned to the head maid Mana. Don't let me see Fox face in Grutown. Starting from tomorrow. Mana made a bow to acknowledge the order before she left the room. No one thought about what would become of Fox. Mara tidied up his robe a bit and lifted his impatience before he proceeded with the test. 2 hourglass hours had passed. All the servants were done, including head maid Mana and the guard knights. No one was talented. Finally, Mara shifted his gaze onto Angor. This is it. Angor had made up his mind. I'll go first. I'm also interested in wizardry. Mr. Morris said that wizards all have a long lifespan and that they can live forever. That's what I wish for, said Leon. He stopped Angor and sat in front of Mara himself. He then said, I can see much more scenery that way. I want to see everything this world has to offer. Angor did not move back. Instead, he sat beside Leon. You first. Angor showed a fist to Leon. This was what they would do when encouraging each other during childhood. Leon rubbed Angor's soft hair with a smile. Then he reached for the talent sphere. The white sand of time in the hourglass flowed down slowly. Leon looked around the room, trying to spot a change. A minute passed. Leon lifted his hand and grave disappointment was written in his expression. It seems I'm not talented. Leon spoke helplessly. He could not find any changes during the minute. As Mara said, talent was extremely rare. It's your turn then. Leon patted Angor's shoulder. Angor nodded and slowly put his hand on the smooth surface of the talent sphere. Chapter 13 Roaming the Wonderland. Chapter 13 Roaming the Wonderland. Immediately when Angor touched the talent sphere, a bright flash of red light appeared from the object. Red light. Everyone stared at the talent sphere with their mouth agape. This time there was a real talent. Leon watched with joy. Brother Angor was a talented one. Leon clenched his fists because of the insuppressible excitement. He might be happy too if one of the servants showed up as a talent. Still, servants were only servants, and they could only provide the family with limited convenience. Angor, however, was a true family member, and his closest brother. Even if Angor had to stay an apprentice, the Pat family would benefit from this greatly. Surprise only showed on Count Eaton's face briefly before it was replaced by thoughtfulness. It could not be denied now that the Pat family would rise. If the Morn family offered their alliance now, they might gain the support of more power wielders. Alan and Aline, on the other hand, did not give the situation as much consideration as their father. Alan's chubby face was not carrying any particular emotion. He only looked at Angor with his head tilted and a trace of curiosity shone in his eyes. As for Aline, she was smiling at Angor with a bit of silliness. She was just happy because she can learn wizardry together with Angor now. The only regret in her heart for having to leave her homeland had disappeared. Now she only held great expectation towards the future. Mara too recovered from his surprise quickly. However, the person who was the center of the crowd, Angor, had fallen into a strange experience. Upon touching the talent sphere, Angor found himself floating up. He immediately felt excitement because this was just the change he was hoping for. Happiness climbed onto his expression as he realized he was really talented. Suddenly, he heard the sound of melody and drumbeats outside the closet, as if a chorus team was performing a carol. Weird! His brother had already asked the dancers and musicians to leave. They were still here. Angor turned his head to ask Leon about this, only to notice something even more strange. Apart from himself that had been floating in the air, there was not a single soul in the closet. His brother, Mr. Mara, Count Eaton and his children, they were all gone. The room was not totally empty though. The talent sphere on the desk was still there. And as always, the candle was burning quietly. Everything seemed fine besides the absence of everyone. The music outside became louder. Angor frowned. He slowly floated towards the door and pushed it open. The hallway outside was decorated in an elegant style. Graceful curtains and large wall paintings sat on the walls on both sides, with knight armors and statues occupying the corners. His father Pat used to like such luxurious nobleman style, and the brothers never changed it after his death. The wind in the night moved the curtain aside. Angor looked through the window. There was only silence and darkness. Weird, really weird. Everything he saw, furniture, wall hangings, were familiar to him. Yet why did he sense an indescribable strangeness? Every door in the Pat Manor had 2 lamps in the shape of a lion's heart on both sides. The lion's heart was the emblem of the Pat family. Servants filled oil in them every day and light them up upon nightfall, so the fire would keep burning until the next dawn. This bore the meaning of the fire in lion's heart never dies. However, Angor did not see any firelight outside now. Even the iron gate outside of the castle was shrouded in darkness. Is this really Pat Manor? Where is everyone? Questions emerged from Angor's mind. The melodious music was still going, but Angor began to feel something strange about it. He looked out of the window again. The sky was full of stars, even with several patterns he never saw before. However, there should be hardly any stars that could be observed in Gru Town once the month of the freezing earth came. Only limited, fixed stars that were extremely far away would show up now. Clear weather during this month would expose 7 or 8 stars at best. As of now, the sky outside was full of them, as if Gru Town was still enjoying the midsummer. Fear arose from Angor's consciousness. This was absolutely not right. Maybe he was no longer in the real Pat Manor. Taking a deep breath, Angor turned around and prepared to head back to the closet. No matter what was going on outside, returning there could comfort him. On his way, however, 2 large poker cards suddenly showed up in front of him. There was no poker in the old earth, even though Joan once made a deck of such cards and gave them to old Pat. Pat was quite fond of such a creative card game, and the game became popular in the manor for a time. However, as Angor remembered, the game never went beyond the grounds of Pat Manor. Could this be related to the earth? The pair of cards in front of Angor was the same as the ones made by John. Even the patterns on them were identical, only that what he was looking at now was several hundreds of times bigger. They were the size of adults. Aces. One was heart, the other was spade. What surprised Angor most was that they both had limbs. Like bamboo sticks, they swayed left and right while walking. The ace of hearts was carrying a crusader sword and a lance, while the ace of spades was holding a round shield and a chain hammer. They were fast. They already rushed onto Angor before Angor could react. By the time he reacted, he no longer had the chance to run. The next second, Angor was trapped between them. The cards kept moving forward as if Angor did not exist. However, Angor could not get himself away from between the broad surfaces of the cards, so he could only move along with them. He tried very hard to escape, but the best he could do was to get his feet off the ground, which still did not stop the cards from carrying him away. Angor gave up in the end and just followed the card soldiers. Soon, Angor found himself in the hall, where the music he heard just now was coming from. The music was from the dancing stage, but when Angor looked towards there, no one was playing music. Several teacups with hearts printed on them were hopping in front of the instruments, creating the music. Since when could teacups do music? Angor had not calmed himself before he noticed that the swordsman of hearts and the guardsman of spades had vanished somehow. Since he was in the hall and already witnessed a great deal of the strange world, Angor puffed up his courage and walked towards the center of the hall, instead of trying to go back to the closet. The hall was well lit, with all sorts of strange objects minding their own business everywhere. Apart from the teacups, Angor saw walking toy soldiers, plush owls flying and playing around the crystal chandelier, dragonflies with rainbow colors patrolling the air, and unfamiliar sunstones and moonstones flashing in different colors. Looking at more and more strange sights, Angor still felt nervous, but his fear had mostly gone away. He noticed that all creatures here were blind to his presence. He floated towards the colorful dragonflies to observe them, but they simply flew away without paying Angor any attention. Angor did not know if they could not see him, or just were not interested in him. After floating around for some more, he saw the tip of clothes on a chair near the main table shifting. The chair had its back facing him, so he was not sure about it. Someone was sitting there. Angor carefully controlled his body to move towards the main table. As he approached, he became sure about his idea, since he already heard the sound of the knife touching on plates and the noise of book pages being turned. Someone was eating while reading. Angor was really curious about the figure now. He had a vague idea that he was no longer in Pat Manor, but a parallel space of it. His teacher mentioned parallel worlds before, but it was only hypothetical back on Earth. However, this was not Earth. Maybe not even the same universe where the Earth was in. Maybe the existence of parallel worlds was possible. In this parallel world, there was the Pat Manor, but not the Pat family. Maybe the one sitting on the chair was the owner of Pat Manor in this world. Angor took a wild guess. Chapter 14 Mr. Bunny. Chapter 14 Mr. Bunny. Angor took a turn in the air to gain a better view. This time, he saw the man sitting by the table or not. Angor could not call it a man from its looks. To be precise, it was a small bunny wearing a gentleman's attire. Should he call it Mr. Bunny? Less than half a meter tall, with a pure, snow-white coat, and long ears showing a pale pink color inside and decorated with soft, furry fringes. Its eyes had the color of a crimson gem, embedded on its adorable little head. The ears were almost as long as its own body. If one ignored all those strange decorations, it was just an extremely cute rabbit that could easily make any girl scream in delight. Angor would have fallen in love with the creature too if not given the circumstances. Now, he already raised his alertness to the best extent and no longer had the mood to admire the rabbit's cuteness. Most of Angor's attention was on Mr. Bunny itself. Its clothing was the biggest difference it had compared to regular pet rabbits. It was not wearing anything on the bottom. There was a tailcoat with lace edgings and red diamond patterns on it. A black top hat sat between those ears, and a small badge with a smiling face hung on the edge of the hat. The most attractive piece was the small, gold-rimmed monocle over one of its eyes, which gave the adorable bunny some gentlemanly look. Also, Mr. Bunny was not sitting on the chair as Angor thought. It was floating in front of the table, with its eyes fixed on a thick book with a violet cover on the table. Angor circled around Mr. Bunny and realized that it would not pay him any attention. Just like the other creatures, it might be that it was simply too focused on its book and never noticed the sudden visitor. After roaming around the hall for some more, Angor only felt more and more curious about this world. Was this really a parallel world? Did he just transmigrate? He could not get an answer at all. More importantly, he was no longer sure if he had passed the talent test. As he fought with all the confusion, an idea suddenly crossed his mind. No. The idea was so abrupt that Angor did not even know if that was his own idea, or it was someone else's. It was telling his mind to get back to the closet. Getting back to the closet from where he transmigrated here, that was all the idea told him. Without a doubt, Angor agreed with the idea. He was not sure where it came from, but he trusted his instinct. As he turned to leave the hall, he heard the sound of turning pages from Mr. Bunny not far from him. Angor turned back to look at the violet-covered book the bunny was reading and suddenly stopped his movement for some reason. He quietly floated to Mr. Bunny and checked out the content of the book. The book was standing on the table. The book cover was clear to read. There was nothing special on it. Kinda like a romance novel loved by noble ladies. There was a line of strange symbols at the top. Angor could not read them. It was probably the title. Then there was a cartoon-style picture below and a simply sketched castle in the background. There was a blurry cartoon girl in the foreground, red hat, long, curly brown hair, blue skirt, and white shoes. The facial features in her clothes were all not very detailed, like something drawn by children. The use of colors was great though. A castle and a girl, is this one of the princess tales teacher used to tell? All bedtime stories Angor ever knew were told by John when Angor was small. Most of the stories were about ancient figures which meant to lecture him about human virtue. A small part of them was Grimm's fairy tales. Angor never liked them, but he still remembered some of the names, such as the famous Princess Snow White and Cinderella. This was why Angor instantly thought about those stories when he saw the cover drawn in a little girl style. He did not think about the cover for much time. He could not read it anyway. So he floated behind Mr. Bunny and began reading the book. He saw the content of the book just now, and could only make out that it was a picture book. Angor could not understand any of the words, but he could still speculate the story by the pictures. It seemed like a fairy tale. A girl bumped into a strange land. She could drink some wine to become small as a rat or eat some cake to be as big as a giant. There was a bowl of mushroom soup. Drinking from the left made her shorter, while drinking from the right made her taller. With all of these surprises, the girl started an amazing journey with strange creatures. Angor enjoyed the story. He felt somewhat familiar with it, but he quickly put that emotion away to keep reading the book. Time passed. Things around him were becoming weirder, but Angor realized none of them. Firstly, Mr. Bunny was turning the pages along with Angor's reading speed. Next, the plush owls, poker soldiers, bunny teacups and rainbow dragonflies on the other side of the hall all came around him. However, Angor was totally attracted by the beautiful journey in the story and was completely oblivious of his surrounding. Angor did not take any of the abnormalities to heart. Instead, he joyfully placed his own spirit together with the girl in the story. Angor felt himself becoming the main character of the story and running after a talking bunny. Everything was beautiful. All creatures here had peculiar looks, but they all showed kindness. Angor even thought that this was the Wonderland. As he kept himself immersed in the wonderful world, a sharp cackling came from the castle far away. "Oh no! The Queen of Hearts is here, Shava. You need to leave, or the Queen will turn you into a card," urged the talking bunny. The Queen of Hearts leave Shava. Angor stared at everything with a blank face. Who's Shava im Ango and who am I? He realized something was wrong. He recalled seeing the bunny in tailcoat in the manor castle. And the bunny was wait. What was the bunny doing? The beautiful journey in Angor's mind instantly shattered into pieces. He knew he forgot something, and he knew he must remember it. He screamed with his mind, but his memory kept falling apart until he could not even remember what he was doing just a second ago. Shava. What are you doing? Run, the Queen is coming. The bunny dragged Angor's hand. This is dangerous. You need to go to my rabbit hole to escape. Next, Angor was unconsciously led away by the bunny. The mountains afar were still booming with green, but all the fantasies now carried a lifeless strangeness. My rabbit hole is right there. Get in and let me deal with the Queen, the bunny said before he pushed Angor. Angor fell onto the ground with a trip. The bunny was still urging him to get inside the hole, but sudden alertness came about Angor's mind. Get back to the closet. The message appeared inside his head abruptly. The closet. Angor's once blank expression turned sharp. He remembered the closet. He also recalled that he was taking his talent test, and fell into a strange parallel world for no reason. And a reading bunny. When he realized everything, the world around him shifted. all became nothingness. The rabbit hole was replaced by a bloody maw filled with sharp fangs. The adorable bunny behind him also turned into a tattered ragdoll with patches sewn all around it. Angor stepped back, then quickly ran away from the maw. As he left the area, he found himself back at the hall where Mr. Bunny was. He was no longer relaxed as before, however, because he just noticed that a group of card soldiers had surrounded him. Chapter 15: The Ice Coffin of Healing. Chapter 15: The Ice Coffin of Healing. There were also many cute-looking toys apart from the card soldiers. More importantly, Mr. Bunny, who had been reading a book, was also floating in front of Angor, staring at him with its tiny crimson eyes. Angor was not sure what the bunny was thinking about, but those emotionless stares sent a chill down his spine. The cuteness he felt a moment ago no longer existed. Everything in front of Angor only terrified him. One of the card soldiers suddenly lunged at Angor. With a start, he grabbed the book on the table and threw it at the soldier. A bloody maw burst out of the cover image of the violet-covered image book. It instantly mauled the card soldier to pieces and gulped it down. Angor was terrified, motionless by what he just saw. When every creature around him had their attention on the monstrous mouth, Angor bolted out of the circle and dashed away from the hall as fast as he could manage. He, don't go, Shava. Let's have some fun. A ghost-like female voice came from his back. Angor heard the voice, though he did not make any stop. He kept running towards the next corner. The closet was just around it as long as his memory about the place was still true. The closet is safe. Angor did not know when that idea came about his mind or whether it was correct. He did not have the time to tell anyway. This was his only choice. The door to the closet was just ahead. Angor sprinted towards it. As he stepped into the door, a great pain on his back made Angor fell to the ground. He turned around and saw a red-haired, heavily powdered woman with lots of stitches on her face. She was wearing an elegant, but heavily decorated dress with dark stripes on it, and a tiara with a black heart pattern. Angor did not know who she was, but considering the sharp pain coming from his back and the drops of blood on her blade-like nails, Angor was immediately sure that was his own blood. The woman showed cruelty in her eyes and screeched non-stop. However, no matter how loud she screamed, she never stepped past the door, as if the door of the closet was a barrier separating two worlds. Angor watched for a while and made sure she could not get in before he finally let out a sigh of relief. However, he became worried again soon after. He was still facing another trouble. Angor checked out the closet again. There were chairs and the desk, a lit candle, and a red crystal ball ableisai, the talent sphere. Looking at the sphere that had been giving out a red light, something inside Angor told him to approach and try putting his hand on it. Har, never thought I could have found my destiny to break through, let alone finding another talent. In this remote little town, God bless Marta. God bless my family. Mara's laughter reached Angor's ears. After a bit of confusion, Angor found himself back at the real world again. Everyone around him was looking at him with either pleasant surprise or admiration. Nothing seemed wrong here. They don't know I just transmigrated, or was it not transmigration at all? But the change when a talented one would face when taking the test, if so, that change was downright scary. As Angor was still thinking about the strange experience he went through in the parallel world, something grasped his hand. He looked aside and saw Leon pinching his palm since he had been spacing out. Stop staring, Angor. Mr. Marta was asking about your change. Leon smiled. Oh, Angor responded. He was not feeling any joy from becoming a talent, only exhaustion. After escaping all that great danger, when I touched the talent sphere, I found myself floating in the air. Marta interrupted him. Floating, yes, a change. That is, you're a talent. There's no doubt about it. Angor was going to tell them his experience in the parallel world, but when Marta stopped him, he decided to stay silent instead. He only nodded in return and went back to his seat with a polite smile. Mr. Marta, now that I do have the talent, can I become your student and study wizardry? The unpleasant travel in the parallel world affected his mindset greatly, but it did not change his will to become a wizard. Mara put away his talent sphere and smiled. I'm an apprentice myself, so I'm not qualified to teach you. However, I came to the old Earth to look for talents for the academy. You're one. And since you're willing to step onto this path, you can follow me and leave for the academy tomorrow. The White Coral Floating Island Academy isn't big, but it has good fame among all wizard organizations from the south. They'll not let a talented one down. Angor hesitated upon hearing those words. He had to leave here and go to the unknown academy. He already expected something like this, but he still could not make up his mind when it finally came to it. Could his teacher hold on until he made enough progress to come back? Additionally, Angor agreed to his brother to accompany him to the succession ceremony, which was tomorrow as well. When would they meet again? Angor's expression darkened. He did not even realize that he had been fumbling around his thumbs, a gesture showing that he was faltering over something. Of course, Leon was reluctant to let his brother go. However, he still stepped up and put an arm around Angor's shoulders as he whispered to him, "Don't you worry. You heard Mr. Mata. It was just an academy. A school. Like how you go to the Waterford exclusive school every spring. It won't take too long. He'll wait for you in the manor." But Angor hesitated. As his brother, Leon already knew what Angor was trying to say. "If you're still worrying about old John, when I go to Waterford this time, he'll find the best doctor there is to help him. He'll keep him alive and wait for you to save him, even if I have to spend the last coin in the family." Angor did not reply. He was the only one knowing the fact that the world's consciousness was rejecting John. Not some kind of disease. No one could save John except a wizard. As Angor was still faltering, Mara, who had been listening to their conversation, spoke up. "You can't leave your teacher behind." "I can't." Mara was not sure why Angor was so committed towards John. John was just a child's teacher, not Angor's lifelong mentor, nor a close family member. Mara could not understand the tight bond between them. Mara gave Angor a thoughtful look before he said, "Back at the Crimson Auction, I once spent my 2 years saving on a magic scroll called the Ice Coffin of Healing. It cannot cure your teacher, but it will sustain your teacher's life temporarily, only for 5 years. What do you say?" 5 years. Angor's pupils became larger. He could do many things in 5 years. He did not think he could actually become a wizard in such a time, but it would give him a chance. Give him hope. Before Angor could answer, Leon walked up and bowed to Marta. "I don't really know about the wizarding world, but there is no free lunch in my world. As Mr. Marta said, wizards are human beings too, and humans can never escape being bound by relationships and favors. Now, Mr. Marta is willing to use the valuable item on John, but what do you expect in return?" Leon's words cleared Angor's mind. Marta was just a guide. Talents were rare. Yes, but as a talented one himself, Marta should not be caring for Angor too much. So when Marta offered to use his Ice Coffin of Healing scroll, what was he expecting? Marta looked at Leon up and down with a little bit of approval in his expression. "In 5 years, it is almost impossible for Angor to become a wizard, so my scroll could be considered used for nothing. However, I can still give it to you, as long as Angor accept my condition." Chapter 16 3 Arts. Chapter 16 3 Arts. In the month of frost, bits of snow fell from the sky. Even the sea in the distance had frozen. A large, black wooden carriage slowly moved along the spiral mountain road near the sea. The carter held a horse rein with one hand, which was connected to a fierce Highland horse wearing a beautifully crafted saddle, and a bronze brazier on the other hand. He would place his stiff face close to the brazier now and then, to absorb the faint heat emerging from the brazier's vent holes. 2 sliding glass windows sat on both sides of the carriage. One of them was opened by Simonia, pretty girl, looking around the scenery with blinking eyes. As the girl had her fun, a plumpy hand reached out and shut the glass window. "Achoo, Aline. It's so cold outside. Don't do that. I'm gonna freeze up," said the chubby boy in a childish voice. "Humph, brother is so weak. Look, brother Pat never said a word about the weather. You're the only one complaining." The carriage was carrying Mara and his companions. Angor was not expecting being cued for no reason. He did not participate in the pair's argument. He only smiled and kept himself on one side of the carriage. Mara was sitting beside him with eyes closed, meditating. Alan twitched his lips and mumbled, "Brother Pat." "Brother Pat, who's your real brother?" Aline was sharp enough to hear it. She did not protest though. She only let out another humph and rolled her eyes at Alan secretly. Then she sat beside Angor and began to chat, not minding if anyone was listening to her. Aline never went outdoors often, so most of her topics were chit-chats among the nobles in the city. Angor was not interested, but he did not stop Aline. He would even nod in response now and then to pretend to be listening. However, most of his mind was occupied by his own train of thought. Marta offered a condition on that day. If Angor agreed, Marta would give him the ice coffin of healing scroll. Angor complied in the end because that condition did not sound too hard. If Angor broke through into a level 2 apprentice wizard, he must accompany Marta and explore a ruin site. Marta did not say anything about the ruin. He only mentioned that he did not know if the ruin was dangerous. The journey would be unpredictable, but Marta did require Angor to be a level 2 apprentice to join. It took Marta almost 10 years to break through into intermediate apprentice, and Angor was not even sure he could achieve that. This meant Angor could get the scroll in exchange for possible danger. Worth it. After using the ice coffin of healing spell on John, Angor stayed in the manor for another day. He then took his luggage, bid farewell to Leon reluctantly, and stepped onto his journey towards the unknown land together with Marta. The nightfall had come. Such darkness during the winter made it harsher. Even the experienced carter had to stop their journey, find a temporary shelter and wait out the night. They stayed in a partially dug-out pit inside a mountain boulder and made a camp. The carter tied his horse somewhere nearby and put some blankets on it. Alan hugged his knees to his chest and became more like a ball now. "I'm cold," he mumbled. "Come on. Why did you grow all that weight when you can't even withstand this?" Aline complained. Although her expression showed care towards her brother, she even took out a thick cloak from the tent and put it around Alan. Marta looked at the interaction between his grandchildren with a smile. He waved a hand, and a clump of green light flew inside Alan. "The preserve heat spell will last 10 hours, but don't rely on it too much. You always had a weak body, so exercise every day from now on and improve your build, so this cold won't bother you anymore," said Marta to Alan. He continued, "And if your talent leans towards the bloodline art, it will also strengthen your body once you start to train on it." Alan nodded in confusion. When the green light hit his body, he already felt the change in temperature around himself, which only triggered his curiosity towards wizardry. "Hey Grand, we already went through the talent test, right? Do we have to take it again at the White Coral Floating Island Academy?" asked Aline. Angor listened in as well. He wanted to know it too. What he saw during his test was just too weird. He asked Alan and Aline afterward. Aline heard noises while Alan saw another brown bread in the plate. They were changes, but they were acceptable. Angor, however, transmigrated to another world. He could not understand any of it. He still believed that it was a change during his test, but not fully. This was why when Aline asked Marta about the test, Angor immediately paid his attention. Marta stroked his beard with a smile and spoke to Aline. "The able's eye can only tell if one's talented or not. It can't distinguish the art of the talent. Once you're at the academy, they will give you a more detailed test. You'll see. Mind this. The test at the academy isn't a determinate one either. Even if it tells you that your talent leans towards element, you don't have to focus your training on the element art. It's all about your own will." Marta paused a little. "Oh right. You can study any art despite your talent tendency. True. But certain arts cannot be learned just because you try hard. For example, there are some special branches from the occult art such as prophecy and astrology that still require absolute talent. I never told you about the arts of wizards. Didn't I explain that today then?" said Marta after some consideration. He then said, "There are many directions a wizard can choose, and different arts have mostly been established after being perfected for tens of thousands of years. There are many arts and branches, so I won't be telling you every one of them. I'll only explain the 3 major arts currently agreed by the world of wizards. The element art, including the constitution of nature and the source of all. Those who wield this art are called elementalists. The bloodline art. People absorb the bloodline of strong creatures to strengthen themselves. These are called bloodline wizards. The occult art. The aggregation and termination of mysteries. Wizards who learn it are occultists. The three major arts can be used to describe most systems in the wizarding world. Of course, there are a lot of relevant systems apart from them, such as the alchemy art, the summoning art, and so on. Most wizards more or less know some of them. There are also wizards who focus on these supportive systems, but that's a rare sight. Among the three major arts, the element art has the most devotees. Almost all wizards know at least several elemental spells, while the occult art has the least followers. Also, the differentiation in the strength of the occult art is also the biggest. Strong ones are extremely strong. The weak ones are weak beyond imagination. This is mainly because the occult art has complicated systems. Two most famous figures from the south are Mandala the archaeologist and Sunders the phantom master. Both are level 2 occultists. Yet they have completely different levels of strength. Mara sighed with great emotion when speaking of them. As for the bloodline art, Mara sniffed as if recalling bad memories. He then said in a cold voice, "Most of them are able-bodied and bad-tempered. Though they are all strong. Very strong." Everyone fell into silence. "What is Grandpa's art?" Aline asked in curiosity. "Me, considering the three major arts, I could be considered as a blaze wizard from the element art. However, most of my studies are about drawing spell formulas, so I'm more like a supportive wizard. A spell formula drawer." The conversation lasted for a while. The shade of night became thicker. Even the giant mountains and woods in the distance had become obscured shadows, like shifting monsters in the blowing wind. Everyone was getting tired and eventually fell into a deep slumber. Angor laid in the simple tent. His eyes were still brimming with intelligence. The conversation tonight touched his emotions greatly. He did not know there were so many paths for wizards. One single branch like fire wizards from the element art could be further divided into blaze wizards, lava wizards, frostfire wizards, and all kinds of branches mixing a number of elements together. One could step onto the path of truth either by making it a form of expertise or simply having an extensive read about the branch. With John's enlightenment, Angor held great curiosity to see to the root of everything in the world, especially when John told him about the amazing phenomena in the universe. Could he explore all these mysteries once he became a wizard? With the expectancy towards the future, Angor slowly fell asleep. Chapter 17: The Vichy Harbor. Chapter 17: The Vichy Harbor. After transferring between many carriages during half a month, the group finally reached the northernmost part of Goldspink Empire, Vichy Harbor. It was not easy to travel from the old Earth to the Fey continent. Only at the beginning of every year would a merchant ship from Fey continent reach the Vichy Harbor and stay for 2 days. To avoid missing the ship, the group acted early, and it had not even been the month of resuscitation when they reached the harbor. 8 days till the month of resuscitation. The merchant ship from the Fey continent does not have a fixed schedule. 8 days earlier was the fastest record it has, and 38 days behind the beginning of the month was the slowest record. "We'll stay in Moonwater City until we board the ship." With that, Mara led everyone to the Bounty Guild in the center of the city. The Bounty Guild was a functional association of all knights in the nation who abode the nation's laws. They accepted missions from the guild put up by the nation and earned rewards. Of course, Marta did not bring everyone here to accept missions. The Bounty Guild possessed the most luxurious guest rooms in the whole Moonwater City. One could get services and accommodations that were far better than everywhere else as long as one could afford them. Money was the most important thing of all in the guild. As an elder of the Morn family, Mara always carried a fair amount of coins, and he was always willing to spend them. Once at the guild, he directly paid for everything they would need in these days, including Angor's share. "You can go wherever you want these days, but I suggest you to stay put in the guild so we can find you quickly when the ship comes," Mara advised them. He then went back to his own room to meditate, using every available second he could get. "We're free." Alan and Aline exchanged a glance and exclaimed in joy. The kids were like prisoners who were allowed a temporary leave and who could not wait to breathe the air of freedom outside. Alan only blinked in happiness. Same for Aline, though the latter paid some attention to Angor, who had been standing nearby. "Brother Pat, Let's look around. People said the Moonwater City is the largest trading port in the country, and you can find all kinds of things native to different nations. There's a street designed to sell foreign merchandise. Many people found their treasures there. Aline talked to Angor in a childish manner. What she should do next was probably grasp Angor's arm and beg. Angor looked towards the girl while feeling a headache. Their relationship warmed up during the traveling month, so Aline was becoming more open. Her initial shyness was no longer there. She was now pretty good at playing cute, although she still knew to avoid closer interaction. Angor was not bright about reading a girl's mind, but this was enough for him to realize what had been going on. He could not understand though. It was just a couple of days, and Aline was already holding a special attitude towards him. Sigh. Women. You was still young. Besides, the pressure of that 5-year promise was still a weight on his heart, so he really could not care for much else. As for Aline's childish love, the only thing he could do was to keep a distance, be responsible to himself, and to respect Aline. No, I agreed to the teacher that I would practice my mind every day, so I'll go back to my room now. Maybe next time. Angor declined politely and went back to his room. Aline made a duck face, kicked the ground, and left the guild with Aline, who had no idea what was going on. Angor did not take out his teacher's assignment when he stepped into his room. Instead, he inspected the room in a relaxed manner. His room was facing the sea, with a broad balcony which allowed him to get a good view at the Busselvichi harbor in the distance, as well as the shining surface of the sea. Angor looked down at the passers-by in the harbor, who were as small as ants now. Apart from admiring the prosperity of the city, he also felt sudden, uncomfortable loneliness. He looked towards the south and through the grassland which extended hundreds of kilometers away. He imagined about the hills behind the grass and the peaceful town sitting among the hills. The place he had been living in for 14 years. His home. Brother. Teacher, he muttered to himself, carrying undeniable homesickness. A dozen days passed quietly but surely. As the month of resuscitation arrived, the temperature gained an obvious rise, and several important routes on the sea were beginning to unfreeze. Groups of ocean-going ships appeared in the Vichy harbor. Mara hired a team of knights from the Bounty Guild to watch for merchant ships from the Fey continent day and night. Alan and Aline had their great fun during these days. They went out by dawn, returned after dusk, and bought lots of random stuff. The cold weather did not stop them in the least. Angor stayed inside to organize his belongings, especially the assignments left by John. They required lots of calculation and involved knowledge from different fields. Even a scholar from the earth would agree that the assignment was vast and difficult. One did not need to be an expert in any of the fields, but one would not make any progress either if one did not have really extensive knowledge. Giving Angor these assignments showed John's great confidence and expectation towards Angor. Angor kept a schedule after leaving the Pat Manor. A month had passed, and he had only made like quarter progress with the assignment. He felt defeated. No matter what he felt though, he had to solve the puzzles. His teacher had left him something behind the puzzles, and he could only make out what that was after solving all of them. The second weekend into the month of resuscitation witnessed fine weather. Following the melted ice, the harbor became even more lively. Since he had been staying indoors for too long, Angor decided to hang out today. He put on his casual clothes for the first time after all these days, tidied himself up, and stepped out of his room while carrying the signature smile he used to show politeness to others. The hall of the Bounty Guild was busy as always. The thick smell of sweat greeted his nose. Most people hanging around here were knights living dangerous lives. Even the occasional female knights would mostly wash their exposed faces only. As for the smell on their bodies, they could not care. Angor frowned. He realized this was not the Gru town, and his brother could not protect him any longer. He was not even a noble in front of these people. Only someone from a remote noble family. With this set in mind, he calmed his expression and resumed his innocent smile. He ordered a glass of Penang rum and some roasted meat from a bar table in the corner of the hall. He only sipped a little bit of the liquor. This thing with a pungent, fermented smell was not as delicious as the milk wine back in the manor. He munched on the meat while listening carefully to the various conversations among the surrounding adventurers. in a bar mixed with all sorts of figures like this. It was always easy to capture some unique information. This was what John told him in those wuxia stories from the earth. Angor did not have much experience outdoors, so he did not know whether these sayings were true. However, that did not stop him from eavesdropping on the conversations. He would enjoy made-up boasts too. Did ya hear hail and Imperials who have been fighting the Empire? Lots of strange stuff happened over there. Important guys died for no reason, leaving a miserable sight behind them. Even the knights guarding them would wet 'em pants at night. The strongest mercenary knighthood in the guild, the Shining Goldspink Knights, haven't shown their faces for months. Were they the culprits? Another group of adventurers sitting near his table began talking about the war on the front line thousands of kilometers away. You guys remember the capital lord of the Empire personally posted a job here to assassinate the top commander of Hail and Imperial half a year ago. Trust me, these two incidents are related. All the adventurers talked aloud. Some of them were boasting about their own achievements, so they spoke exceptionally loudly. The man speaking just now made himself heard across the entire bar. Everyone agreed. That was their own guild against a hostile nation. Naturally, the people here supported the former. An ice-cold tune abruptly interrupted everyone's heated discussion. The Shining Goldspink Knights, humph, that's the only thing you know. Let me tell you, the Halen incident could not be their deed. The Shining Goldspink isn't powerful enough. The speaker was wearing a water blue long garment with silver patterns on the edges. Expensive stuff. Watch what you're saying. Who the heck are you? Talking about Shining Goldspink like that? Do you know what kind of trouble you'll get into? Everyone stared at him fiercely. Huh. You again? I know you have the certificate of Hayland Chamber of Commerce, but that doesn't make you do whatever you like in the Empire. You're from Halen, so just keep shut and do your own business. Or are you looking for trouble? A rough male voice came up. The Halen merchant only gave him a cold glance before a dozen fully armored knights immediately rushed to protect him. The rough man could not possibly stand against all of them. But this was Goldspink Empire. The knights in the guild quickly joined him. He might be a common rogue, but he was a supporter of Goldspink Empire. And the knights could not just see him beat by the Halens. Each side now had a dozen strong, impetuous men wearing armors. The sudden showdown caused everyone in the bar to stop their actions. Chapter 18. Before leaving. Chapter 18. Before leaving. Before the fight broke out for real, the Vicemaster of the Moonwater City's Bounty Guild came and stopped them. Both sides agreed to stand down following the Vice Master's advice, eliminating the imminent conflict. Pity, Angor said to himself. The Haylan merchant sat down and explained in a cold voice. As I said, the Haylan incident could not have been caused by the Shining Goldspink Knights because it was not a human deed in the first place. Then he stayed silent. Not a human deed, ghosts. Then nobody understood what he meant. But no one pushed either. Angor was just as curious as to the others. However, since he was about to leave the old Earth soon, the war might have ended for a long time by the time he came back from the Fey continent. So Angor put away his train of thought and finished his meat before he then left the guild. Thanks to ocean trades, the Moonwater City was only second to the capital when talking about prosperity. Angor was 14 now, and the biggest city he ever saw was Waterford, the governing city of Gru Town. The Moonwater City, however, was 3 times larger than Waterford, and this was without considering all those infrastructures. Everything here made Angor's eyes spin. He only saw magnificence and prosperity back at the balcony. Now as he looked at the city up close, he realized that delicacy and exquisiteness could also be found all over the place. God knew how many levels higher the city was compared to Gru Town, which only had stone houses. Angor wandered around slowly to observe different folks while thinking about stories and novels his teacher taught him. He even learned something new by combining them with reality. John told him to learn as he goes. Angor could not understand that before, but he was beginning to see when he started to travel outside the protection of his family, and he combined what he saw with what he learned. He reached his destiny soon. The Sonbona Trader Street. This was the place Aline talked about several days ago. It was famous because people here only sold what they transported over the sea, from the other countries. One would not find most of them in Goldspink Empire. Aline bought a bunch of things the other day. including several books with unknown originations called Powdering in Palaces, Tones, Fan Languages, and etc. The titles did not make much sense, but they were only actually about the makeups and how to combine clothing colors for ladies. Angor only glanced at the books while Aline quite enjoyed them. She even followed the instructions and bought some powders to make up her face. Such a young admirer of beauty. Aline's behaviors did hint to Angor to buy some books on the street. He planned to send some proper and rich historical materials to his teacher if he found any. The first thing that greeted him on Sonbona Trader Street was a statue in the center of a fountain. It was a gentleman in formal attire. This was the Sonbona Principe, a giant figure in the empire who initiated ocean trading 200 years ago. Naming the street after the man showed how much respect people held towards him. Both sides of the street were occupied by low yet broad buildings constructed with colorful bricks. Every shop tried their best to make themselves attractive. The signs and slogans were also showy. Angor saw a carnival clown playing ball tricks in front of a dessert shop who would make the crowd exclaim every now and then. Some kids dragged their parents and cried when they could not persuade their parents to buy sweets. The entire street was just so lively. Angor tried his best to keep his nobleman's image. But he was young after all, and he could not hold back the curiosity in his blinking eyes and could not help looking everywhere. In the end, Angor spent his first coins at a milk shop, with the cow's plush in front of its door, instead of his original destination, bookstore. He drank a full bowl of sweet milk, then let out a big smile when no one was looking. He immediately went back to his usual expression once he was out of the shop. When he took another pack of takeaway sweet milk, he even tried to act mature. Alas, my sister loves strong, sweet milk. Sorry for troubling you, mister, pretended Angor. Angor wiped his lips clean and stepped away, satisfied. It did not take him long to find a bookstore with the image of Thoth, the ancient god of knowledge, drawn on the door. The store mostly sold pulp paper books. There were rarely any leather books here. He picked up several random books to read. The shopkeeper wanted to yell at him first, but seeing Angor's appearance and his careful etiquettes when reading, he swallowed his curse words back. He never liked customers who casually read through his books here, but he would not turn away a polite young nobleman either. The stories were good. He could even learn some deep meanings between the lines. This trip was worthwhile. Angor was never stingy about books. Soon, he was carrying several filled craft paper bags provided by the store. Hey mister, you seem really interested in various books. I have a collection of random volumes. Could you wait a bit if you're willing to see them? The shopkeeper was overjoyed just by seeing Angor buying so many books. Customers like this were scarce these days. He also noticed that Angor bought all kinds of books, so he instantly had some new ideas. The shopkeeper collected many books from people of various foreign fleets, but most of them were too aged and tattered, and some of them were written in unknown language, so they never got sold and could only collect dust in his storage. Now he just met a generous customer. He would not let this chance get away. Collections. Angor's eyes lit up. He agreed without giving it much thought. The shopkeeper quickly led Angor to the guest room upstairs, and gave him a glass of fruit wine before he headed towards the storage. After a while, the owner brought 2 assistants and 3 large wooden boxes with them. These gave out the smell of mold. Angor frowned. They must have been kept in an extremely damp place to be like this. Oops, the traders from the Desert Kingdom haven't come in a long time, so we're out of drying powder. And the Moonwater City is far from being dry. Don't worry. I made inner packings for the books. No wetness will slip in, said the shopkeeper as he thumped on his chest. Angor did not question him. He only nodded and asked them to open the boxes. Before he could check the content of them though, a loud, deafening horn sound came from the sky above the Moonwater City. Chapter 19: The Lines of Growth. Chapter 19: The Lines of Growth. Angor looked through the window, puzzled. It was the first time that he heard such a loud horn ever since he came to Moonwater City. Emergency maybe. The shopkeeper went to the window as well. He stroked his tidy, handlebar mustache, and looked towards the Vichy harbor with squinted eyes. Ah, the merchant ship from the foreign continent has arrived. Ha! So the route on the Whalebone Sea finally unfroze. It'll become busy once they unloaded all the stuff from that ship. He immediately asked his assistants to go to the harbor. This was not the only bookstore in the city, so they got to try hard if they wanted to get better merchandise. The Whalebone Sea is open, so the ship from Fey Continent will come soon, or did it already come? Angor looks towards the distance in silence. He felt expectation, as well as some sadness. He took a moment to regain his smile, collect his thoughts, and check the collections in the boxes. Angor raised an eyebrow when he saw that most books there were leather books. The papers were obviously of bad quality, but since most leather books were collected in noble families, it was natural for common folks to make poor ones. The shopkeeper had wrapped up every book tightly. As he said, the mold and wetness never got inside. Since the evening was still far, Angor simply sat down and began reading the book one by one. The sand in the hourglass flowed. The clouds on the sea carried the color of sunset. Gray and white seagulls returned to their reefs and dusk covered the entire city. Angor finally stood up, wiped his trousers of dust and pointed at a box nearby. "I'll take the books in this box. Please bring them to the Glorious Crown Inn in the Bounty Guild." The Glorious Crown Inn was the most luxurious one along the entire north shoreline. Of course, the shopkeeper knew about it. He quickly asked his assistant to carry the box and follow Angor. The books were expensive. All these books cost Angor 30 gold coins, which were nearly the total income of a family of 4 over 10 years. Angor felt his heart bleed too, but when he thought that all the books would become knowledge, which in turn would bring him money, the feeling was not painful anymore. Of course, he knew that was just his excuse trying to comfort himself. Angor felt joy from everyone along the way. The thawed Whalebone Sea meant that a good year had officially begun. When he was back at the inn, the sun had just disappeared under the horizon on the sea. A small trace of bright red still lingered along the shoreline, but the Moonwater City had fallen under the cover of nightfall. Before Angor could open his door, he saw the door across from his room opening. Mara and his grandchildren walked out and came to him. "I've received the message that the merchant ship from Fey Continent has reached the Moonwater Pass, and will arrive at Vichy Harbor tomorrow morning. Pack your things tonight. We'll board the ship tomorrow noon," said Mara. He looked at the assistant from the bookstore beside Angor and the big box of books he was carrying. "Ho ho. Looks like you're prepared. Good. We'll stay on the ship for about half a year. The books will help you kill time." Then Mara turned to his grandchildren. "Get your luggage too. Starting from tomorrow, you won't be living your relaxed lives." The gentle moonlight soothed Moonwater City into silence. Angor stood on the balcony and looked towards the south. With various thoughts whirling inside his mind, he could only shake his head in the end and bid farewell to his peaceful past. Night ravens flew past the sky. The Vichy harbor finally welcomed absolute quietness after midnight. After a day's busy work, the quiet harbor was covered in darkness. Only 3 oil lamps that were almost burnt out were giving out light on several wooden pillars. A figure suddenly moved past the faint light from a small, far-off ship. Someone covered in black. The man in black ran quickly and left the Vichy harbor. He never went towards anywhere with light. The moonlight reflected from his bright, green pupils. Apart from that, nothing special could be seen of him. The man was like a lone wolf traveling in the night, silent, not entangled in anything in the world, and swift as a cheetah. When the man ran past the central street of Moonwater City, he suddenly halted and let out a single word. It was a high, pleasant tune. A woman. Strange. I felt a trace of a phantom. Maybe the Gammon King made a pact with the people from Brute Cavern. Fear appeared in the woman's eyes. If it really was a phantom, she would die the moment she ran into it. Shit. It's only a freaking headwear. And they're after me for 2 years. Don't tell me the crown isn't only a sign of authority, but also holds something else. She did not dare to linger. She only glanced towards where she felt the phantom, shivered, and ran away without looking back. She was looking towards the Bounty Guild. Angor dreamed under the gentle moonlight. His hands uncontrollably scratched his back, and his face showed great pain. No one could see that some jade-green lines began to stretch out starting from the blade bones on his back, bit by bit, like creeper vines. Angor was woken up by Mara's knock on the door. He opened the door with sleepy eyes and saw Mara in his black robe, as well as the grandchildren, already dressed up. Why were they up so early? Aline's answer solved his confusion. Brother Pat, we already finished lunch. Why are you still in bed? Lunch. Angor was more confused. If he remembered correctly, Mara said they would board the ship at noon. Angor showed some embarrassment. He thought about an idea and cleared his throat. Sorry, I packed my things late into the night, so wait a minute. It'll be ready soon. Angor closed the door before waiting for an answer. Mara did not say anything against the shut door. He only led a confused Aline and an indifferent Alan downstairs. Looking at the busy scenes outside the window, Angor finally realized how late it was. He could only go and wash up quickly without figuring out what happened. When he got dressed and asked the inn servant to carry his luggage, Angor finally began pondering what he just went through. He laid down at a fine time yesterday. So why was he woken up by noon? Angor was always on time about everything. Now this was new for him. Angor considered for quite a while, and the only thing he could remember was that his sleep last night was not really smooth. He felt itchy on his back as if there were ants crawling in the veins under his skin, which caused terrible itchiness and indescribable pain. Did that have something to do with his sleeping? He scratched his back unconsciously. Everything was fine. Just an illusion in the dream. Angor did not get an answer even after joining Mara and everyone else. So he simply gave up. Maybe he was just mentally tired. Chapter 20 Thuys. The Man with Red Hair. Chapter 20 Thuys. The Man with Red Hair. The group took a carriage and reached the Vichy harbor soon. The merchant ship from Fey Continent, the Redbud, had been pulled ashore by this morning. After being unloaded in the forenoon, all cargo bays were now empty. Once it got loaded with new merchandise again tomorrow, the ship would set sail once more. Mara took everyone to the ship this early as a precaution. The ship only came once in a year. Missing it would be disastrous. Do not run about or cause trouble once we're on the ship. The Redbud belongs to someone we absolutely don't want to offend, said Mara as he led the kids. He warned them. No ordinary ship can breach the icy sea and make it past the Sea of Silence. There's a rumor that the floating Mech City is behind this. If it's true, even formal wizards wouldn't attempt to get on their bad side. So you all remember, get rid of those noble tempers no matter who you're up against. Even if it's the most common sailor on the ship. Mara's warning sounded more serious this time. He ran into a lot of sons of riches during his travel in Goldspink Empire, and a good number of them would draw their weapons over the smallest conflict. This was why he was so serious about all this. To avoid unnecessary trouble. The three kids nodded quickly like chickens pecking on the ground. Mara was much experienced in dealing with the world. Of course, he would not do the kids harm now. As Mara told them his experience, Angor began to inspect the Redbud in front of him carefully. It was huge, though maybe a little smaller than the cargo ships on Earth his teacher mentioned. Still, for Angor, who basically did not know much about the outside world, the Redbud was already the biggest vehicle he ever saw. The ship was half the size of the Pat Castle, with elegant, shining steel walls painted in violet and white. What attracted Angor most was the figurehead on the tip of the ship. It was the statue of a praying maiden wearing gauze robe, with her fingers crossed. Soft, long hair flew with the wind, while bits of Redbud petals would fall off now and then. The whole statue looked holy and solemn, perfectly beautiful and graceful. Anyone would agree that it must have been the work of an extremely skilled crafter. Also, there was a pale, crimson-colored gem embedded in the center of the maiden's forehead. Angor felt something strange about the gem, but he could not really tell why. Oh, that's why is he here? Mara suddenly yelled. Angor looked at Mara to see the old man was staring towards the exit of the ship. Somewhat terrified, Angor followed his gaze and saw a young man wearing red hair slowly walking down the Redbud with a blank expression. He was dressed in a black wind coat with golden patterns, black trousers with white lining, and a pair of brown riding boots. His hairs were wild, but his expression was cold and emotionless. Everything about him seemed to be telling everyone to stay away from him. What? One of those ascetic uniform guys, Angor muttered using the language John told him. What was it? Brother Pat asked Aline, who somehow was standing nearby. Angor just realized he could almost smell her fragrant hair. Angor silently took a step back and gained some distance. Nothing. I was wondering who that is. Aline saw the strange expression on Mara as well. Who is he? Grandpa? Mara did not reply. He only dragged everyone and walked along the boarding bridge quickly. When Aline wanted to ask again, he only growled at her. Silence. This was something new for Aline. She pouted in frustration. Mara did not notice her emotion and kept his hurried steps. Seeing this, Alan quickly paced ahead and wiped some tears off his sister's eye corner using his little chubby hand. Angor whispered to Aline to comfort her. Mr. Mara must have his reasons. Angor was wondering about everything as well. Mara's attitude changed drastically upon seeing that man, and never dared to look at him again. Maybe the man was Mara's enemy. As the group stepped onto the ship, the young man glanced towards the deck of the ship. Puzzled. I get a strange feeling maybe it's just me. He kept walking away without giving it much thought. He came to look for someone else, and should not be wasting time on other matters. The night passed. The sun rose in the distance and covered the surface of the sea in gold. Hoom! The ship's horn bellowed as anchors were pulled up and sailcloth hoisted. People ashore and on the deck waved at each other either in silence or in tears. In the heavy atmosphere, the Redbud slowly bid farewell to the old earth and sailed towards the unknown distance. Angor stood on the deck and watched as the continent of the old earth getting smaller. Apart from feeling lost, he also sensed foreboding. That this meant he would leave the homeland for real. What would he see the next time he returned? Would it be under the brilliant sunset or the beautiful morning glow? Angor shook his head. He smiled to himself and decided to put that sadness away. Next, he went back to his room and continued solving the puzzles John left him. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. The ship went smoothly without any staggering, so Angor never had to worry about getting seasickness. However, his face still paled. Due to many discomforts when living on a ship, there were knocks on the door. Fast and urgent. Angor put down his quill and paper and opened the door. A beautiful girl was standing there. She was wearing a white lace princess dress. Long, pink hair flowed down her shoulders, with a tiny bit of shyness in her expression. When she saw Angor, her eyes quickly brightened up. Brother Pat, she called in a friendly voice. Aline, except for going to the mess hall for meals, Angor always stayed in his room doing his puzzles during the last 3 days. This was the first time he saw Aline since they sailed. Grandfather is back and he called for us. He has something to say, Aline said. Angor nodded to her. Okay. Just a second. Let me get changed. They ran into the man with red hair that day. Mara asked a waiter to take care of their meals and rooms, then went towards the cabin on the top floor to look for someone. That was all the kids knew. Angor would not realize that Mara was already back if Aline had not told him so. The 3 kids were living in the middle level of the ship, while the bottom level was occupied by sailors and various workers. Mara stayed on the top floor. They did not know exactly who lived up there, but they could guess that there must be someone important or power wielders like Mara. Following the waiter, Angor and Aline arrived at Mara's cabin. The first thing they saw was Alan, who took a big bite on the cake he was holding. With white cream covered the edge of his mouth. Mara was sitting nearby with a grim expression while holding a leather scroll. Hearing the door opening, Mara raised his head and nodded towards the pair casually before asking them to sit in front of him. Alan finished his cake too. He joined them with a smile while still wiping his mouth. Aline gave him a stare, then moved aside to let Alan sit near her. She also took out her handkerchief and helped Alan clean his mouth. Angor sat down and looked at the leather scroll on Mara's desk. There was a portrait of someone printed on it, and one single word above the portrait wanted. You probably want to know where I have been these 2 days, so I'll tell you first, said Mara. He chose to talk about something else in the end. There are 3 wizard groups permanently stationed on the Redbud, to welcome talented ones as well as protect the ship from sea monsters. Our White Coral Floating Island Academy is one of them. I have been discussing with the Academy's escorts up there about red-haired Thuys. Red-haired Thewey's Marta paused for a bit before he continued. He was the man with red hair we saw the other day. And he came because of this wanted poster. Y'all know who he is once we're at the academy. For now, I'll only tell you one thing. Stay away from that man whenever you see him. His bad temper is well known across the entire South. When he finished, Mara's expression calmed down. He smiled at the three kids. But I called you here for something else. I've talked to the escorts on the Redbud. Since you three are talents, it won't hurt to teach you about meditation earlier. This is why I need you here today. Chapter 21 Triangle Channeling. Chapter 21 Triangle Channeling. However, Mara paused. His eyes brimmed with an indescribable emotion. Before teaching you the way of meditation, I need to tell you two facts. Two common rules in the wizarding world. First, all wizards, including white wizards and black wizards, all follow the way of equivalent exchange, though white ones consider this rule more seriously than black ones. Second, for wizards, everything has a price, except for knowledge. Knowledge is priceless, unless you're very close to someone. If you want to acquire knowledge from a wizard, you must pay the cost for it. With that, Mara looked at Angor. I can teach meditation to Aline and Alan for free since they are my family. But not you. If you want to learn it, you must pay me, and you don't have anything I want right now. Angor only nodded with his expression unchanged. John already taught him when he was small that no one in this world would suddenly become generous to you for no reason. Marta had been a great man to Angor. He had even given Angor a valuable magic scroll in exchange for a mere possible promise. On the outside, Angor did not show much towards such generosity. But Angor was worrying about this deep in his mind. He finally sighed in relief today. When Marta finally made it clear, Aline seemed worried and tried to speak, but was stopped by Mara's stern glare. I can't teach you meditation now. But once you are at the academy and find a mentor, he or she will naturally help you. If your talent is good and become a formal wizard's apprentice, you can also learn better ways of meditation. Mara explained. When he saw Angor ready to leave, he continued, not so fast. I called all three of you, and I have my reason. I can't teach you, but I can tell you what meditation means to wizards. Mara did not wait for their response. Now look closely. Mara closed his eyes. No one knew what he was doing, but after 2 or 3 seconds, the wanted scroll on the desk slowly floated into the air, then moved around the room following Mara's guidance. The scroll rolled up, folded, cruised, and dropped like a feather. The kids watched with excitement. They saw a lot of Mara's power these days, but they were still excited about this. When the poster landed slowly, Mara finally opened his eyes. I did not cast any spells. Yet the scroll still fell under my control, denying the rules of nature. Do you know why? Mara asked. Then he quickly put a hand against his forehead. Ah, that was silly of me. You don't know about wizards. I shouldn't have asked that. Mara recovered his posture. I'll make this straight. This is a power brought by meditation. Wizards usually call it spiritual power. The level of your spiritual power determines how efficient you can channel your mana. Mana is a unique power that is created when your body communicates with the world. Usually, only a spiritual power higher than 10 can be used to channel the source of mana and feed it back to yourself. And a higher spiritual power indication improves efficiency. This is where meditation comes into play to improve the efficiency of mana channeling. Next, spiritual power. For most wizards, spiritual power is a medium for channeling mana. However, it has its own effect as well. It can even affect our physical world. Just now, I was using pure spiritual power to move the scroll. You should remember though, that spiritual power is extremely unstable, and meditation is used to construct models and stabilize spiritual power. Mara sighed. He added, there are some special branches among the 3 major arts which require spells that combine spiritual power and mana together. Those spells require extremely deep knowledge, and no one should attempt them before they become formal wizards. Mara explained some cautions and details about meditation before he handed a small booklet to Alan. This is the basic meditation method taught by the Academy. The triangle channeling. Alan, read it and remember everything. Then give it to Aline. Mara spoke to Alan, who only gained more confusion today than knowledge. Then Mara looked at Aline. The girl had been turning her eyes everywhere. Remember, it's not allowed to distribute the triangle channeling in private. You two read it and then burn the book. If I ever find out that you give it to someone else, that man will be executed. And you two will receive the death penalty. Aline froze upon hearing Mara's warning. People die this easily. Somehow, Aline began to have a glimpse at the cruelty of the wizarding world. Now, each of you can ask me a question. Get your answer and return to your room. I need to research on a new magic project in the coming days. So don't disturb me unless your lives are threatened. These words are obviously meant for Alan and Aline. As for Angor, Mara had been kind enough to him. Time to return to being strangers. Alan and Aline were always interested in the path of wizardry, but they were too young and had limited knowledge, so they did not give Mara any constructive questions. Aline even annoyed Mara greatly by asking a question about talent, about which Mara already explained several days ago. If he was not trying to be kind towards a girl, he could have slapped her. Alan asked about the difference between white wizards and black wizards. They would know such common sense once they reached the academy. Asking Mara now meant Alan wasted a good chance. It was not a good question, but still better than Aline's. So Mara still explained in detail. Their names sound as if they are separated like good men and bad men. Essentially, they have no difference. The definition of black and white is only for apprentices, while formal wizards never name themselves like that. It's only about their different ways of acting. Apprentice wizards call someone white wizards because they deal with everything in a more gentle approach. As for black wizards, they tend to be fierce and cruel, but that's not always the case. A white wizard in a bad mood may blast you to pieces if you happen to walk in front of him at a wrong time. So this black and white definition is only for general cases. There are no differences between them. Once you've become a formal wizard, you can act like a black wizard and change into a white one in the next second, which is totally fine. However, there are differences between wizard groups. For example, the White Coral Floating Island Academy is a moderate organization. Wizards from the academy do not kill apprentices without a reason. They even help apprentices in trouble occasionally. Of course, you must pay for such help later. There are also wizard groups on the Fey continent who believe in the survival of the fittest. To them, apprentices are merely walking research materials. This is why you can consider yourselves extremely lucky for being accepted by the White Coral Floating Island Academy. With Alan's question answered, Mara then looked towards Angor. Angor stood up and bowed politely. My question is, what's the base principle behind casting spells? That's a good question, said Mara as he looked at Angor with approval. He then said, I can't give you an authentic answer with my current knowledge, but I can tell you the rules for casting spells in my view. You can use my views as reference. For wizards, mana is the energy for using spells, but not the most important aspect. The most important point is the knowledge used to construct the spell. You can say that knowledge is everything for wizards. We pursue the root of all, find the answer to all and discover the truth. All knowledge can become eternal miracles with the help of mana. Here's an example. There's a basic cantrip called Canine Nose. It temporarily gives someone a sense of smell as sharp as dogs. To cast the spell, apart from using mana, you also need to understand the structure of dog noses and knowledge about the sense of smell. Additionally, you need to adjust your own nasal cavity beforehand. So, the most important elements for wizards: accumulation of knowledge, creativity, and insight into everything. Chapter 22 Strange Seabird. Chapter 22 Strange Seabird. Marta never showed up in the following days. Aline and Alan began learning the triangle channeling, while Angor immersed himself in John's puzzles. As Marta said, knowledge was the most important thing to wizards. Angor did not know if what John taught him was useful, but he did know that this knowledge could enlighten him and broaden his view, so he would not be trapped by what he could only see. Angor did not care if the knowledge was useful or not. His quill flowed swiftly on the paper. Sheets filled with formulas and numbers soon became yesterday's draft. Angor would find new ways to solve the puzzles every day. He could think about molecular atoms, magnetic field, different angles of view always brought him new surprises. As time passed, Angor could feel that he was getting closer to the correct answer. One day, Angor put down his quill and rubbed his temples. His brain had been running at full capacity for nearly half a month, with more puzzles solved. The final answer approached. There were only 10 more puzzles left. However, his head toiled too much under the constant concentration. He even felt ringing ears and blackened sight this morning. He knew his body was sending himself a warning. Angor was anxious about finding the answer, but he still stopped. He was only 14, a teenager. He would not want something bad to happen to his body during this most important growing stage, only to live with regret for the rest of his life. John mentioned that he went seriously ill one time during his youth because of his bad habit. That was why John never grew taller than 165 centimeters. Angor was not sure if John was telling the truth or just finding an excuse. But better to believe the worst. Right. Angor yawned. He stretched his arms and straightened his legs. Then he checked the clock on the wall. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Clocks were rare on the marginalized island or the old Earth. Even the Pat Manor still used hourglasses. However, clocks had already joined everyone's life on the Fey continent. Angor flipped open a porthole on the wooden wall. The salty smell of sea instantly came in. The porthole was a window of the ship. The cabins on the middle level of the Redbud all had these windows to let fresh air in. The ones at the bottom did not have such luxury though. The sun was strong. The sunlight reflected on the sea's surface dazzled his eyes. Air exchanged between the outside and the narrow room. Angor was fine with the smell. He simply closed his eyes and let his imagination fly wild while enjoying the warm sea breeze. He recalled his sweet childhood, his loving parents, his kind brother, teacher's guidance, and himself a young man roaming in the sea of knowledge day and night. Those memories could always bring a smile to his face. He did not take anything from the Pat Manor since only these memories could accompany him forever. Saving his teacher was not the only reason why Angor decided to follow Mara to the Fey continent and become a wizard. He also had a secret intention to help his family rise. On the old Earth, even apprentice wizards could receive treatment better than any nobles. Mara said that a formal wizard could live at least 500 years and someone who broke through further could go for thousands. Angor never expected to protect his family for that long. However, allowing his family to stay prosperous for 100 years, within 3 generations, was enough for him. The weather was calm outside, which also calmed Angor's mood greatly. He took out a tea bag from his luggage. It contained the morning dew. Back at the manor, Angor divided the manor's stock of morning dew into 2. He brought a portion with him and gave the rest to Marta. Angor did not really enjoy the bitter taste, but he remembered Mara's words, that the morning dew was a lesser magic plant. Since he was about to step into the mysterious wizard world, drinking the tea might help him. Right. Angor sipped the tea with raised eyebrows and his lips curled up. There was no one around, yet his postures, every detail, and his straightened back all showed elegance. The nobleman's quality was already carved deep into his bones. John also taught him poetry and virtue over the years. With that, Angor's temperament also carried a sense of gentleness and grace. Together, they granted Angor an attractive charisma. Some age lines and an adult face would make me better, Angor mumbled to himself as he looked at the mirror. The cup of tea was finished. As usual, the morning dew only presented him with a taste of bitterness and grass. It was not awful, but it was not enjoyable either. As for the effect of magic plants, Mara mentioned that basically had nothing to do with Angor. Tweet, tweet. As Angor savored the taste of tea, a bird's cry came from the window, followed by the sound of flapping wings. Angor looked up and saw a strange seabird perched on the windowsill. The bird was about double the size of his palm, brown and gray feathers, red, sharp talons, orange, pointy beak, and dark green eyes. Those features still belonged to an ordinary seabird. But Angor knew something was strange because the bird was wearing something. It had a tall, white hat on its head and a small bib in blue and white stripes around its neck. There was a pattern on the bib which was shining under the sunlight. Also, Angor was most attracted by the little blue pouch hanging on one side of the bird. It made the bird look like a male pigeon in fairy tales. The bird chirped while staring at Angor with its green eyes as if trying to talk to him. Angor chuckled when he remembered that he was alone with the bird. His childish curiosity took the best of him again, so he imitated a duck's beak and spoke to the seabird. "Tweet," said the bird. Angor smiled. "So your name is Tweet, interesting. Who's your master? He made you look so cool." The bird half closed its eyes and made another tweet in disdain. Angor reached out a slim finger and gave the bird a tap on its tiny head. "Come on. I said you look cool. And you're feeling proud already." The bird looked away and prepared to leave. It then hesitated, and in the end, it stayed and still chirped away as if it was asking for something. Angor did not notice its intention. He still played around with the bird happily, even though he saw a pattern on the seabird's satchel which was the same as the one on its bib. It looked like an emblem. The center was an extremely fat woman with violet, curly hair. She was so fat that the skin on her face hanged in several places. The woman had a pair of bright red lips, a tiny nose, coquettish eye makeup, and a beauty mark on her jaw. She could have been a pretty lady if not for all that extra flesh. As they said, fair skin could hide all blemishes, while all beauties were easily ruined by being fat. A knife and fork were beside the picture. Crust. The emblem looked weird. What did it mean, a family emblem? Then Angor laughed at himself. What kind of family would use this as their emblem? But then what Angor could not understand. He did not intend to figure it out either. The question was soon forgotten. He knew that curiosity was the foremost virtue for every learner, but he would rather spend his curiosity on pursuing useful truth. Angor noticed that the bird's tiny satchel looked filled up. There must be a lot of stuff in there. He did not reach for it though. He would not allow himself to take something without asking for its owner's permission. Even if the owner was a seabird, the bird was still chirping. While Angor could only respond to no avail, it looked frustrated too and began to pace around the windowsill restlessly. "Hey, Tweet. What do you need from me? Are you hungry, thirsty?" When hearing Tweet, the bird tried rolling its eyes at Angor. However, upon hearing the rest of the question, it got an idea and nodded rapidly. "You're hungry, clever. You know how to ask for food," said Angor. He took out a pack of bread from his drawer and bit it apart while muttering, "Who's your master? How did he train you? You can even answer people's questions." Angor looked towards the outside. There was only the borderless ocean. There's no island around. Maybe a power wielder from the upper level of the Redbud is your owner. Chapter 23, Doom on Ancients. Chapter 23, Doom on Ancients. Angor put some bread crumbs in front of the bird, hoping it would dig in. However, he only received another scorned silence. Angor thought the bird disliked bread, so he gave it some fruit and jerky slices. The bird still turned its head away. "Are you thirsty?" The bird nodded its head quickly again. "Ah, so that's why." Without much thought, Angor gave the bird a glass of fresh water. Then he received a slap in return. The seabird stretched its wings, knocked the glass away, and returned to the endless sea. What happened next was more unexpected though. The bird returned to his room, circled around the narrow room for a while, and finally stopped in front of Angor's teacup. The cup still contained the remaining morning dew leaves Angor used to make his tea. Aha, now Angor finally understood. The bird was attracted by morning dew. What was special about morning dew? For now, Angor knew that it was a magic plant. So this seabird was a supernatural creature too. Angor pondered. Maybe one of the supernaturals on the top floor was the bird's owner after all. Only one of those amazing wizards could have created such an extraordinary pet. The bird flapped its wings, pointed at the cup, then pointed at Angor. Angor knew what it meant. He refilled the cup with hot water. This tea, brought from an ancient nation called China from another world, was said to possess richer taste when served with water for the second time. The seabird was initially disgusted by the second-hand tea, but once the fragrance of tea began to fill the room, it soon became sprightly and flapped its wings as if intoxicated. When the cup was full, the bird did not even wait for the water to cool before it reached into the tea with that beak. There was a loud drinking noise, and the water level went down quickly until there were only leaves left at the bottom. The bird did not seem satisfied, so Angor filled the cup again. He brought a lot of morning dew. Besides, he was going to throw away his leftovers anyway. If the bird wanted it, he could wait, though it seemed Angor did not have to wait. After consuming several cups, the seabird picked the remaining leaves clean. I think I'll call you cleaner instead since you did a thorough job. Angor did not know what else to say in this situation. Now the bird smiled in content. Those tiny eyes had become the shape of the crescent moon. It did not respond to its new name, but only nodded towards Angor in respect as if showing gratitude for the tea. Next, it reached sideways with its head, took out a small golden card from its pouch, and put it in front of Angor. Seeing how Angor did not react, the bird even pushed the card further towards Angor. For me, he finally realized what just happened and picked up the card. Since Angor got its idea, the bird let out another gentle chirp as if saying something. Before Angor could reply though, it dashed out of the window. When Angor looked towards outside again, there were only the usual sky and clouds. The bird was nowhere to be found. Interesting. It even knew how to repay people, said Angor as he shook his head. He then chuckled. Teacher once said you should return people as best as you can for the tiniest kindness. I guess the bird just did it by giving me a card. No longer minding the vanished bird, Angor focused on the golden card in his hand. One side was blank. The other had a picture on it, same fat lady wearing violet hair, drawn on the bird's bib and pouch. Angor stroked the picture with his fingers. It felt embossed. Looked like the patterns was carved onto the card. Someone used such delicate craftsmanship on this tiny card. There must be a reason. He knew nothing about the picture though, so he would not get the idea behind this no matter how deep that might be. Besides, there was no point in wasting time on the matter. Angor simply put the card away in his pocket and continued enjoying his journey, listening to the sound of sea waves and the low bellowing of flowing undercurrent. Angor took out a book to read. The title read Idea on Ancients. He found the book in the bookstore at Moonwater City. It mainly contained mythology stories collected by the author from all kinds of places. In other words, the book was just a myth anthology, added with the author's own view. Thus the title Idea on Ancients. Angor kept reading until the color of dusk had covered the entire sky. When he finished the book, Angor believed he would have called the book Doom on Ancients rather than Idea on Ancients. Every single god or deity in the book perished in the end. Either died trying to save mankind by fighting demons or died due to some other natural reasons. Not one of them enjoyed a happy ending. They were only myths, so nobody knew if those were real. Maybe the so-called gods were only powerful wizards. Common folks were usually terrified or resistant about supernatural power. Maybe perished gods were referring to wizards who left the old earth. Since the old earth had not witnessed any supernatural in a long time, people with good imagination made up all the perished gods to comfort themselves. Angor put down the book, stretched, and checked the weather. He then decided to have dinner for now. Angor knew much about the Redbud during the month. There were more than one dining halls. Almost every floor had one. Also, one could tell the social classes of people eating in these halls according to the decoration and the food in these places. The dining hall on the top floor of the Redbud was the most luxurious one. Only apprentice wizards were accepted there. Angor heard that a formal wizard was staying on this ship, though he was not sure if this was real. There were about several dozens of talents like himself as well. They were found from various continents by the guides from the three major wizard organizations: the White Coral Floating Island Academy, the Gravity Forest, and the Tower of Hurricane. They were staying at the Mitier on the Redbud, who used the White Flander restaurant on the middle floor. The sailors and other handymen used the Alfalfa restaurant on the bottom floor. Angor came to the White Flander restaurant just at dinner time. There were a lot of people. Now that no one was proud of being a talent anymore, they simply took their plates and found a seat while letting the chefs decide what to eat. It did not matter whether you were a blue blood or a rich man. Here, everyone was only a rookie about to step onto the path of wizardry. Rookies should act like rookies. They could boast about their achievement after they actually made any. Angor always followed his teacher's advice of being neutral. He would not make himself stand out. With that mindset, Angor copied everyone's action. Took a plate from the chef with roast fish and bread in it. With his head lowered, he collected some vegetable and winter fruits from another section. fetched a bowl of potato scallop soup with mashed garlic and took a seat near the window on one side of the hall. He had been eating roast fish for half a month now. He really missed his teacher's Chinese food, thinking about how he would not find his favorite food for many years. Angor's face quickly darkened. If I knew I would live alone earlier, I'd have learned cooking from teacher from the start. Angor sighed in his mind even though he still kept his noble politeness on the outside. The half-shut wooden door kept squeaking with people going in and out. Angor could see the door well from his position. A young man wearing silver and gray lace shirt pushed the door open and walked into the hall with slow, somewhat unpleasant steps. Angor had been staying low profile ever since he was on the ship. In this cruel wizarding world, his beloved brother was no longer here to protect him. He had to be modest to find peace. That was why he never interacted with anyone apart from Alan and Aline during the entire month. While Aline and Alan tried their best to expand their social network, Angor only kept himself to his studies and puzzles. Solitary he might be, Angor still recognized this man full of nobility and womanish temperament, which only meant how famous the man was on this ship. Dove Silverhirone, the third successor of the Silverhirone royal family from the Central Empire on the Land of Revelation. Chapter 24 The Cold Reality. Chapter 24 The Cold Reality. Compared to the Old Earth, the Land of Revelation could be considered a real continent while the Old Earth was only a remote, marginalized island. The Land of Revelation was still far from Fey continent when it came to importance, but at least wizards still considered the place worthwhile. Dove was an exchange student appointed by the Silverhirone Royal Wizard Group. He was going to the Tower of Hurricane at the south of Fey continent to exchange study. At least Dove said those himself. However, every talent on the ship knew the fact that this Silverhirone Royal Wizard Group was merely created by apprentice wizards from the Tower of Hurricane who could not break through into formal wizards after they left their mentors. Thanks to the relationships they previously had in the Tower of Hurricane, they could earn themselves some quota for recommended talents. The exchange student was complete nonsense. An organization with thousands of years of history and groups of formal wizards would exchange students with an apprentice group built by weaklings seriously. Everyone knew, but no one spoke that out, for they would not dare to offend Dove. They were weak, but they were still supernaturals. Rumor said that there was an apprentice in the Silverhirone Royal Wizard Group who was very close to a formal wizard. This man returned to the Central Empire in disappointment because he could not find his destiny for a breakthrough. The relationship, added by Central Empire's great financial resources, was enough reason for everyone to avoid offending Dove. He might be an arrogant, spoiled playboy, but people around him could only bear with it. When Dove stepped into the dining hall, conversations quickly quieted down, thanks to the sudden silence. Angor heard someone whispering nearby. How did he come alone? Where are his lackeys? Dove heard it too. He glared at the speaker with a violent expression and laughed out when he saw his target get back to his meal with a terrified expression. However, Dove's arrogance immediately vanished once he left the crowd. He tried to find his men just now. All rooms were shut. No idea where they went. Bastards. Dove cursed under his breath. Without his servants, he had to fetch his meal on his own. He was used to his sulfigo among talented people. When he heard about the background of the Redbud, he too did not find any trouble with the chefs. Instead, he took his meal carefully and sat somewhere vacant. Angor only glanced at Dove when he came in and never paid any attention to him again. Angor was thinking about something though. He was sure he heard the door panel clicking twice when Dove came. But Dove was the only one there. Maybe he just heard things because he was too tired doing his puzzles. Thanks to John, Angor learned to be sharp about his surroundings. This was not for avoiding trouble, but for capturing details in the environmental reality, so he could gain inspiration and opportunity from everything. Simply put, the sharp sense was for refining his own knowledge. Angor was always confident in his instinct to capture tiny details. But the instinct seemed a bit off today. Shaking his head, Angor gave up on wondering about the strange matter. It was not his problem, and it was not worth the time. Angor knew how to enjoy a good meal. He sometimes even lost himself in the process. However, he needed a good meal first. What he was having now could only be considered filling. Acceptable, yet not enjoyable. As he ate his fill, Angor's mind wandered off again to his unsolved calculations. Someone not far screamed, interrupting Angor's roaming mind. "Aheg, who the FCK are you? Show yourself!" A high-pitched male voice pierced the air in the entire dining hall, followed by the noise of shattering plates. Angor frowned and looked towards the ruckus. The arrogant third prince from the Central Empire now had stains all over himself. He grasped his neck with one hand. Blood was running between his fingers. He was waving the tablecloth using his other hand, breaking the porcelain dinnerware everywhere. Dove was baring his teeth at the air like an angered pit bull. To no avail. There was no one around 20 meters of him. "He's mad again. Hey, wait. He's bleeding. There's a knife wound on his neck," someone muttered. But nobody was there. "Don't tell me the place is haunted." All talents in the hall talked. But not a man went there to help Dove. Apart from his terrible temper, people were terrified of the strange situation as well. "The blood is coming out fast, but not to the extent of gushing out. Maybe a cut vein," said Angor. He glanced around and spoke to himself. "Even if it's only a vein, judging from the blood flow, he'll be dead without aid within the next 10 minutes. A blade cut." But no one was holding a blade. Angor looked around Dove without seeing anyone. Then he recalled hearing the second door click just now. Interesting. Someone invisible, an apprentice, or just another talent. Angor inclined to the latter. An apprentice wizard would not have to do it concealed. And that one hit would have killed Dove. Dove was still rampaging when Angor measured the situation. As time passed, Dove's yelling became weaker. He suddenly heard something and grabbed a wine bottle before hurling it against a window southeast of him. The spilled dark red wine did not hang onto the wooden wall as everyone expected. It stopped in midair about 5 meters in front of the wall. The wine slowly flowed downward, exposing a red human figure. "Someone's over there. He's invisible," a man yelled while pointing to the soaked figure. "Is that a wizard? You can't be serious. A mighty wizard will never come and assassinate the likes of us in this way. They just need a glance and well die the most painful death," sneered someone. "Wait a minute, and we'll see him," said one of the talents. He pointed towards the assailant. "Mr. Common mentioned these spells. There are the phantom shift, which cloaks people under an illusion, the dimension cloak, which lets someone hide in another space, and a spell that deceives your eyes using light and shade. The first and second are only available to formal wizards, and there's only one cantrip that can make you invisible: optic confusion." Mr. Common was the guide from the wizard organization, Gravity Forest. He was a level 2 apprentice wizard. The caster of optic confusion will be exposed if something touches him. Of course, he might be using some kind of alchemy item too, but even Mr. Common couldn't easily afford those things. When he finished talking, the invisible man soaked in wine already showed up. Angor looked at him with a raised eyebrow. A young man wearing tattered cloth, and a handsome face, which was now filled with a rebellious emotion. Angor did not know this man, but his clothing and details in his movement were enough to tell Angor that he was from a poor family. The poor versus a rich noble. The man looked at the bleeding Dove with an unyielding delight. He then let out a bloodthirsty grin, satisfied by his revenge. The once arrogant prince looked at the man with disbelief and hatred. There was also regret behind his angered expression. "Nice. The story behind these guys is sure to keep Mana talking for a whole year." Angor recalled the moment when he heard Head Maid Mana gossiping about the infamous, cheating Waterford noble scum. Angor shook his head and prepared to leave the dining hall. He did not have time for such outdated plots. When he stood up, a middle-aged noble lady with silver hair appeared on the scene. Angor heard about the elegant lady before. She was Lady Merlin, a level 3 apprentice wizard stationed on the Redbed. She was from Tower of Hurricane. Since Lady Merlin was here, the poor young man's fate should be clear. Wait, what? Angor watched in surprise as Lady Merlin stepped to the center while completely oblivious of the dying Dove lying on the ground. She looked at the young assailant up and down with delight on her face. Instead, she waved a hand and all taints on the young man's body instantly vanished. "What's your name?" Lady Merlin asked him. "Easley." "Lady Merlin. Mum, my name is Easley," said the young man as he responded politely. He did not say his family name because he did not have one. A family name represented family inheritance. He was an orphan, and Easley was the name of a hound belonged to a nobleman he once served. To get himself a name, he fought with the hound for his life until he finally snapped the beast's neck. That was when the noble gave the name Easley to him. Easley good. You'll remember that. You're good. You channeled your mana pool very quickly. Maybe your spiritual power talent is beyond 20. Lady Merlin reached out a hand and put it on Easley's forehead. As I predicted, you were born with a spiritual power of 23. It will help you save much time. You will train 10 times faster than ordinary talents. No wonder you can channel your mana so quickly, said Lady Merlin. She smiled and spoke to the young man. I only told you the principle of optic confusion half a month ago, and you can already cast it. This means you understand the knowledge of light and shadow well. Splendid. Truly splendid. Remember, all spells are based on a wizard's knowledge and mana. They are mutually important. You have stepped into the gate of an apprentice wizard. Move to the top floor from now on. With that, Lady Merlin left without looking back. Dove, on the other hand, was taking his last breath on the ground now. As Lady Merlin's figure disappeared from the dining hall, Dove's expression changed from despair to stiffness. No one helped. His body turned cold under everyone's indifferent gaze. Easily, the killer looked at the corpse on the ground. He then grinned and left the room as well. No one complained. No one stopped him. At least Easley made a difference on this ship and became someone who could dominate over another's life. Angor left the hall in silence. Now he truly understood that there was no black and white in the wizarding world. Justice or evil did not mean a thing to them. The Silver Heron Royal Wizard Group belonged to the same organization as Lady Merlin. Even then, Lady Merlin did not care about Dove. Not even a glance. This completely explained how cruel wizards could be towards common people. After this incident, Angor tried even harder to conceal his presence. Without protection, Death's Scythe was constantly placed against his own neck. This was a reality the uncovered. Brutal reality in the world of wizards. Chapter 25 Cloud Whale. Chapter 25 Cloud Whale. Angor went back to his room to continue with John's puzzles. He even missed several meals. In the following 10 days or so, Angor heard about the story between Easley and Dove. A nobleman humiliated a young girl to death. The girl's childhood friend rose up in anger, lived a hard life while bearing the great hatred in mind, and finally changed his fate and killed the nobleman by his own hand. That was a lot of déjà vu, yet very acceptable. The laws were against the poor, and nobles were free to do whatever they like. Justice was only brought up when people were from the same class. Angor actually sympathized easily upon hearing the story. Angor was a noble himself, but he always received education from the earth and did not consider his class as important. However, another story he heard next changed his attitude towards Easley. Dove went to the dining hall alone that day, because Easley had already slaughtered every single one of Dove's followers. Some of the victims were smaller families from the Central Empire who clung to big families for protection. Some were new followers Dove recruited on the ship. Some were even pretty girls or talented people Dove brought here by force. The second and third types of people did not even have anything to do with Easley, and several of them were just like Easley himself. Yet Easley still killed all of them. Angor did not like such cruelty. Though he did not develop hatred towards Easley, only less sympathy. More caution. The wizarding world was even more brutal than he expected. Time went by. The Redbud passed the Whalebone Sea peacefully and moved into the most dangerous area in Rumor's Devil's Water. This place was full of vicious pirates, giant sea monsters, and strange weathers. Some even said there were ghost ships here. For civilian ships, the Devil's Water was a natural barrier that could not be crossed. However, the Redbud was protected by wizards who could repel evil. When the ship was halfway across the Devil's Water, Aline, who had been away from people for nearly half a month, came to Angor's room. Her face was pale, and her expression down. Those usual energies around her were nowhere to be seen. She came to the room and slumped onto a bench near the window. Brother Pat, I'm so dumb. I don't know who can help me. My brother already felt his spiritual power the day before yesterday. But my meditation did nothing over an entire month. I can't find a single trace of spiritual power, let alone feeling any mana. Aline talked about her meditation training during the month without minding whether Angor was listening. As she spoke, her nose blushed, and tears appeared around the corners of her eyes. She seemed quite aggrieved about this. Angor let out a sigh. He did not know how to comfort girls, so all he could say was, "You will make it. Only need some time." That made Aline cry harder. Not only Aline, but someone from a poor class like Easley had already shown their great talent. Compared to them, Aline could not control her sadness. She even began complaining about how boring meditation was and all kinds of emotions were interfering with her training. But she still kept her reason by not spilling out triangle channeling. However, Angor still learned a lot from her words about the possible problems during meditation training. When she finished pouring out her feelings, Aline wiped away her tears and blushed in embarrassment. She was just venting out her emotions at Angor like talking to a tree. Now she was done. She felt very unladylike. Would Angor see her as a spoiled girl? There was silence. Aline pinched her hands with uneasiness and tried to think about how to get rid of the atmosphere. It would be best if Angor could forget what she just did. "Hey, Brother Pat, what are you writing about?" Aline looked at the piles of papers filled with characters on the desk and asked in curiosity. She saw those characters before, in the stilt house back at the Pat Manor. They were called something like Hansi. "My diary. All I did these days were reading and sleeping. I need something to pass the time." Angor gave her a small lie. He was doing puzzles. But that would be too complicated to explain, and he might give away his teacher's secrets. Thank goodness that Angor and John were the only ones in this world who could read Chinese, and he did not need to worry about his lie being found out. Aline watched the papers for some more, and realized she really could not understand any. So she simply gave up. Time to find other topics to ease up the mood. What she talked about next was only chit-chats among noble women, and Angor grew bored quickly. Before he could stop Aline, however, the ship shook violently. The pair did not panic. Instead, they quickly grabbed onto the iron rails on the wall to steady themselves. A ship on the sea was sure to run into some big waves and strong winds, not mentioning that they were currently on Devil's Water, where the most strange weathers could be found, so the occasional swings and shakes no longer surprised them. This was also why Angor only kept some papers and quills on his desk. The shake lasted 5 minutes, a small one, compared to what they experienced since the beginning of their trip. Thanks to the sudden rough ride, they forgot about the embarrassment just now. Aline tidied her messed up hair, while Angor pulled down his short shirt to cover his exposed stomach. They exchanged a smile. The peace did not last long. Before they could say anything else, a lot of footsteps came from the ceiling above them. They were hurried and chaotic as if many people were running around. "What's going on up there?" they both asked in unison. Aline leaned over the window to check the outside. Then she yelled, "Brother Angor, look quick." Angor listened and joined her. The outside was dark. A giant creature had blocked the vast sky. Angor tried to see what it was, but it was so big, and he could not make out which side was the head and which was tail. Angor felt a sudden terror, and quickly said to Aline, "Let's go outside." If such a giant creature decided to attack the redbud, staying inside the cabin would ensure a faster death. Aline knew this too, so she followed behind Angor without any hesitation. When they left the room, they saw all the other doors were open. Everyone was running towards the deck, either nervous or terrified. When they reached the deck, they saw it was already full of people. Talents, handymen, sailors. They all joined their own groups to look at the large creature floating in the sky. Angor also noticed that most talents were worried or scared, but sailors and handymen working on the redbed were mostly amused, without any trace of fear in their expressions. Angor calmed down a bit, since sailors who had been working on the ship for many years were not afraid of the situation. The giant creature must be harmless to them. With that in mind, Angor put away his fear and carefully inspected the large creature in the sky. He could not get a good look of it back in the cabin. Now he could do it on the deck. It was a floating giant whale at least 200 meters in length. The pair of fins on its sides were like wings, Each flap could create some gust. That wave earlier must have been caused by the strong wind. The whale's eyes looked like sapphires which reflected a blurring gleam like those reflected by sea waves. A single horn stood atop of its streamlined forehead which appeared as if surrounded by the clouds. So the legendary cloud whale lives in the devil's water, someone exclaimed. A cloud whale is usually a gentle creature. However, we should be prepared for the worst, said someone else. Not far from the crowd, the second-in-command of the Redbud gave orders to the sailors, then looked at the three figures standing behind him. My lord, we need to activate Mirror Veil on the Redbud. Please assist, said the vice-captain in knight armor. He half knelt before the three lords. The lords were escorts from the three major wizard organizations who had been stationed on the Redbud. One woman, and two men. The woman was wearing graceful attire. Lady Merlin, the level 3 apprentice wizard from the Tower of Hurricane, whom Angor saw the other day. One of the two males was a young man who possessed a handsome look, black hair, hazel pupils, soft leather armor. A level 2 apprentice wizard from the Gravity Forest. Kamon. The third one was an elder wearing gray hair and gray beard, yet full of energy in his eyes. The escort from White Coral Floating Island Academy. A level 3 apprentice wizard. Mr. Florent. An old man in a black robe and another young man were standing behind Florent. When Aline saw them, she quickly brightened up and began waving her hand towards them. She had not seen Mara and Alan in a long time. Chapter 26 The Blood Witch. Chapter 26 The Blood Witch. Aline dragged Angor towards Marta. Angor felt awkward at first, but when he saw no sign of disapproval in Mara's expression, he slowly joined Aline. Grandpa. And brother. You came too. Aline rushed over to hug Marta. Mara greeted Aline with a smile. Wait. Lady Merlin is about to channel mana into the Nightmare Stone. You better keep your distance. The three kids nodded and followed Mara until they were away from the escorts. The graceful escort in elegant formal dress, Lady Merlin, walked to the front of the ship with slender steps. Under everyone's gaze, she floated the figurehead statue into the air using an unknown power and slowly put it in front of herself. The figurehead of the Redbud was a praying maiden wearing gauze robe. It left Angor with a deep impression when Angor first saw it because he felt something mysterious from the gem embedded on the forehead of the statue. However, he was not a supernatural yet, so the faint feeling was all he could get. Now, what Lady Merlin was casting finally confirmed Angor's question on that day. The pale crimson gem on the maiden's forehead was a supernatural item, and an extraordinary magic crystal at that. It was called the Nightmare Stone. As Lady Merlin used her magic to control the Nightmare Stone, Marta began explaining the item to the kids. Nobody knew where the Nightmare Stones came from, even though it was rumored that there was something to do with another plane. The stones were extremely rare and could be used to create illusions without using magic formulas. It was considered a priceless artifact used in illusions of the occult art. An ordinary Nightmare Stone the size of a sand drop could create an area of illusion covering dozens of meters. The Nightmare Stone on the praying maiden statue was as big as a toddler's fist, and could easily cover a space that extended for half a kilometer under an illusion. Sweat drops came down from Lady Merlin's forehead. A visible wave like water ripples covered the entire ship. Lady Merlin let out a sigh in the end, waved her hands, and returned the statue to its original position. She looked a bit exhausted. The mirror veil was deployed. The cloud whale won't break the illusion as long as we don't attack it first, said Lady Merlin. She walked back, limping a little. Activating a Nightmare Stone required an awfully large amount of mana. Return to your work. You were right. The cloud whale has a gentle nature and will not seek destruction for no reason. We're fine with the protection of Mirror Veil, said Lady Merlin. She waved a hand at the second captain to ask him to go away. When Lady Merlin returned to the platform, the second captain had already ordered his sailors to disperse the onlookers. Most people had left the deck, and talents had returned to their own rooms. Kamon from the Gravity Forest looked at the cloud whale in the sky for quite a while. With a passionate expression, he said, "The cloud whale can manipulate the power of the sea, and exchange air around it using its air sac to fly in the sky. The creature is one of the best mounts for traversing the ocean. If only I could," He did not finish his words. But his desire towards the cloud whale was obvious enough. Lady Merlin and Florent did not say anything. A cloud whale was as strong as a formal wizard. Apprentices like them would better spend more time meditating than wasting time thinking about the impossible. Look, something's coming down the sky," a sailor on the deck suddenly shouted. That made everyone still on the deck raise their heads to look. About a kilometer up in the sky, a crimson dot slowly dropped down, like a feather falling in the wind. No matter how long it dropped, it only turned in place without going into another direction. Also, there was no doubt that the crimson dot was coming towards the redbud. It was still far, so the kids could not make out what that was. On the other hand, the 4 apprentice wizards had already begun to use their farsight spells. Various colors shined over their eyes. "It's a human," Kamon yelled. "A woman in red," Mara said. He saw more details compared to Kamon. An umbrella, that was the only thing Lady Merlin could say after hesitating for a while. But it already showed that her observation was even better. The woman was falling like a feather because of a beautifully crafted umbrella. The last one to comment was Florent. He had been wearing a serious look, and his gray hair and beard flowed upwards despite gravity. A stern look appeared on his once kind expression. When looking carefully enough, one could also find a bit of terror in it. "It's Flora," said Florent. His voice had trembled when he spoke. Flora, which Flora Kamon clearly did not understand. Lady Merlin seemed to realize something. Her pupils shrunk and she pointed towards the red dot with a shaking finger. "You mean Flora the Blood Witch?" Florent nodded slowly and grimly. The 3 kids did not make any sound either, since the lords and ladies were acting like this. Angor noticed that all the apprentice wizards seemed shocked, so whoever was coming was surely someone special. Angor already witnessed the cruelty of the wizarding world. He feared that the visitor might suddenly attack them out of the blue, so he slowly dragged Alan and Aline away. In the end, the kids leaned against the door leading into the lookout room. Marta recovered from his initial shock. He quickly glanced at the kids, pushed the door open, and urged the children into the lookout room. "Hide. Do not make a sound. Flora is a formal wizard, and a black one. Those people usually do not care the life and death of common people, but she won't harm you as long as you stay out of her sight." Mara warned the kids with seriousness and painful expression. He then closed the door. Mara joined Florent in a shaken mood. He was telling the truth. Formal wizards would never kill common ones for no reason. Not because they were kind, but because their lifestyle was too far away from common folks. Would someone chase after an ant on the street? No. Even apprentice wizards were just like ordinary people in the eyes of formal wizards. But they had to stay here. They were the only strength on this ship. Someone had to welcome this formal wizard. More importantly, that was Flora, a wizard who was famous for her bloodlust in the entire southern region. Mara felt his legs shaking. Lady Flora was on top of the cloud whale, which means the creature could have been that man's mount. Lady Merlin addressed the formal wizard in a respectful way, even if she knew that Flora was actually younger than herself. A lot younger. They used Eagle Eye spell to check the cloud whale again. As expected, they saw something else. A group of demon falcons was circling around the whale's back. Demon falcons were originally predator eagles from Arctic areas. They became demon falcons once made into scout avatars by wizards. Demon falcons could not survive on the sea because they must find replenishment on the ground every day. And of course, they could not do that here. So someone must have been feeding them, and considering their position, that feeding place should be on the back of the whale. A demon falcon was that man's favorite familiar. Realizing that, indescribable fear climbed onto everyone's face. If that man is hostile against the redbud, I'm afraid that even Lord Sabbat won't stand a chance, said Kamon. He had completely given up his idea towards the cloud whale. He did not even dare to think about it anymore. Chapter 27 The Phantom Master. Chapter 27 The Phantom Master. Hi, look at that. Such a big nightmare stone. It's my lucky day. A voice suddenly reached everyone's ears on the redbud. It sounded like a child about the age of 7, only without the childishness. It was strangely charming. Angor saw the deck outside getting restless. A sailor exclaimed, "Impossible, the mirror veil failed." Looked like Flora. The Blood Witch, who could put fear into the hearts of all apprentice wizards, had already descended to the ship. Angor tried to peek out of the window. Before he could stand up, Aline dragged him back firmly. She was shaking her head with tears in her eyes. She kept silent, but she definitely meant to say something like, "Don't. You'll die." Alan was holding onto Angor's sleeve as well, completely terrified. Angor curled his lips. Cowards! What he did not know was that when Flora floated past the mirror veil barrier created by the Nightmare Stone, a magic current began shifting in the air like water waves. All common people on the ship were repressed breathless by the aura. The aura sowed the emotion of fear and escape into the minds of them. This should be the effect of mirror veil. But since the spell was broken, such effect dispersed into the air, and small volume had seeped into the bodies of ordinary people. The mirror veil was only an inferior spell cast by an apprentice. But to common folks, even the weakest supernatural aura seemed like an imposing mountain to them. This was why Alan and Aline were getting an indescribable fear. Several sailors even leaped over the ship rails and joined the bottomless devil's water. Angor, however, was not affected by the aura. The reason was yet unknown. As Angor silently complained about the cowardice of Alan and Aline, someone let out an angry yell outside. "Stop it, Flora. You should know that taking the Nightmare Stone means defiance towards the Floating Mech City." Floating Mech City, hee. I was wondering what kind of rich man was behind this. So this is your ship, ah? I see. 3 groups of random wanderers. This is a guide ship, pity. I don't smell blood at all. Such kind of ship will only find apprentices as soft and weak as you lot. Angor. The reserve student of a wanderer group wiped some sweat drops from his forehead. As the discussion went on, Angor quickly collated the information he could get. The one talking against Flora was obviously not from the 3 major wizard groups. There was no way a mere apprentice would dare to oppose a formal wizard. When Flora called them random wanderers, all they could do was to nod. Only a formal wizard of the same level could talk to Flora like that. The Floating Mech City. Angor spoke in his mind. Mara mentioned that someone powerful was behind the redbud. That must be why the ship could sail on dangerous waters without worry. I heard there was a formal wizard on the ship, so the one talking to Flora must be him. A wizard from the Floating Mech City. Everyone on the scene was struggling to breathe right now. Angor was the only one free enough to think about this. The discussion outside faded. It seemed Flora and the wizard on the redbud reached an agreement. They left before Angor could hear anything. When Angor finally stood up to the window to look, he saw 2 figures flying towards the cloud whale. One of them was a bulky male. He must be the wizard from the Flying City. Of course. The other smaller woman wearing a long, red dress, black veil and a delicate umbrella must be Flora. As he looked carefully, Angor felt as if a black shadow was following just behind Flora. Maybe he was just seeing things. Before he could think again, the other 2 kids beside him began to scream. Alan and Aline knew that the danger had gone. They had been holding back. But now they finally fully released their fears by screaming out loud. Angor rubbed his temples and took out a silk handkerchief from his skirt. He began comforting the kids in a low voice while suppressing his urge to leave right away. The door of the lookout room was pushed open. Mara walked in with a pale expression. Frowning, he seemed worried. Looking at how Angor was trying to comfort the other kids, Mara's expression towards Angor became gentler. Is she gone? Grandpa Aline sobbed. Mara nodded. He did not explain about Flora, and only stroke Aline's hair to soothe her. When Alan and Aline stopped crying, Mara led the children away. Aline asked carefully, "Grandfather, why did the wizard come here?" Mara shook his head. "We'd better not think about what those great wizards are up to." Upon entering the cabin, Mara took Alan and Aline away to inspect their training on triangle channeling. Angor quietly returned to his own room after saying goodbye. While on his way, Angor kept scratching on his back. He felt itchy all of a sudden. The itchy area was exactly where the poker queen cut Angor using her nails when Angor escaped from the strange world during his talent test. On that day, Angor checked himself in front of a mirror and saw nothing where he was hurt. There was no wound. But why did he feel itchy now? He reached for his back and still did not get anything. His skin back there was smooth as usual. After scratching a bit more, the feeling stopped. Angor thought it must be some kind of bug bite. With that in mind, he decided to take a bath in the bathhouse tonight. Meanwhile, on top of the cloud whale, a miniature manor like a ranch was constructed on the vast back of the whale. There were tens of different sizes inside the manor. A giant, beautiful one with a round roof stood in the center. Inside the tent, the bulky man from the Red Butte, a formal wizard from floating Mech City, Mad Bear Sabot, was speaking to a slim, middle-aged man. The moniker Mad Bear was not really worthy since Sabot had been talking to the man with the utmost care and manner, whereas the slim man was not even facing him. The middle-aged man was wearing a black tailcoat, white lace shirt and a top hat. He had green, curly hair and a tender, cultured face. He appeared to be an educated noble. No one would believe that this elegant man once made himself known and feared upon the entire southern region all by himself. A level 2 wizard, Phantom Master Sunders. Sunders obviously was not even paying attention to Sabot. He was watching an ongoing experiment on one side through his gold-rimmed monocle. Smoke was rising from his hand, which showed various illusions. Sabot only took a small peek, and his eyes instantly ached, so he never dared to raise his head again. Sabot continued, Barbie's restaurant doesn't have a fixed location. We have been traveling on the Devil's Water for a couple of weeks, and we didn't see Lord Grea's presence on our ocean locator. Sunders crumbed the illusion in his palm like popping a bubble. Then he turned around to look at Sabot. It's natural you can't find Barbie's restaurant now. Grea loves hide and seek. Well, she's a gourmet wizard, but she enjoys that iffy stuff loved by prophets. We need some hard luck to find her. Sunders shook his head. He smiled and said, Welp, Mr. Sabot, if you have time, he'll leave it to you. Sabot froze. Then he looked up at Sunders, only to see a half smile. What, you have a question? Flora asked. She was sitting on a high bench nearby, without wearing shoes. Her bared feet were swaying in rhythms, in a carefree manner. When she spoke, however, the brief cold look in her eyes terrified Sabot deep to his heart. No, of course. I'll do it. Gladly. I'll ask the captain of the Redbud to patrol the surrounding waters and look for Barbie's restaurant until we find it. Sabot could only agree in the end since the situation was beyond him now. He might be from the floating Mech City, but that would not help him right away, so he could only move along and see. Sending the talents back to the south was not an urgent task anyway. Why Sunders was looking for Barbie's restaurant was none of his business. At least the Redbud would be safe before they could actually find the restaurant. When Sabot left, Flora muttered in a low voice, He's smart enough. Or else. Sunders only shook his head without speaking. He returned his attention back to his experiment. Suddenly, he frowned and looked towards outside. Huh? What is it? Teacher Flora asked. Sunders did not answer, but a doubt already emerged in his mind. Strange. Why did I feel something from the nightmare realm? Sunders looked down and thought, could it be that an unknown passage to the nightmare realm is hidden in Devil's Water? If this is true, joy briefly went past Sunders' expression. He closed his eyes to carefully get a feeling about the aura, which was almost from the same origin as him. After a while, he reopened his eyes. More doubt had replaced his joyful expression. The aura from the nightmare realm vanished quickly. He could not sense anything now. Chapter 28 Sunders. Chapter 28 Sunders. Maybe the nightmare stone on that ship gave out an origin reaction and connected to the nightmare realm by accident, because of the space particles have a similar frequency. Sunders pondered. Such a rare coincidence happened before. If two planes overlapped with each other and it was not carved out using great magic, it could only be a coincidence. Sunders' joy gradually vanished. Finding a fixed entrance to the nightmare realm meant he no longer needed to find Grea. Sunders had been alive for hundreds of years. He quickly recovered his temperament and disregarded the nightmare realm aura he sensed. Seeing how Sunders did not answer, Flora did not push for an answer. She had been his student for longer than anyone else, so she knew that nobody could get an answer when Sunders preferred not to tell. A black owl flew into the tent, circled around, and landed on Flora's shoulder. A visible air ripple came out of the owl's beak. Flora analyzed the message contained in the ripple, then grinned. Teacher, Issa said that the death match in Chamber 4 has ended. The winner is Balba. Issa was the name of the black owl, Flora's favorite alchemy familiar. Sunders glanced towards the southwest carelessly. His eyes contained a strange magic ripple. To them, something that was far away could be seen easily from here. Chamber 4 was a giant, square, sealed-off house. A bald young man with dark brown, almost black skin, wearing nothing on the upper half, was now standing on top of a heap made from human corpses. A red gleam shone in his eyes. Ancient totems with a fluorescent blue color slowly spread on his muscular body. Just like the other wizard organizations, the one Sunders was in Brute Cavern also scouted for talented apprentices across the world when the sea unfroze. However, they used an approach which was way less peaceful compared to the Redbud. They arranged all talents into various chambers to join death matches. The final survivors were considered the best among the best, and only these people would become new apprentices of the Brute Cavern. The bald man in Chamber 4 was the sole survivor in his chamber. Sunders showed a gentle smile and a thoughtful look. I didn't expect the winner to be a cross between a human and an otherworldly brute. He's not a real human from this world after all. Without enough strength, the world consciousness will get rid of him sooner or later, unless we banish him to another plane, said Flora. She was also observing the corpse mountain and the survivor panting on it, using a similar vision spell. Teacher, what should we do about him? The way of wizard calls for truth and the ultimate reason in the universe. We bend the rules using our own knowledge. Such great art is not to be considered alongside those petty abilities in other places. The otherworldly creatures have been drooling over wizardry just because it can be used by them as well, said Sunders. He paused a little before continuing. We may already know the background of this hybrid, but we can't exclude the possibility that a powerful being from another plane tampered with his bloodline. It's almost impossible for him to be a spy, but we can't ignore that. Once we return, keep an eye on him for a while. If you see any abnormality, kill him immediately. If he proves to be harmless, Sunders grinned. He then said, give him training on the bloodline art. When he fused with the bloodline, make him into a puppet avatar, spy or not. The young man's fate would be cruel, just because half of his bloodline came from another plane. To wizards, an otherworldly creature who came into the wizarding world by abnormal means either became slave or research material in wizards' hands or returned to dust as bones because of the world's consciousness. The other 8 chambers witnessed their winners as well, apart from the one in Chamber 4. We Brute Cavern only found 8 talents this year. Flora feigned a sigh, pretending to be troubled. Less than 10. Geez. Those infidels are going to chatter again about revoking our death chamber recruitment or whatnot. Sunders only smiled. Don't mind them. Those people should know that if we used the same mass recruitment method like the Redbud, the Brute Cavern would have already fallen out of the top 10 in the southern region. Only a battle for life would make someone understand the rules of the wizarding world. Flora made a sourpuss face. Whatever. Hey teacher, when you find Barbie's restaurant, just drag Gray away with us, so we don't have to go find her every time we need locations. This is so tiring. Sunders only shook his head with a smile. Greya was not much of a fighter, but she created all sorts of strange spells. If he personally confronted her, he might win, but he certainly could not capture her alive. Sigh. If I had not sealed the hemipassage on me because of my desire for a better level back in the years, I would have, Sunders exclaimed inside his mind. It was another hazy night. Hurricane and storm created a waterfall outside without any signs of stopping. The surface of the sea shifted in the wind. Giant waves swayed the Redbud back and forth like a cradle out of control. Angor did not get any sleep for the entire night, because all he could do was trying to steady himself until the sea calmed down onto the sunlight the next day. Angor dragged himself to his bed using his toiled limbs, and finally fell into a deep sleep while still carrying a feeling of weightlessness. The sleep lasted until the moon hung high in the sky. As Angor climbed out of bed, he felt poked by the pendant in front of his chest. He took it out from his shirt and looked at the oval, transparent crystal fixed in the middle of the netted metal pendant. The alien eye Angor watched in silence. It reminded him of his home, his brother, and John, now tens of thousands of kilometers away. He was about 5 months away from home, and he still had not reached the wizard continent. Could he really make it back home after 5 years? With a sigh, Angor put away his troubled thoughts and put the pendant back into his shirt, close to his chest. The glazed sphere accompanied his teacher to this world, and there must be something about it. He needed to keep it safe. Angor continued his redundant life meals, puzzles, and sleep. Routine. Another week passed. When Angor walked by the dining hall one day, he unintentionally looked at the mercury mirror by the door. Inside the mirror, Angor was no longer himself. The energetic, handsome noble boy had become gloomy. His eyelids were hanging, decorated by dark circles. His lips were dry and chapped, his face pale and dark. Exhaustion and pressure had forced him into this shape in such a short amount of time. He could no longer recall when he had a good laugh last time. He went to the wash basin and planned to calm himself down by putting his face in the cold water. The 5-year promise had led him astray, and those noble manners and politeness carved inside his bones were beginning to crumble. His mind was not right, yet Angor did not intend to change it, at least not before he solved the puzzles left by teacher. He would keep his spirit tensed up for now. Besides, the Redbud did not have any facilities for relieving stress. The other talents could train meditation. But what could he do, apart from solving puzzles? Chapter 29 A Letter to My Student. Angor. Chapter 29 A Letter to My Student. Angor. As time went by, Angor's daily routine never changed, but at least his spirit recovered a lot compared to his dejection several days ago. While working on the puzzles, he noticed something strange. The Redbud kept cruising in the same area. Just a while ago, Angor saw a uniquely-shaped red reef for the 4th time in the half-month. This was why Angor believed that the Redbud was not planning to leave Devil's Water at all. He once tried asking a pilot, but the man only mumbled something vague without giving him a clear answer. Apparently, the pilot already knew that the Redbud had been staying in the same place, but did not want to talk about it. There must be someone important behind all this, and the pilot either could not explain or did not dare to. Who could manipulate the wheel of the Redbud? There was no doubt a formal wizard. Reaching the conclusion, Angor decided not to think about the matter for any longer. No matter what the wizard was trying to do, he could not do anything about it. The Redbud was his only foothold on Devil's Water anyway, so Angor's only choice was to get along. He did not enjoy such powerlessness, yet he had to comply. Angor really hoped that someday, he could gain enough strength to protect himself, instead of leaving his own life in the hands of someone else. Today was the 167th day Angor was away from Grutown, and the last day he worked on his puzzles. Angor carefully opened a red-painted wooden box in his luggage. The box contained one single object, a square-shaped crystal tablet, smaller than a child's palm, while as thin as insect wings. The crystal tablet was not something from this world. John brought it from the Earth. It only acted as a holographic communication tool back on the Earth. It was made into a watch and sold across the world. The strap of the watch was already worn down during all these years, so John discarded the strap and kept the watch in perfect condition. Angor shut his door and adeptly pressed on the small button located on the bottom right corner of the tablet. The power button, a simple hologram and a set of holographic buttons appeared in the air. A line written in Hanzi was displayed on it. Screen locked. Answer the question set by the admin to unlock. Question 100. Rectify the hologram below using the 5 Seidel aberrations. Then resolve the final password using Wegener cipher according to the spectral alignment. The 100th question was the last one John left Angor. He used to be very cautious about using the tablet before coming to the ship. He had to memorize the questions quickly and put the tablet away in somewhere safe. Now that he had his own private room, he could finally take the device out. Every solved question led him to the next one. Angor used all the knowledge he had learned to find the answers. Chemistry, physics, medicine, mathematics, sometimes even philosophy. There were a lot of physical constants from the Earth which no longer worked in this world, but John only left him basic applications, and Angor had no problem working them out. Today, he was about to give the final answer. He spent the entire afternoon. When he finally arranged the answer to the last question, his hands froze in place. 9,371,201. This number meant nothing to other people, but Angor understood what it meant. Using the calendar of Goldspink Empire. This was Goldspink year 937, the first day of the month of freezing Earth. Angor's birthday. This is the final answer. Angor entered the digits into the answer box on the display. Puzzled, the light shifted on the screen. Then a different system message came out. Correct answer detected. Now unlocking the screen. The admin can change the login password from the system menu. The words disappeared, which were then replaced by a clean-looking picture of a vast grassland. There were two icons on the upper right of the desktop, a folder, and a text document, named to Angor. John told him about how to operate the smartwatch before, but this was still the first time for Angor to try the actual system himself. With curiosity and some expectation, he gave a gentle tap on the document icon. A second later, an electronic letter was displayed quietly in front of Angor. To my student, Angor, I wonder how long those 100 questions troubled you, and how far away are you from home? For many times, I get the feeling that you have been too hard on yourself. Really? You don't have to spend so much effort on these old bones of mine. I told you that my home was an ancient country with a history of longer than 5,000 years. Of course, that's not really ancient compared to the history here. A poet from a neighboring country with the same long history who made his life into philosophy once said, I leave no trace of wings in the air, but I am glad I have had my flight. 1. My life started on the earth and would end on a foreign star. It was amazing. The worlds are different, but they both have the same blue sky. My only regret is my family, my poor wife and child. I thought it was only a research trip for several days. Oh, I never thought that was our goodbye forever. To think in another way, my wife and my daughter are the traces in the sky on earth, telling people that I once existed there. Angor, my student, you were the trace proving that I have lived under this foreign sky. You not only inherited the culture from China, but you will also enkindle that ember in this world. Not I think about it. My wings have left some awesome traces. They crossed different spaces and universes. The people who crossed into other worlds I read about were all talented ones who won themselves great fortune against the locals. As for me, I came here to spread my knowledge. Maybe I'll die earlier than those novel heroes. But I did have a higher purpose. Speaking about the wizarding world, I'd really like to see it. I've been believing that this world is just as dull as the earth. And man, how it surprised me with such a mystery, although perhaps I no longer have the time to see it for myself. Such a pity. I cannot see it. But you still can. I hope that Angor, my student, would walk on the path of a wizard till the end. Like every scholar who is faithful to his subject. Use concepts as a singular point and ignite the new universe with your knowledge. You have done 100 questions. Now I can give you a new one. Compose an essay that explains all truths throughout the wizarding world. Will you do it? Apart from this, I write this letter to tell you that you should use all the knowledge you learned from me. Use it well. Some of the physical constants are off in this world. But for a scholar, the process of finding a result is just as important as the result itself. I've already told you the way of thinking. Now it's up to you to find a path that suits you best. Oh, if I predicted right, you should be on the sea by now. You can't find much entertainment out there. So I put something in this smart chip as my last gift for you. Hope you like them. John. Finishing the letter, Angor stayed silent for a long time. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He felt sad all of a sudden. He could not imagine what John was feeling when he wrote the letter, but he could understand John's deep love towards him behind every word. Angor went through the memories living with his dear teacher and spaced out. He finally woke from his thoughts when the night had already come. He let out a deep sigh, not knowing who or what he sighed for. Remembering the method to operate the watch, Angor carefully saved the letter. He even made a second copy just in case. Then, he closed the letter, feeling a bit lost, as well as an indescribable expectation. He opened the only folder on the desktop. Chapter 30 Saved Files. Chapter 30 Saved Files. John said he left some gift for Angor. Angor did not think much about it. But when he opened the folder and saw the masses of documents in there, he finally understood how valuable they were. John had transferred all files saved in his brain chip into this folder. Astronomy, geography, literature, and novels. There are even some cultures and music sheets. Angor never knew why his teacher could know everything throughout history. John could cultivate plants, build houses, cook, and explain the knowledge of every subject. Now Angor understood. This was totally possible using the technology from Earth. Every newly born child on the Earth would receive a parasitic chip. This chip could be considered a computer without a network. It automatically saved various data and connected the data to the hippocampus on the brain so the data was never forgotten. This must be why John kept everything he knew even after crossing into another world. The chip on the brain could not be physically transferred, or else John might have given Angor the chip instead. It was bound to one's brain and would never be lost. Having the chip meant someone had the ability of instant photographic memory. Angor still had the holographic tablet though. It might take more time to memorize the knowledge since it could not be connected to the brain. However, as long as he was persistent, Angor would become well learned sooner or later. With that in mind, Angor carefully put the tablet away, close to his body. To him, the device possessed more value than anything in the world. With the holographic tablet, Angor's life changed greatly. He spent almost all his days on the tablet, and would only put it down when it needed to recharge using solar energy. He did not start reading John's data right away. Instead, he scanned his boxes of books bought from Moonwater City one by one and saved them into the tablet. As John said, knowledge was everything for a scholar. This was why Angor's first task was to transfer his books into the device. The scan process was not easy. The tablet had a camera for catching images, and the system could convert images into words. However, it could only do it for characters used on Earth, not the official language used in Goldspink Empire. Besides, the system only supported languages from Earth, so Angor could only save all the pictures into a folder for now. He would translate them into Chinese copies when he had time. After scanning all the books and assorting them, a week had already passed. Now Angor had nothing else to do. The life on the sea was dull, and Alan and Aline had been training their mana channeling without paying him many visits. Angor felt lonely. To answer his curiosity, Angor began looking at the data saved in the tablet. First, he read some famous works published by scientists on Earth. However, he soon realized that much data in the articles only applied in the universe where the Earth was. So he began reading less and only looking for the ideas behind them. Angor's reading gradually expanded. When he was free, he even looked at the entertainment section, listened to some music from Earth, and read folk novels that had nothing to do with literature. After reading some novels, Angor understood what his teacher meant by saying having a higher purpose than the other novel heroes in his letter. Some of the novels that always kill heaven because heaven wants me dead or slay the god because the god is in my way were really embarrassing to look at. But there were still some of the transmigration novels that interested Angor and helped him pass the time. As he read more literature, Angor became more and more curious about the Earth. He really hoped he could go to the big cities someday and look at all the high-end science and technologies. What he did not know was that a subfolder in the entertainment folder contained videos several thousands of terabytes large, and every drama filmed in the cities could tell him what the Earth looked like. This was another story. One day, Angor rearranged the folders on the tablet and created two main categories: the Earth and my world. Then, he read a chapter of The Snows of Kilimanjaro before he left his room to eat. Before he could reach the dining hall, a sharp whistle noise sounded across the whole ship. It came from multiple places, with each cycle consisting of 3 long blows and 2 short ones. Angor immediately realized that this was a red alert on the redbud. He quickly became serious about the situation and began walking back to his room. Marta told them that if the ship went into red alert, they had better stay in their own rooms. On his way back, Angor saw most of the other talents discussing over the matter with their doors opened. Some said a sea monster was attacking, some said about an incoming storm, and some mentioned a reef strike. Someone even said the cloud whale in the sky was about to attack the redbud. They were all guesses. All bad ones. Everyone appeared to be worried and terrified. Fear was something one would expect on the endless sea, but only the unpredictable future would make the fear worse. Angor was worried as well, even though he knew this would not change anything. He did not have the power to change his own fate right now, so all he could do was to pray for peace. Upon returning to his room, Angor quickly opened the air vent on the wall and looked towards outside using the small window. To his disappointment, he could not see anything. A thick mist had engulfed the ship for God knew how long. He could hardly see beyond 10 meters. The unknown could trigger a man's boundless imagination. Angor was only a teenager. He might be a bit more mature and independent compared to the other kids. But that did not mean he could stay calm now. He told himself that the alert was because of the great mist, and everything would be fine when the mist dissipated. However, he did not even believe himself. It was only the best excuse he could use to comfort himself when he could not do anything else. The hour hand on the clock slowly moved. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon, and the mist outside was still thick as before. The whistle indicating the end of the alert on the redbud never came. Everything seemed unchanged. And soon enough, something happened. Chapter 31 The Gourmet Mirage. Chapter 31 The Gourmet Mirage. Everyone on the ship smelled a delicious taste almost at the same time, before the feeding center in their hypothalamus could command them to find food. They already felt their visions blurred and fell into a mirage weaved by the delicious smell of food. This was the same for Angor. All kinds of stunningly colorful dishes floated in front of his eyes, making him want to dig in right away. When accompanied by the persistent aroma rubbing against his nose, Angor could not control his hands from reaching for the honeyed roast drumstick beside him. Uncontrolled desire could affect all of man's physiological attributes, including sanity. When the desire to eat had filled Angor's brain, he lost all reason, all logic. His mind was as blurry as a beast. He was not the only one. All common people on the ship had been seized by the desire for food and screamed madly, coveting the mirage food. As Angor struggled against his uncontrollable appetite, an itchy feeling worse than the hunger suddenly appeared around the blade bones on his back. He did not know where it came from or where it went. It was so sudden, like bottled beer being shaken hard and burst out of the container before people could open the cap, covering everything nearby with liquid. Itch. So much itch. Like tens of thousands of ants crawling in the depth of his bones. Itch to the bone. Literally. However, the feeling was not all about bad things, as even the maddening hunger retreated against the torrential itchiness. Anything could be overthrown given the smallest chance. So was sanity. The emotion for food had seized Angor's sanity, but the sudden slackening gave Angor a chance to retaliate. The itchy feeling forced Angor's appetite away. He could only keep scratching his back. The itchiness went away as fast as it came, and when it ended, Angor realized he was no longer desperate for food. Without the will to eat, the mirage of food in front of him could no longer affect his mind. Angor looked at the colorful dishes that were still floating around him and shivered in fear. That was not a honey roast drumstick he was reaching for. It was his usual candle. If he actually ate the candle like a drumstick, Angor did not dare to imagine what would happen next. He tried his best to avoid the illusions from now on. Such illusions could only have been the work of a talented sea monster or a wizard with supernatural power. Angor could not guess whatever the purpose was behind this, but he was unwilling to get controlled by his hunger either. Seeing how the illusions were still floating around, he simply closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Maybe the supernatural being who created the mirage did not intend to kill. With Angor not minding the illusions, they never caused any more trouble again, which was a great relief. Now, Angor calmed enough to remember what had just happened. After a while, Angor reached for his back. Puzzled. The same place again. What's going on? That was not the first time he felt such itchiness. It came and left quickly every time, without leaving any traces behind. Angor frowned hard. At least he was sure there was nothing on his back. At least on the outside. If there was something, it might have been where he was scratched by the strange woman in the illusion during his talent test. Angor thought it was only an illusion created by Abel's eye. He had checked himself in the mirror after the test, and did not find any wounds on his back. However, as he had experienced the weird itchiness several times, he began to doubt that the world was not an illusion after all. Maybe just as he guessed, that was another world parallel to the reality. Maybe where he got hurt kept some traces from the strange world, causing his condition. Angor did not know if this was correct, but his current knowledge would not allow him to reach a better conclusion. Would it come again? Would there be something worse? He did not know. Fearing for the unknown threat, he made up his mind that he would tell Marta about it as long as he could survive the current situation. Time was unrelenting. Nobody knew whether the next seizure would endanger his life, so he could only seek help from Marta as the quickest approach, instead of waiting for his own study. As Angor made his conjectures, the redbud had sailed into the depth of the mist. A group of people reached the source of the delicious mirage. Sunder silently stood on the vast back of the demon falcon. He was wearing his usual top hat while carrying the same noble temperament. Flora was sitting on the edge of the demon falcon's wing. With an eerie smile on her face, she was looking at several people standing on the redbud with malevolent intent. 5 individuals were standing on the deck of the redbug, with Sabbat in the middle. Apart from the 3 guides appointed by the 3 major wizard organizations, Mara and Easley, who just broke through into level 1 apprentice, were also among them. Flora inspected the group for quite a while. Then she chuckled and spoke with her strange yet charming childlike voice. Hee Mad Bear Sabbat. Since when did you become a babysitter? Are you gonna feed those kids? The 3 guides, who were just referred to as kids, lowered their heads in silence. Of course, Sabbat was angered by the insult, yet he did not dare to do anything in front of Sunders. He only pretended to be oblivious of the taunt and replied with a hearty smile. Haha, the blood witch is joshing. It's hard to run into Greya's restaurant, and these inexperienced lots are itching to see it. Sabbat joked. Flora half closed her eyes and let out a sneer in her mind. See the restaurant more like looking for a free meal. Greya was not just a generous chef. Free meal, dream on. Greya was similar to those lunatics from the candy house. They might act mad, but they would not make any compromises against their principle. There was only one way to gain entry into Greya's restaurant, by owning the invitation card. Without the card, Greya would shut her door against even the most legendary wizard to be accepted by the restaurant. Sunders paid a lot of resources to get himself a bronze invitation card. Now Flora really wanted to see the expressions on the faces of these ignorant fools. Chapter 32 Visitors from the Organizations. Chapter 32 Visitors from the Organizations. Flora did not intend to remind them at all. Instead, she cast an interested glance towards the young man standing behind Lady Merlin. Easily, such a rich spirit cloud, and those energetic spirit ripples Flora ginned. He got potential, a talent fitted for the path of spiritual power. Flora's eyes rolled around. Then she cast a floating spell and moved to Easley with a sweet smile. Hey, honey, do you want to come to the Brute Cavern? Big Sis can introduce you to a mentor. She reached out a white finger and gave Easley a gentle tap. Easley shivered as if he was just electrocuted. A pink shade quickly covered his handsome face. Flora was floating in front of Easley. Thick mist lingered behind her back. The air was damp, and Easley was sweating in his palms. The scene had become a fixed painting for him. This was the first time he felt such warm emotion since his childhood partner was murdered by the Silverhorn family. Flora appeared young. She had a slim, short body and an innocent smile. Behind those blackish-green eyes carried something deep behind them. Every gesture, a raised eyebrow or a mild glance, would release something irresistibly charming. Just like her voice. The combination of something from 2 extremes. Her clothing was just as attractive. Her pastel hair was coiled into the shape of a flower, with only several wisps dangling near her ears. A dark red netted lace veil covered her hair and one side of her face. The long, crimson gauze skirt on her was somewhat transparent. Several dark red roses were sewn around the pleats. She was not wearing shoes. Those smooth, clean white bared feet would appear occasionally from under her semi-transparent skirt. For Easley, every part on Flora, from tip to toe, was attractive. He did not even know where he should look at. Roman too easily gulped and tried to answer, but somehow, all he could do was to stutter. Flora smiled because of her successful attempt. Before leaving the brute cavern with Sunders, a wizard colleague, who shared a fine relationship with her, asked her to find talent with spiritual power beyond 20. Looked like the wizard needed such a talent to complete a spell design. She did not find any on her way, and she was not expecting to meet one right here. If she could bring Easley back to the brute cavern, the wizard would reward her for good. She was not interested in rewards, but she had been researching on a plague source spread via blood, and she needed a pathogen originated from the demon abyss from the tainted plane. The colleague happened to possess such a pathogen. As for what would become of Easley when he was sent to that wizard, who was famous for his cruel experiment during which he actually extracted the brains from living creatures, that would be none of her business. What you don't want to come. Flora dragged on Easley's collar with a childish giggle, a gentle pull, and they moved exceptionally close to each other. Easley could not speak a word right now. He could only feel his face burning, and his heart racing like hell. Happy scenes he never could dream of during his slavery began to flash through his mind. The guide from Tower of Hurricane, Lady Merlin, had been standing beside Easley. She was very confident in Easley's talent and believed the young man could very possibly become a formal wizard. She even secretly decided to wager her valuable resources on Easley. She only waited to get back to her organization and act quickly. Now she did not expect Flora to suddenly come in her way. However, Lady Merlin could only bear with her anger with her teeth clenched. She could not oppose Flora. All she did was looking at Easley with worry, hoping that the young man could clear his mind quickly and get rid of Flora's fake charm. Easley was only a young man without much experience. He could not even control his own drooling with Flora seducing him up close, and could only have his mind dragged around by the woman. Okay, Easley muttered with misty eyes. Flora chuckled and prepared to drag Easley away. However, a sudden yell stopped her. Flora, taking Easley away like that means you finally decided to go against the Tower of Hurricane. Flora squinted her eyes and looked at the speaker. A man and a woman wearing mysterious-looking wizard robes emerged from the thick mist on the endless sea. The middle-aged man was wearing a black, golden-edged robe. He was rushing in the air. Every time he waved his metal stick, his figure would advance hundreds of meters, while the young woman beside him was covered by water blooms and walking on the water. There seemed to be a long, slim shadow in the water under her bared feet. The middle-aged man was the one who warned Flora. Jello, the mithril innovator, realizing who had come, Flora no longer used her charming voice and replaced it with a cold, emotionless tone. What? The child is willing. You want to stop him now? With that, Flora glanced at Sabbat in defiance. The mad bear had been trying to pretend that he did not exist. The visitors were Jello, the mithril innovator, from Tower of Hurricane, and Hiraline, Ocean Moray, from White Coral Floating Island Academy. They were both formal wizards, famous ones, especially Jello. He majored in alchemy, and earned himself the title of mithril innovator. That alone showed his great knowledge about the changing properties of metallic elements. Jello was not strong, but the title of an alchemist gave himself a great position in the southern wizard world. Even Sunders would not want to make him an enemy without a good reason. Without a doubt, they came here because of Sabbat's message for help. That was why Flora glanced at Sabbat. Sabbat did not really have a choice. The Redbud was forced by Sunders and Flora to look for Barbie's restaurant on Devil's Water, and no one knew whether these two moody wizards would suddenly decide to slaughter every talent on the ship after they found what they wanted. Sabbat was from the floating Mech City, so he was not afraid of the pair himself. However, his mission was to ensure that every talent reached the Fey continent untouched. So, he sent alert to the three organizations just in case. Jello already reached the crowd in a blink of an eye. He first nodded towards Sunders as a greeting and made sure Sunders would not intervene. Before turning to Flora, look at Easley's spirit circulation closely. Flora, he has already learned the Nirvana hexagram channeling method of Tower of Hurricane. Are you planning to take him away and steal our secret? In the wizarding world, every organization had its own channeling method. Peeking at someone else's method might result in hostility towards the respective organization. However, this was not always the case. There were good and bad channeling methods. The methods openly distributed by the organizations were usually intended for the public, and such methods were not really efficient. Besides, most wizards were used to living carefree lives. Giving away their channeling methods occasionally was not something serious. Of course, valuable and rare channeling methods had their own safety measures. Most of such knowledge was only accessible to core members of wizard organizations while under the limit of a lot of restrictions. This was the reason why rarely any wizard wars were launched around channeling methods. However, Jellel's excuse was still enough to discourage Flora. A green light appeared upon her eyes. Flora scanned easily to see the inner model constructed by his spiritual power. As Jellel said, it was a hexagram, drawn with both dotted and solid lines. Flora humphed. It's just a petty model. Anyone could see how to make one. Big deal. With that, Flora returned to Sunders, never to mind Easley again. Easley was still hesitating. He felt disappointed. Jellel noticed his condition and glared at him. Get behind. You little disgrace. Easley's face quickly went pale. He gulped and stood backward in fear. However, no one noticed the small trace of darkness lingering in his eyes, and his tightly clenched fists hidden under his sleeves. Chapter 33 Nothing Special. Chapter 33 Nothing Special. When the argument ended, Jellel and Heroline also joined everyone on the deck of the Redbud. Since the strong help was here, Sabbat finally calmed down. Jellel looked really pissed off. He gave his metal staff a strong grasp, and where the staff was pointing at his sturdy deck below immediately cracked open. Dust and wooden shards flew everywhere. Jellel's action scared every apprentice on the scene terribly. Easley even kept stepping back until he was backing against a mast. Easley's calves trembled hard. How could he forget that a mighty wizard was standing in front of him, but not some spoiled noble kid from the Silver Heron? His fear worsened. He nearly wished to kneel before Jellel and beg for mercy right this moment, but he could not even find the courage to do it when being suppressed by Jellel's mighty aura. Luckily, Jellel did not intend to hurt anyone. He only gave Easley another cold glare before he lifted his aura. Once Sabbat realized that Jellel had done his scolding, he moved to Jellel with a polite smile and cast a cantrip called Cleanse, to wipe all the dust and broken deck parts away. Without minding what just happened, Sabbat asked out of curiosity, "You're the only ones where's gravity forest?" Jellel had just put away his rage. He was still wearing a cold face. Without giving any answer, Heroline replied to Sabbat's question while those water mist continued to circle around her. The gravity forest sent Dryad Boko. He was attracted by a magic plant on an island though. I'm afraid he's still trying to transplant it. Despite the name Dryad, everyone still knew that Boko was a human, not the particular sapient humanoid race from another plane called the Trents. As for the reason why Boko got his moniker, he majored in the bloodline art, not the bloodline of animals, but plants. He never told anyone what kind of plant he transplanted into his body. When he joined a fight, he would show his giant figure like a Trent, thus his name Dryad. Kumon, who had been standing behind Sabbat, also let out a sigh in relief when he heard that his organization also sent someone. Dryad Boko, I heard he's an expert in carving spell lines. The ones he made are considered fine works even in the floating Mech City. Sabbat nodded in respect. Heroline only smiled. After exchanging greetings, Jellel and Heroline walked to their respective guides. Heroline joined Florent and lifted the water curtain covering her body. She was a young lady with a fine body and a cold expression. Her hair was like a flowing waterfall, and her eyes were blue and shining like stars, accompanied by her long dress with a similar blue gradient color. Heroline appeared like someone from the seas. Heroline looked at Marta, who was standing behind Florent, and raised her pale blue eyebrow. I know you. Mara Morn. Right, you learned flame spells from my mentor 20 years ago. With a start, Marta quickly nodded. Lady Heroline, you must have a lot of affairs to attend to. Yet you still remember these old, pathetic bones of mine. It's such an honor. Heroline inspected Mara's strength. A level 3 apprentice wizard. She nodded slightly to express her approval. That slight nod gave Mara an irrepressible joy. Did he just leave an impression to a formal wizard? It sounded unimportant, But the truth was that a tiny impression was sometimes enough to completely change an apprentice's future. Mara once heard a story where a lucky boy once happened to impress a formal wizard. When that wizard finished an experiment, he gave his leftover materials to the boy. These materials saved the boy decades of effort. The boy became level 3 apprentice wizard before he turned 30, and continued his unstoppable progression until he finally became a formal wizard. Knowing the story that encouraged countless apprentices. Of course, Mara was excited. However, Hiraline was not really interested in what Mara was thinking. She turned to Florent and asked, "Found any decent ones this year?" Florent bowed carefully before he gave Hiraline a brief explanation about the talents recruited for White Coral Floating Island Academy. Anyone with special body properties or talents? Hiraline asked. She had not found herself a real student for several decades now, because students with good talents were so scarce. She decided to finally recruit one this year, and if she could really find a student with decent talent, she would make the first move. This was why Hiraline did not even ask about Barbie's restaurant first. Florent tried to recall the talents he found and remembered no special ones. "I found a total of 7 from the Land of Revelation, the Magus Corridor, and the Valhalla Isle. None had special body properties. As for special talent, there seems to be one. A talent from the Valhalla Isle claimed he saw shining stars in the sky when taking the talent test when there was nothing at all in the middle of a winter night. Stars on a starless night." Hiraline pondered. She hesitated before saying, "I think I saw a similar description in the 467th volume of Abel's annual talent collection. It talked about a child from a wizard family. When he touched the Abel's eye, he saw every star in the sky circling around a track. So all stars formed countless star trails." It also mentioned about the test being done on a starless night. After a more detailed test, the talent was truly a special talent that was proved to develop towards astrology of occult art. "So the kid majored in astrology divination," said Hiraline. She then shook her head in pity. Regretfully, he did not become a wizard. He died of age, putting his talent to waste. Everyone also felt regret. Even good talent could not save people from aging. If one did not become a wizard, one would turn to dust. "The one you talked about just now appeared to possess talent in astrology." "Not bad," said Hiraline. She then sighed. "It's a pity that I don't know anything about occult. Accepting that one as a student would be wasteful." Of course, she could still do it. However, she would have to spend a lot of time teaching him while knowing that the student would probably fail. Hiraline certainly would not want to do something so thankless. She declined the idea silently, then asked Florent again, "Are there any other special talents apart from that one?" Florent shook his head. "Apart from the 7 talents, Marta also found 3. I don't know about them though." When Hiraline looked at Marta quickly tidied his clothes and stepped up politely. He said, "I found 3 talents from Marginalized Island. 2 of them are my grandchildren. Their talent is fine, but not special. As for the 3rd one," Mara recalled the day of Angor's test. The talent sphere shined brightly, but he remembered Angor mentioning floating. Floating was still a common talent. There was nothing special about the 3rd one, either. Mara gave Hiraline a firm answer. Listening to their explanation, Hiraline's expression became disappointed. Decent talents were rare. After all, Hiraline glanced at easily. If not for the fact that the kid already learned the channeling method of Tower of Hurricane, she would have tried to win him over. A young man with such outstanding spiritual power would very likely become a formal wizard regardless of the path he took. Pity he already joined the Tower of Hurricane. Sure, Jelil inflicted great pressure on the boy, even scolded him, but Jelil never actually harmed him. Usually, when someone offended Jelil, someone would either die or get hurt badly. Jelil made an exception this time just because of Easley's outstanding talent, or the consequence would probably be more severe. "When we're done with the situation, show those talents to me," Hiraline spoke. The test using Abel's eye was only a basic test, so it could go wrong. They were on the sea now. She had plenty of time afterward, so she would just take the time and go see for herself. Mara and Florent instantly knew what Hiraline was planning to do. They even began to envy the young talents for their good fortune. Heroline had a good name in the academy. Unlike the other wizards who always acted noble and arrogant, Heroline was gentler towards apprentices. A pleasant sight in the world of wizards. Now Heroline even planned to test the talents herself despite her identity. Such a great honor. Marta was feeling content about leaving a small impression to Heroline just a second ago. Now, he envied the students concerned by Heroline, including his 2 grandchildren. Chapter 34 Welcome to Barbie's Restaurant. Chapter 34 Welcome to Barbie's Restaurant. About half an hour later, the thick mist covering the sea gradually dispersed, along with the illusions made from attractive meals. With the illusions gone, all people on the red bed who had been dominated by their hunger for food also woke up. A terrible commotion soon followed. Some people enjoyed an oily feast in the illusion and found themselves munching on a desk leg with several teeth gone. When someone realized they had been biting on their companions, blood already filled their mouths. There were even people eating burning candles. When they woke up, their hair, eyebrows, face, tongue, and lips were already burnt for good. It was a disaster for every common man on the red bed. To supernaturals, it was only a harmless game. No one died anyway, so none of the guides spared the effort to alert people. In the end, only common people who could not control their own fate suffered. When the mist completely cleared, a children's chorus came from southeast of the ship. Every supernatural looked towards its source. An elegant building appeared on the sea behind the vanishing mist. The building had a colorful whelk shell as its roof and childish, twisting wall structures. Rainbow balloons of various shapes filled the sky. Dogs, hearts, cats. The air was filled with a sweet smell. All of these combined gave Barbie's restaurant a dazzling look. It was like a princess castle in a fairy tale. Everything was created in a little girl's style. There it is, Barbie's restaurant. Sunders looked at the brightly colored, amusement park-like structure, and muttered. Barbie's restaurant was a fantasy castle supported by a large, round base. Ripples were flowing around it, and the joyful waves dancing in the water appeared as if they were welcoming everyone. Everyone apart from Sunders and Flora saw Barbie's restaurant for the first time, and they were all shocked, speechless by the castle-like restaurant. Then, all males shook their heads. Heroline, as a female, also frowned a bit. They were all complaining about the rumored gourmet wizard for having such a bizarre taste inside their minds. La, la, la la la, bum, bum, pumparum. A music band made up of 2 teams of toy soldiers wearing red and white uniforms, which were about the same height as everyone's knees, suddenly appeared from the colorful front door of the restaurant. The team on the left had iron drums, while the one on the right was striking gongs decorated by red belts. During their music, the toy soldiers formed into 2 lines. With 2 loud, united goose steps, they put away their instruments and made a military salute towards the center, as if waiting to be inspected by their commander. Noha, noha. A burst of strange laughter came from the door, followed by a figure walking with weird, splayed-out feet. When the splaying weirdo stepped out of the door, he quickly performed a ballet, made a 1,080-degree spinning move in front of everyone, and finally ended his performance with a gentlemanlike chest salute. Nia haha, welcome, honored guests, to Barbie's restaurant. High-pitched, exaggerated voice with strange break points came from the splayfeet weirdo. When he was finished, the toy soldiers on the sides began their drumbeat. Balloons flew into the air, colorful ribbons and confetti fell from the sky. After the ribbons had landed and everyone could finally shift their eyesights away from the bright colors, they could finally look at the weirdo clearly. It was a small, humanoid creature with long limbs and an exceptionally large head, triangular head, rising eye corners, and spike hair like a hedgehog. He was grinning so widely it almost split his face in 2. Several long whiskers like those of beasts also grew from his cheeks, combining everything together. The creature was both funny and creepy. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you again to Barbie's restaurant. The weirdo leaped into the air, made another 360-degree ballet spin, and took out an alchemy microphone from God nowhere. He landed on the ground with a front split, while introducing himself. Ni haha, I am the guard captain of Barbie's restaurant, and the one responsible for welcoming guests. Tom Weasel, Everyone was rendered speechless by the bizarre performance. When Tom Weasel realized that no one was responding, he quickly yelled to the toy soldiers nearby, and without a tiny bit of embarrassment, he said, "Applause. You junk. Clap clap clap." Chaotic, scattered clapping came from the toy soldiers. Tom Weasel made another 720-degree ballet spin in satisfaction, and ended his act with a grand jet. Next, he stepped to the high platform closest to everyone using his usual splendid feat. Showy, exaggerating, and childish, Sunders pulled the edge of his top hat down to his forehead and chuckled coldly. Grea's strange taste never changed. Tom Weasel heard Sunders' words and looked towards him, who had been standing on the back of his demon falcon. "Nahaha." Mr. Sunders Weasel was wondering why he felt something from the nightmare realm. "Sir, your aura grew even cryptically stronger compared to last time we met on the Soul Upland," Tom Weasel exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. He even performed another ballet move when mentioning stronger. Sunders did not reply. He simply looked away without paying attention to Weasel anymore. Everyone from Barbie's restaurant was as insane as Weasel. One could not communicate with them using common sense. Tom Weasel did not mind Sunders' cold reaction. He kept leaping and spinning with his eyes closed. When the sunlight reached the front door and the chorus was replaced by sea waves, Tom Weasel made another gentleman salute towards everyone. "My honored guests, it is time to enter," said Tom Weasel. His voice suddenly turned serious. With that, the elegant restaurant door slowly opened. A strange smell came out. It was not delicious. Yet the smell seemed to carry magic with it. It fiddled around everyone's sense of smell, causing them to swallow hard. A plain smell had drawn out everyone's appetite. Now this is the real thing, not the fake sense triggered by using dirty tricks to stimulate your brains to release desire in the illusion. Sabat explained to everyone with a smile. "Grea is a real genius. Looks like we'll have a real feast today." While explaining, Sabat followed Sunders towards Barbie's restaurant. Sunders walked into the colorful door with a plain face. Flora was following behind. She suddenly turned around and gave Sabat a sweet smile. Before Sabat could understand what it meant, the toy soldiers leaped in and crossed their guns and swords in front of everyone, stopping further visitors. Being repelled by the toy soldiers while the juniors were still looking at him, Sabat felt his face burning with embarrassment and rage. "What's the meaning of this?" Sabat gave Tom Weasel a cold, angered stare. "You have a problem with me." Chapter 35 Owner of the Golden Card. Chapter 35 Owner of the Golden Card. Sabat's rage instantly lowered the temperature around him. Tom Weasel, however, only gave Sabat a nonchalant glance and regained his exaggerated tone. "Nahaha, here's a friendly reminder from Weasel. The rule of Barbie's restaurant: a card owner can enter, and a card owner can bring a number of guests, depending on the card's rank. Those without a card, please return with one next time." Tom Weasel made a please go away gesture towards Sabat. Sabat was about to burst in rage. Tom Weasel grinned wide again, but those squinted eyes contained malevolence this time. "If you have a question about the restaurant rules, please submit a complaint to the manager on duty. Today's manager is Greasy Bird Neo. Shall I call that roasted chicken here?" Greasy Bird Neo. Sabat never heard of that name. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Flora and Sunders frowning unconsciously upon hearing this name. Sabat felt a shiver on his back. He calmed himself and measured the situation in his mind. Whoever that Greasy Bird Neo was, he should not cause trouble now. With those two formal wizards here, if he made a scene now, he would become a laughing stock. Laughing stock. He suddenly recalled Flora's smile earlier, and the conversation he had with her, and finally understood why Flora had been giving him all those weird smiles. She planned to make fools out of them all along. He was angry again, although he did not show it. "So they can get in because they both have a card." Jello, who had been standing near Sabat, walked up and asked Tom Weasel. Weasel made a ballet spin and spoke. "Nihaha, nope, only Mr. Sunders has one. But his bronze invitation card allows him to bring 2 people with him. Can we get an invitation card now?" Heroline also asked, frowning. She was not here for the restaurant, but she still wanted to see the legendary place since she had the chance. Tom Weasel shrugged. Weasel doesn't know how the cards are distributed. I heard that Greya gave them out according to her mood. Plus, her favorite way of giving out cards is throwing them away, said Flora. She giggled. You can try looking around for them. Maybe you'll find one Greya just tossed. But maybe only a rumored golden card can bring so many people in. With that, Flora turned away, made a Toodles gesture towards everyone, and vanished into the depth of the door. As for Sunders, he was not even interested in any of the argument. He had already reached inside the restaurant without stopping. In front of Barbie's restaurant, people were looking at each other in embarrassment. It was not a big deal for the apprentices, but the three wizards really felt humiliated. However, rules were rules. They could not possibly start a war against Barbie's restaurant just because they could not eat. Thinking about the stakes, Sabat simply shook his head. Greya was a level 1 wizard just like them, but she was from a ruthless organization. There were all kinds of psychos in there, and they all happened to be fond of protecting their own kind. Besides, Sunders and Flora already stepped inside. Sabat did not know why Sunders was looking for the restaurant. However, since he spent several months, even dragged the Redbed into this, there must be a reason. If they fought Greya now, they might have to go against that terrible man as well. Even if they won, they would get nothing out of it besides some useless pride. In the end, Sabat gave up his intention to force his way into the restaurant. You all heard. Let's go. Sabat sighed. He said, Mr. Sunders is not here anymore, so I bet he'll leave us alone for now. Let's take the chance and get out of here, so he doesn't suddenly change his mind and fight us when he comes out. Sabat called Jello here because of Sunders. Since they would not get anything from Barbie's restaurant, they might as well get away from Sunders and return to Fey Continent in one piece, fulfilling their mission. With that in mind, Sabat brought everyone to leave. Suddenly, Tom Weasel looked towards the cabin entry of the Redbud with a strange expression. He spoke in a surprised tone. Oh, there's another honored guest beside Mr. Sunders. And it's a... Weasel paused a while before saying, a golden card owner. A golden card owner. Tom Weasel said that aloud, so Sabat heard him as well. A golden card owner here, who is it? Maybe it's Dryad Boko here, Aline pondered. Jello closed his eyes and waved his metal staff. Then he reopened his eyes and shook his head. Not him. I don't sense his presence within 100 kilometers. Then, Sabat looked at the apprentices from the 3 major wizard organizations. One of them had a golden card. However, all of them were just as lost as he was. Tisk, how could one of the apprentices possess a golden card when the true wizards did not even have one? But, whoever might the owner be, since even wizards could not have a golden card. Everyone looked at Tom Weasel again, who was talking in a singing voice. Weasel did not intend to hide it all. Or rather, he did not find it necessary to hide the truth. Barbie's restaurant always gave their best treatment towards the owner of a golden card. Under everyone's gaze, wearing his signature laughter and pegtop ballet spin, Tom Weasel made a great leap from the restaurant door, left a white trail in the air, and landed on the deck of the Redbud without causing the tiniest bit of dust. He took out his microphone again from some unknown place. He also took out a gentleman's top hat this time, while walking his splay feet steps. He put on the hat. His tattered clothes also became cleaner with each of his steps. When he finally stopped in front of a surprised young man, Tom Weasel was wearing a completely different look. The mad, shaggy creature had turned into a passionate, gracefully dressed gentleman wearing clean, glossy hair. The same idea reached every supernatural's mind. He still looked the same creature, but he was giving out a totally different aura now. The brand new Tom Weasel stopped himself in front of the young man and performed a complicated, yet melodious invitation etiquette. Neha, dear honorable golden card owner. Welcome to Barbie's restaurant. I'm your personal receptionist today. Tom Weasel Eel. You can call me Eel. The simple words were filled with politeness and good manner. It was completely from the mouth a nobleman's servant if one did not mind the signature laughter. The other supernaturals nearby stared their eyes wide. They thought Tom Weasel was his real name. Was he hiding his true name because he was not being polite to them? Sabat's expression turned dark again. However, He realized that Tom Weasel did not even use his real name in front of Sunders. Maybe it was not so important after all. At least they knew Tom's name now. The young man on the receiving end of Tom Weasel's etiquette, on the other hand, was at a complete loss. Chapter 36 The Dark Restaurant. Chapter 36 The Dark Restaurant. 10 minutes ago, when the mist just cleared and the illusions vanished, everyone on the Redbud returned normal. Some of them were hurt, but many still ran towards the deck to check out what just happened. However, before they could reach the deck, the imposing aura from the mighty wizards outside scared them back. They dared not do anything when there were formal wizards on the scene. Still, they could not hold back their curiosity when something so rare and interesting was going on. So they stayed near the cabin door and peeked. Angor was one of them. However, he did not find a good spot to look through the door before some talents with bad intentions pushed him outside. When Angor tried to go back, someone changed from a creepy weirdo into a wretched gentleman while walking already stood before him and gave him a smile. Dear Honorable Golden Card Owner, welcome to Barbie's Restaurant. Angor was led into Barbie's restaurant by Tom Weasel Eel while having no idea what was going on. A group of people followed behind. The group consisted of every supernatural on the ship. More importantly, they were each wearing a different expression. Sabot and Jello had plain faces, but the unnatural flickering in their eyes and their occasional coughing were enough to show their embarrassment. Seriously, they just earned their entrance into the restaurant at the expense of an ordinary young man. When they recalled how the young man looked at them with filthy adults, taking advantage of my inexperience written on his face, they felt uneasy all over themselves. Heroline was looking at Angor, who was walking alongside Tom Weasel with a strange look as she considered something. The apprentices of the three major organizations had even more colorful looks. Some were envious, some vicious, some grim, and some stayed silent. Apart from this, the most common look was curiosity. They were curious about the restaurant's decoration, the meals, and mostly, the young man, who was completely ordinary apart from his above-average looks. How did he acquire a golden card when even wizards could not find one? Angor, walking ahead of everyone under their continued gazes, was still showing a plain expression. However, he was already trembling inside his mind. He felt every step he took would lead him down into the abyss sooner or later. He still could not accept the fact that the golden card that was given by the strange bird tweet was the name Angor gave the bird was a golden invitation card from this damned restaurant. It was fine. It was just a restaurant. What could happen? He could just eat something and be done with it. What Angor was not expecting was that all those powerful supernaturals actually demanded that him to bring all of them in. Angor, as a common teenager who barely knew about the wizarding world, had not even the tiniest courage to refuse them. That was the reason for the weird situation right now. Everyone except Angor was wearing a strange look. Mighty wizards, who were so powerful that they could easily manipulate the world around them, were asking a mortal for help if this incident was to be known by the other wizards out there. How would they show their faces in front of the world from now on? Sabot and the other wizards were feeling humiliated. True. Yet, when they recalled the rumor in the wizarding world, that the food from Barbie's restaurant could enlighten people, they immediately put the embarrassment away. That was nothing compared to actual, solid benefits. Heck, they could just kill everyone on sight once they were done with the restaurant. That way, no one would get the message out. Tom Weasel kept introducing Barbie's restaurant on his way while Angor stayed silent. He was too worried. Besides, he did not know what to say. The interior decoration of the restaurant was different from the outside, with its own distinctive features. Black, crimson, gold, silver. There were all kinds of elegant and formal colors, as well as twisted, complicated, yet organized dark stripes, thorns, roses, vines, blood. Even the paintings on the wall carried a thick, dark atmosphere, completely unlike the outside. However, if the time visitor John was here, he would immediately recognize the style combining Baroque and Lolita typical, dark Lolita touch. This was not intended for kids, but it could still be considered fairytale-like in a broad sense. A fairytale for adults. Angor knew about cultures from the earth, but not to the extent of understanding something so special. He was still a kid, thus, Angor was just as curious as everyone else about the unique interior decoration of the restaurant. It looked so foreign, Angor exclaimed in his mind. Now that he looked at Barbie's restaurant up close, he began to realize that he was far away from the old Earth for real, and there were only more foreign things for him to see. As Angor pondered in his mind, an apprentice quickly walked to him. Angor looked up and quickly switched to his polite manner. It was Marta, the only man in this group that was somehow close to him. Mara did not pay Angor much attention since they came to the ship, but Angor could take on this path all thanks to Marta. Besides, Mara helped John. Even if he asked something in return, Angor still needed to repay his favor. This was why Angor immediately changed his plain expression into a respectful one. Seeing Angor's attitude, Marta stroked his gray-white beard joyfully. Angor, I thank you for letting us into Barbie's restaurant. Marta smiled. The wrinkles on his face spread like the layered petals of a blooming daisy. Angor was shocked by Mara's sudden gratitude and did not know how to respond for a second. He could only keep nodding. Since Mara was here, Angor recalled his condition earlier, about the unknown itchiness on his back. What on earth was that? Did it have something to do with the strange world he visited? The condition was probably threatening his life, and Marta was the only supernatural he could ask, so he made up his mind. Mr. Marta, when I took the talent test, Angor, if I may, where did you obtain your golden card? Mara's question interrupted Angor's voice. That question was for everyone else too, including the three wizards, who also focused onto their conversation waiting for an answer. Even Tom Weasel walking beside Angor was not hiding his curiosity. Since all people were looking, Angor was no longer comfortable about talking about his privacy, so he gave up his question and answered Marta. Angor took out the golden card from the seabird from his pouch. One side of the card was blank, but Angor could feel something uneven when touching it and see some kind of complicated patterns when looking from the side. The other side of the card had the same inconspicuous carvings, but they were colored. There was a clear image of the half-figure of a plump lady with violet hair. This card, Tom Weasel replied. No, yes, my honored guest. This is a golden card from Barbie's restaurant. With this, you can enjoy a free meal from us, but only for once. When you leave the restaurant, the card will vanish on its own. Chapter 37 Greasy Bird Neo. Chapter 37 Greasy Bird Neo. Now I think about it, the card has something to do with Mr. Marta too. About 3 months ago Angor explained his encounter with the strange seabird to Mara. The seabird wearing strange clothes drank the morning dew tea and left. It gave me a golden card. Mara's expression turned weird hearing Angor's words. It was mixed with regret and envy. When they left the Pat Manor, Angor gave most of the remaining morning dew to Marta. Morning dew was only a low-level magic plant, but its special attribute could compete with the white orchid potion. For most apprentices, white orchid potion was something they could never afford. Mara planned to make a good fortune selling the morning dew when he returned to Fey Continent, and see if he could get help from a wizard using the chance. Thus, he never took out his tea on his way. Even Florent had no idea about the amazing tea leaves Mara possessed. He hid the morning dew as best as he could, so he could use it to seek destiny later. Yet Angor simply took it out to drink, and actually earned his own destiny. Marta regretted to his bones. If he could, if only he. Marta only let out a sigh in the end. There was no if only in this world. He missed his luck. That was about it. No one noticed Mara's change in expressions. And even if they did, they would not care. No, so Mr. Toby gave you the card, said Tom Weasel. Mr. Toby, you mean the bird wearing clothes and a pouch, asked Angor. Weasel made a ballet spin and explained with a worshipper's look. Correct. Mr. Toby, he is the master's favorite familiar. He shares an equal position with the master in Barbie's restaurant. When Angor asked further, Tom Weasel no longer said anything about it. He only smiled. Nihaha. You will see Mr. Toby when you enjoy your meal later. After Angor told his story about the card, Tom Weasel explained Toby to him. However, the other apprentices were interested in something else. The morning dew. Angor was walking with Tom Weasel, and they were not close to Angor like Marta. so they could only keep the question in their minds for now. As for the wizards, once they heard about the origin of the golden card, they were no longer interested in Angor. The morning dew meant nothing to them. Only Hiraline, the wizard from White Coral Floating Island Academy, gave Angor another thoughtful look. Good luck was part of one's strength. If Angor could keep his luck going, he was very likely to break through into a wizard. She pondered in her mind. If the kid did have a fine talent, she would keep an eye on him for now. Oh right. The kid was asking Marta about something like on the day he took his talent test, which Marta interrupted. No matter. He was just a lucky talent. Who knew if he could actually achieve anything? Every inch of the wall on the sides of the deep, dark hallway was covered in thorny vines. A bloodred rose would appear occasionally. The extreme contrast somehow created an absolute beauty. A crimson curtain was blocking the end of the hallway. Behind the curtain was the restaurant's banquet room. Or rather, a banquet room for bronze card holders. In front of Sunders, a woman raised a cocktail glass filled with white mucus. Oh ho ho! The demon vine seed is ripe now. We can plant it in the brain fluid of a black-skinned gnome. Ho ho ho, 3 months. And we'll get the most delicious brain flower. A sweet smell, as well as a dark violet vapor, was coming out of it. The woman was so fat that she literally had her jaw layered in 6. Care for a try? Old friend, oh ho ho ho. Drink this black gnome's brain flower, and you will have your mind focused for 10 days and nights without getting tired. Sunders took off his black felt top hat, exposing his short, grayish-green curly hair. He put the hat on the table and took the cocktail glass from Greya, drinking the content food from hell, according to Flora, in one go without hesitation. Pretty good. Sunders put down the glass, crossed his fingers, and shrugged over his neutral answer. Hee. I forgot to tell you that the black gnome's brain flower also triggers your brain to release more pheromone. Do you like it? The fat women with violet hair. Greya narrowed her eyes. Sunders' expression remained unchanged. I feel it. A lot of it. Greya approached Sunders and took a deep breath beside his neck, but without catching any scent. Greya frowned and gave Sunders a despising look. You numbskull stopped your brain from releasing pheromone. I wonder how you really smell like. Must be as boring as yourself. Flora, who had been floating around in the air out of boredom, absolutely agreed with Greya's words. Getting Flora's approval, Greya made a loving eye at Flora, only to receive Flora's rolled eyes instead. Sunders was still indifferent whatsoever. Let's not tarry over irrelevant matters. It was not easy to get your invitation card. You know. Greya hunched to show her fullness. She held her chin with her white, plump hand wearing vermilion nail color, and looked at Sunders with a seducing look. Those coquettish eye makeups were releasing fuzzy ripples as she made eyes at Sunders one after another. Sunders still did not look at her. He did not even lift his head. Sexual apathy. You don't get many chances when a beautiful woman's trying to get to you. Greya, who thought herself as a beautiful woman, rolled her eyes and walked to her material desk while swaying her large buttocks. The material desk was filled with various strange items. There were floating glass containers with cooking materials in them, but none of them really looked like cooking materials. Blackish meat chunks, thick mucus releasing violet and red smoke, piles of living eyeballs, crawling worms. There were even gas vortexes with visible colors. Greya found these cooking materials from all over the world. One of the reasons why Barbie's restaurant kept traveling around was for Greya to hunt for materials in different places. She sometimes even went to foreign planes. For example, most of the materials that gave out violet and black aura were from the Abyss plane, and most gaseous materials were from the Blaze plane. Greya was wearing a pale crimson, close-fitting skirt. She made a pose so she could expose her curves most, or so she thought, in the kitchen, lifted her fleshy chin, and raised a giant spoon decorated with diamonds. Twisting protozoa again. Sunders nodded. Tisk. Greya twitched her lips. Such a boring man. Twisting protozoa was a special bug that could neither be bred or naturally produced. The only method to obtain them was to use a spell created by Greya, with the help of various cooking materials. The result of the cooking was such a bizarre, living dish that would not have any effect on people except Sunders. Greya cast her particular occult gourmet spell, and began processing the materials using her unique cookers. When she was hardly halfway through, the curtain of the banquet room was lifted, and an extremely sloppy, short, greasy man with a beak-like mouth and bead-sized eyes slipped in. The short man was about the same height as Flora, with thin limbs and a hunchback. He looks a lot like those lazy, cheap workers one could find sleeping under a sky bridge. As he came in, Flora frowned and quickly flew towards Sunders. Her expression showed disgust and intention to avoid, which meant the visitor was not anyone ordinary. "Greasy bird, what do you want?" Chapter 38 Golden Guest. Chapter 38 Golden Guest. Hee. I thought waiters in Barbie's restaurant all knew its rules. Flora chuckled in sarcasm. Greasy bird Neo was not offended in the least. He kept speaking with tensed lips while picking his nose. "Lady Greya, Tom Weasel brought a guest and needs you to admit him." Guest now? Sunders raised an eyebrow. Could it be those wandering wizards outside? Flora frowned while smiling. Tom Weasel did not let them in because they did not have a card. So who was it this time? Greya was focused on her cooking and was not listening at all. She did not even look at Greasy Bird. As a gourmet wizard, she had her own rules to obey when cooking. "Who is it? Don't you see there are already customers here? Don't tell me it's a silver card holder." Flora kept her sarcasm, as if she really hated Greasy Bird. In this small banquet room where Greya was currently working silently, Flora's words were exceptionally loud. When Flora mentioned silver card holder, Greya's ears twitched, but she did not stop her work. Greasy Bird picked something from his nose and swallowed it carelessly. "No, not a silver card." Flora sneered at the answer, but when she saw Greasy's action, she almost vomited. Greya, on the other hand, put away her doubt and continued being an attentive cook. Greasy Bird shrugged. "It's a golden card." Flora was not sure she heard right, so she frowned hard and let out a huh. Sunders, who was slowly tapping on the table with his finger, stopped when he heard the answer. Clang! The cooker in Greya's hand dropped on the ground, causing a loud metal clanking noise. "A golden card, are you sure?" Greya asked aloud without paying attention to her professionalism anymore. "Yes, my lady." Greya tossed her diamond-decorated tools away and quickly trotted to Greasy Bird. "Then move now." Barbie's restaurant only gave out 3 golden cards in each business cycle. A guest with a golden card was even more important than Greya herself. Greya followed Greasy Bird and left quickly. She was in such a hurry because the rule of treating a golden customer was not her own idea, but something that man established, and she was demanded by him to strictly follow it. That man was the source of belief in the entire fairy town, and she would follow his words no matter what. Flora said. She tried to stop Greya, but was stopped by Sunders. "It doesn't matter. We already found Greya. We can wait." The rules about cards were the inherited tradition for the candy house. Greya's Barbie's restaurant, Felicia's Butterfly Tavern, they all follow the rules. Sunders paused. He then expressed a cold grin. "Although I would really like to know who this guest is." Sunders took his black hat and put it on gracefully. He lowered the hat brim a bit and left the banquet room, following Tom Weasel's guidance. Everyone reached their dining place. After walking through the dark, ghostly hallway, they were not expecting their destination to be something like this. The golden banquet room was like a luxurious guest room in a grand theater. Large, magnificent and glittering. The carpet was made from the hide from some unknown beast. It was pure white soft fur mixed with traces of golden velvet. The walls were decorated with foreign, silver embroideries with concentration spell formulas written on them. The tables and chairs were carved out of magical plants which gave out an aura that calmed the mind. The dishes were white, flawless porcelain artworks. Even the lamp holder beside the dishware was golden and carved with the image of an abyss beast. From the fairytale style from outside to the dark Baroque hallway, till the extreme luxury in front of them, now the group experienced several different styles, which were all strange, yet harmonious. Maybe all the staff here are just as strange, Angor pondered. They met a lot of weird workers on their way. The dancing Tom Weasel, a ghost cleaner who kept talking nonsense, sloppy manager Neo who was drenched in oil, an eyeless waiter with a stiff body who could only hop forward, and finally, this one. Angor looked at the mass of flesh. "Greya, and gulped. Of course. That was not because of Grea's bewitching makeup. He was scared. As Grea followed Neo into the golden banquet room, she immediately sensed the ripples from the magic lines on the golden card. She was surprised too. She was expecting a wizard, or at least a wizard's companion. However, it was only an ordinary man who had not even constructed his spirit model. The surprise only lasted for a second before Grea quickly put it away. Tom Weasel had told her telepathically that this young man named Angor was the golden card holder. So little Toby was behind all this. Grea raised an eyebrow. Whatever was the morning dew that attracted Toby? Greasy Bird Neo quietly stepped back to somewhere out of sight while Tom Weasel led everyone into their seats. Kiraline, Jelal, and Sabat sat down in a leisure manner, while the other apprentices hesitated. There were seats for them, but they did not dare to sit down. Same for Angor. However, Tom Weasel just kept staring at him, and Angor could not stand those stares in the end, so he took a seat in embarrassment before Tom Weasel finally walked away with his dancing steps. Jelal humphed in frustration for sharing a table with a common mortal. However, he did not say anything. The mortal had the golden card. After all, Kiraline and Sabat chatted nonchalantly while Angor sat with a blank face, with no one to talk to. He kept shifting anxiously until Grea walked in front of him with charming steps and swaying hips. "It's good to see you, honored guest," said Grea as she sat down on the table in front of Angor in a seducing way. She took out a folding fan decorated with laced edge and gave Angor's shoulder a gentle tap. Angor shivered. "I'm Grea, your chef today." When she mentioned her name, Kiraline, Sabat and Jelal all looked at her. They thought this monstrosity of human flesh was also one of the workers. But man, she was the owner of the restaurant. Warrior Barbie Grea. "So you're Lady Grea, back at the floating mech city. My mentor Mithra mentioned your name," said Sabat. Sabat was expecting Grea to respond or exchange a basic greeting with him, but Grea only turned around, looked at him up and down, and turned away. Sabat was speechless. Kiraline had a clear idea about her position. The three wizards were only receiving a free meal thanks to Angor, so she did not try to talk to Grea. Instead, she watched the interaction between Grea and Angor with interest. Ha! A real wizard, serving a common mortal. This was fun. La Lady Grea. "I'm Angor Pat, a reserved student for White Coral Floating Island Academy." Angor stood up uneasily and gave Grea a deep bow. Grea stopped him with her fan. "Angor Pat, is it I'll call you Angor from now on? Can I and put away those manners? You're in my restaurant. You're my guest. To hell with the wizard rules." She unfolded her fan and hid her crimson lips behind the laced fan leaves as she said, "Not to mention that you're the most respected golden customer of Barbie's restaurant." Chapter 39 Customized Food. Chapter 39 Customized Food. On the other side of the golden curtain, Sunders was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed while Flora was leisurely floating beside him. "Still bare feet. Tisk. They don't learn when to quit," said Flora. She covered her mouth as if surprised, but changed into her usual smile quickly. "I didn't think a common mortal would possess the golden card. Maybe he was still inside the red bud when we came to the restaurant, so we didn't sense it." Next, she acted angry again. "How could the shameless fools freeload on an ordinary boy and that's a golden card? I say Grea's got to cook him a custom meal. A custom meal for a mortal, such a waste." "Wait a second. He's just a mortal. I can go in there and threaten him to count me in, so I get a free meal too." "Yes. Good idea, I'm so clever." Flora talked to herself while Sunders did not give her any comment. When she finished, Sunders finally spoke. "Barbie's restaurant set their strongest protective spell arrays right here, with multiple magic traps. You sure you want to barge in?" Flora blinked at Sunders with a pleading look. "Teacher, won't you help me?" Sunders gave her a side glance. "I could if you want me to annihilate Barbie's restaurant for good. That means that even the teacher could not get in by normal means." Flora considered. The golden banquet room was so well protected. Inside the room, Grea cast a glimpse towards the curtain. Of course, she knew the pair was eavesdropping outside. she would have asked Neo to drive them away if it was not Sunders. As the man said, he could not get into the banquet room by ordinary means quickly, but he could absolutely blast the restaurant to pieces. Greya would not offend someone so powerful without a good reason. Angor. According to the restaurant's practice for golden guests, I will make a customized serving, following your requirements, said Greya in a serious tone, as if going over a ceremony. Then she became coquettish again. She even held up Angor's chin using her hand fan. Boy, dear, do feel free to make any requirement about what you want to get from the meal. Oh, you're still a common one, so I suggest you choose something like raising your talent or your spiritual power limit. It'll greatly help with your breakthrough towards a wizard. With that, Greya returned to being silent. The meal could raise one's spiritual power limit talent. All apprentices around the table all stared with wide eyes. Either choice was something they had been dreaming of. While wizards did not really care, since when someone became a formal wizard, one's spiritual power of talent would not be as important. For wizards, accumulating knowledge and gaining insight about themselves was more essential. However, apprentices could only get bigger chance to become formal wizards as they improved their talent. If they failed, they would rot with age. Knowledge and truth were something too distant for these apprentices who did not even know how long they could live. Seeing how the apprentices were getting restless, Greya looked away from Angor and addressed everyone. Oh, dear me, I almost forgot. In my restaurant, a bronze card guest can only choose a custom meal between level 1 and 2, and cannot share the meal. Silver guest can choose level 3 and can share the meal, but I only make one serving, so it's your own decision who should eat it. As for golden quests, everyone pricked up their ears. When she got everyone's attention, Greya explained, a golden card guest still chooses a level 3 meal, but he'll make a number of servings according to how many people are here. You have 8 people, so he'll make 8 dishes. You all should know that you earned your free opportunity thanks to little Angor. Greya's words made everyone even more agitated. The apprentices were so excited their eyes were almost giving out light. They would all have a share. No matter what Angor chose, talent increase or spiritual power improvement, it would raise their aptitude further, which meant they would be one more step closer to becoming wizards. Marta nearly jumped from his seat in excitement. Destiny, finally, he searched and dreamed about this for a long time. He completely did not expect that Angor would bring him destiny a second time after leaving Pat Manor. He thought that being a level 3 apprentice wizard was all he could achieve in his life. And yet, he met another destiny. Angor helped him again. He suddenly felt a bit of regret. If he had known that Angor was such a fortune bringer, he would teach him the triangle channeling already, so Angor could respect him more. But no matter when this was over, he had plenty of time to mend their relationship. On the other side of the table, as the weakest of the group, and the biggest appendage, Easley was feeling excited as well. He had been living on the top floor of the Redbud while Lady Merlin taught him knowledge as best as she could, so Easley had learned a lot about wizards. Naturally, he understood that raising one's talent or spiritual power limit was extremely critical for becoming a wizard. Easley already had a high spiritual power indicator, 23. If he could improve his talent too, becoming a formal wizard was dead certain. Easley saw Angor hesitating and wished he could simply yell choose talent now into his ears. However, he was the last person that should speak right now. All he could do was praying while wearing a worried look. All apprentices felt like hugging each other to celebrate. They were certain that Angor would decide between the two choices, and either was a great help to them. Angor was thinking about it too. Greya, as the chef, had no reason to fool him. However, he was not sure about the extent of his talent and spiritual power. As Angor thought about what to do, Jelil, who had been keeping a straight face, suddenly asked, "Do you have section ephemera here?" Like twisting protozoa, section ephemera was also a non-existent creature. Unlike twisting protozoa that only a few people could use, the section ephemera would easily attract every wizard out there who learned about its appearance. It had a very unique effect to open a new two-way tunnel in a stable plane. The tunnel was only singles, but it was still extremely valuable to wizards, because it helped them steal their way into another plane without relying on the plane passages controlled by major wizard organizations. By doing so, they would have a chance to run into their destiny. For this reason, section ephemera was a priceless item which most wizards could not afford. Still, section ephemera was valuable mainly because it was so rare. No one knew how it ended up in the wizarding world or where to look for it. There was only a rumor that every appearance of the item had some kind of connection with the fairy town. Barbie's restaurant belonged to Candy House under the administration of Fairy Town. So this was why Jello asked such a question. Chapter 40 Section Ephemera. Chapter 40 Section Ephemera. Every supernatural in the room immediately got Jello's idea. If Greya did have section ephemeras, they should give up on improving their talent or spiritual power. Each of them should take a section ephemera home and be done with it. The apprentices were frustrated by Jello's question, but they quickly accepted the fact when they thought it over. If they could get their hands on a section ephemera sought by wizards, they could just use it to exchange talent-improving potions from the wizards. It would take longer, but they could also earn favor from formal wizards. The apprentices were still happy about the outcome. Outside the room, Flora yelled anxiously. Section ephemera arg, I want it to let me in. You shameless assholes, I want to join the party. No one cared about Angor's feelings. Why would they? They could simply give him something in return in the end. Even that was not necessary. After all, what could a mortal do to them? Do you have it? Jello asked again. Greya glanced at Jello with a fake smile, then looked at Angor again, who was still wearing a plain look. But Angor's trembling arms gave him out. Greya waited for a while before she unfolded her fan again to hide her expression. Oh, section ephemera, of course. I created it myself. All wizards instantly perked up. Sabot was the one showing the most exaggerated expression. The Floating Mech City was a major wizard organization as well as a prosperous trading city. Most money that moved in the wizarding world must leave a share when passing through there. Of course, Sabot fully understood how valuable section ephemera was. He went to the Sky Auction House often, so he knew a bit more secrets than the others. Section ephemera was produced by human hands. Rumor had it that a wizard made them using originally created spells. In other words, it could not be copied. During recent centuries, the sale of section ephemera was always dominated by one group and sold in really small numbers. Sabot was not expecting to run into the creator of section ephemera here. If he could join Greya's line of business, then maybe he could earn himself a position to sell the item. Even if he was only allowed to sell a few, he would make a giant fortune. When he was done thinking, Sabot began looking at Greya with a different idea in his mind. Apart from section ephemera, I also have secret snow tree cakes, stew combo made from cloud sea raccoons, magus crab meat, magic steam twister. Greya gave them a long list of names. There were meals that could further develop one's brain, cleanse magical obstacles, trigger spell source vortexes. Every meal was extremely attractive to wizards. I want section ephemera. Jello was firm. Hiroline and Sabot frowned upon Jello's dictatorial decision. Hiroline preferred a meal that developed her brain, while Sabot wanted something to improve his magic power. They could only choose one. In the end, they both remained silent. Section ephemera was fine. They had no use for it, but they could at least exchange it into something they needed. No need to offend the mithril innovator for now. You're not the one who's making the decision. Greya tilted her lips towards Angor. Jello was as confident as ever. He will listen to me. He looked towards Angor with a complicated expression. He got into the restaurant because of the young man. Otherwise, he would receive the humiliation of getting rejected in front of all the apprentices. However, Jello was not feeling any gratitude. Instead, he was a bit angry at Angor for putting him into an embarrassing situation somehow. Jello held hostility towards Angor. Still, he did not completely give up his sense of shame by venting it out in front of everyone. Angor, is it choose section ephemera and give your share to me? He'll give you a bottle of potion of austere night in return. It'll increase your spiritual power limit by 2. Jello did not care for Angor's response before looking back at Greya again. The potion of austere night was very useful to apprentices, but was valued far less compared to section ephemera. 100 bottles of the potion might be enough to exchange for a piece of tail from a section ephemera. Angor was hiding his anger against Jelal. He did not expose any of it. He only kept inhaling and breathing, while telling himself to relax in his mind. Ever since he came to the Redbud, he experienced several incidents where he could not grasp his own fate, and this was the worst one. Still, he could not do anything. John told him that a wise man could always understand the situation, and little impatience spoils great plans. He really wanted to vent out his vigorous teenager temperament, but he could not, especially when the gap between strength was just too big. Made up your mind? Boy Greya asked Angor with a smile. No matter what Angor chose, but the section ephemera or a meal to improve aptitude, Greya would agree with him. The improvement meal she made was hardly better than the potion of austere night. This was why Greya did not interrupt Jelal. Otherwise, to obey the rules established by that man, she certainly would have intervened. When a golden card guest was being forced by someone else, Angor kept silent for quite a while. Before he finally spoke, I think I'll choose the section ephemera. Upon hearing section ephemera, Jelal nodded. He did not even care about what Angor meant by I think. But can I ask something before I make the final decision, asked Angor. No, haha. Of course. You can. As a golden card holder, as long as you're inside Barbie's restaurant, all questions you have will receive their best answer. Tom Weasel popped up from God nowhere. Angor looked at Mara, who was a little surprised at first, but soon realized what Angor meant. About your teacher, Mara tried to ask. Angor nodded, and slowly explained John's condition to Greya. Of course. He did not say anything about John's origin. He only emphasized John's physical changes and his current situation. Greya raised an eyebrow and considered for a moment. Your teacher's body wilted on its own, including his limbs. Angor nodded. Mara also added something. I have cast detect disease on him. There was no illness. The body wilted without a cause of disease. Every wizard in the room realized an answer, but no one broke the silence. In the end, it was Hieroline, who had been keeping a low profile, spoke up first. A wilted body without disease is likely because someone is being expelled by the world's consciousness. Hieroline paused a little. She then explained in a casual manner. Maybe your teacher wasn't from this world. Everyone nodded. Even Greya agreed to Hieroline's point. Angor did not reply. He already knew John was from another world, but he did not dare to mention it. Mara, however, helped him this time. I used expel deceit on him as well. His teacher is from this world because the spell told me he's completely human. Unless there are humans in another world too. Mara's words made all people quiet again. Humans only existed in the wizarding world. This was a common sense here. Humans in the other worlds or planes were either travelers from the wizarding world or humanoid creatures. There were no otherworldly humans. Even if a human immigrant gave birth in another world and then returned the child to the wizarding world, the world's consciousness would not repel the child. In other words, as long as someone had human blood in them, they would not have trouble with world's consciousness even if their appearance had become a humanoid creature. Not to mention John was a pure human. Everyone was stumped. Hieroline considered for a while and spoke again. If he's a human, he shouldn't be repelled by the consciousness. Well, if it's not a disease, it could be cursing spells or something similar. Before Mara could explain that he did not find any magic traces, Hieroline continued. Maybe the cause is some ability from another plane, which means you can't detect it. Just like that. The nature of John's condition was somewhat determined under people's discussion. Angor was planning to ask if Greya had any food to save his teacher. If so, he would try to get it, even if it meant he would displease Jelal. However, the discussion had reached a wrong conclusion on John's condition. A meal made while following such a conclusion would not help John at all. The reason for John's condition was just a visitor from another space was unaccustomed to this world. Yet Angor could not say it. He only pretended to laugh it off in front of everyone. Any more questions? If not, he'll start making the section ephemeras. No. Please go ahead. Angor bowed towards Greya and prepared to walk away. But he suddenly recalled the itchiness on his back. Oh wait. I have something else to ask. It's about myself. Chapter 41 Special Talent. Chapter 41 Special Talent. Angor was planning to ask Mara when they were finished with the restaurant. But since there was a good chance now and a real wizard would help him, Angor simply explained his condition without a second thought. A few months ago, Mr. Marta helped me with a talent test. When I touched the talent sphere, I found the world around me change, and I floated in the air. As Angor slowly spoke out, everyone's expression became more and more strange. There were many examples of the Abel's I recorded in the Abel's annual talent collection. However, none of them looked similar to what Angor was talking about. The wizards already reached their own conclusion. If what Angor said was true, his talent certainly was not normal. It might be a special talent. Or rather, it must be. The only question was what kind of talent. Even Mara stared at Angor with wide eyes. He thought to himself, didn't he say he was only floating? Mara finally recalled the details on that day. When Angor was done testing, he said floating, but he was going to say something else. At that moment, Mara just turned to a level 3 apprentice. His mana was disturbed, and his mood, impulsive. He interrupted Angor before the boy could finish. Mara rubbed his temple in frustration. He missed a young man with special talent from under his nose. If he discovered it earlier, he would definitely make a profit out of this. Mara let out a sigh in regret. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze. He secretly glanced aside. Hiroline was looking at him with a stern face. Before they came here, when Hiroline asked about special talents, Mara gave her a firm answer: none. It was hardly an hour, and the truth slapped him in the face. He did not mean this. Although Hiroline just gave Mara an angry stare, she already began to ponder in her mind about Angor's possible talent. The young man has some luck, has his destiny, and does not panic under stress. Now, he might possess a good talent. Hiroline was becoming more and more satisfied with Angor. Seemed like she did not have to keep an eye on him anymore. She would take him in now. Hiroline made up her mind. But she did not stop Angor's explanation. He was going to join White Coral Floating Island Academy anyway, so she could just wait until they left the restaurant. With that in mind, Hiroline relaxed. My back was scratched by that woman, whose face was full of sutures. Thank God I was already inside the closet. Angor continued telling his adventure, while every supernatural around the table was trying to guess what kind of talent Angor had. Outside the curtain, Sunders and Flora heard Angor's story as well. Flora had no idea what Angor was talking about, while Sunders frowned mildly. He remembered something similar, but could not tell when or what was it. After that, I often felt itchiness on my back, but every time I checked in the mirror, I can't see any wound. I can't feel anything either when I touch it, said Angor. He scratched his head and kept talking. Just now, I was confused by the illusion of food on the red bed. The awful itchiness came again, and it won over my hunger. That was how I escaped the illusion. Greya spoke. It's called a mirage. Something that happens when us gourmet wizards cook. People without a spirit model constructed inside their bodies cannot escape being eroded by the mirage. So that itchiness helped you clear your mind. Oh my, whatever caused that wound on you. It wasn't anything ordinary. When Angor said itchiness, Sunders' eyebrow twitched, as if he remembered something. Can I look at your back? I think I saw something alike in an ancient book. Hiroline thought about it for a while and spoke to Angor. Angor hesitated a bit before he decided to remove his upper clothes in front of everyone. His slim body and clean white skin were almost transparent under the bright lamplight. He was still young, so people looked at the bared, childlike body without any improper ideas. Greya even pinched Angor's arm playfully. His arms hardly got any muscles on them. Angor only kept his head down bashfully and put his hands over his stomach. He did not get any chance to exercise on the ship, and his 8-pack began to fuse into one. Only the cars around proved that he was once a slim boy. Angor turned around so everyone could look at his back. White and flawless. There was not even a beauty spot. Although this was not important, everyone was focusing on where Angor said his condition was around his blade bones. Nothing out of ordinary on the outside. Greya used a cantrip called True Sight to observe. Conclusion: nothing. All wizards who were interested in Angor's story all used their own means to check. No one found anything. Greya used a spell only available to formal wizards, remove delirium. It was a level 1 spell. The effect was mainly to find hidden truths. The principle behind the spell was using small traces to backtrack truths appeared in the line of history. And even with that, Greya did not find anything wrong. Strange, Greya was puzzled. Maybe Angor was lying, but how did he get out of the mirage then? Besides, Angor did not have any reason to tell lies in front of all these wizards. They did not find the wound caused by the woman with sutured face Angor mentioned. The apprentices whispered to each other to exchange ideas, while the wizards went through their own thoughts. Here, you'll give Angor a proper test and determine what his talent is. We'll deal with the scratch later, said Hieroline as she stepped up. She added, Angor will be a student of White Coral Floating Island Academy soon. We might as well finish the test right here. Hieroline intentionally emphasized on a student of White Coral Floating Island Academy. If nothing strayed too far, Angor certainly possessed special talent. It did not mean he would become a wizard, but anyone with a special talent that actually succeeded was sure to achieve great things. Hieroline spoke like that to discourage the wizards from the other organizations from claiming him for their own. Considering the wizards on the scene, Boko from Gravity Forest was not here, so he was a pass. Sabat was from Floating Mech City, so he would not intervene. That meant Hieroline's words were directed at Jelil from Tower of Hurricane. Of course Jelil knew what she meant. He only gave her a small nod. A special talent would somewhat catch a wizard's attention. However, if Angor failed in becoming a formal wizard, he would perish like every mortal. The Tower of Hurricane already recruited an exceptional student with a high spiritual power rating easily. They did not need to care for another. When Hieroline saw Jelil's attitude, she walked to Angor with a smile and prepared to give the young man a formal talent test. Every talent would undergo such a test once they reached their respective organization. The test was different from the one using Abel's eye. It would give the testee an all-rounded evaluation. Usually, taking the formal test meant that the talent had officially joined the wizard organization. This was because the wizard organization would take a sample of the testee's blood during the test. When the test was over, the blood was used to make an identification token with the organization's emblem on it, and the token would be given to the testee. After that, the testee would be considered a member of the organization. Everyone except Angor knew what this meant. Knowing this, Florent and Mara began to regard Angor with a little bit more friendliness. Before Hieroline could fully enjoy the fact that she just won herself a real student, the sound of a giant explosion filled the room. Chapter 42 Destined Encounter. Chapter 42 Destined Encounter. The giant shake forced every supernatural in the room to use their spells to stable themselves. What is it? Someone's attacking. All foundations in Barbie's restaurant were protected by spell arrays that could stabilize the space around them. This meant people inside the restaurant would not feel anything no matter where or what condition the restaurant was in, but flying, floating, or being moved by force. Yet they were feeling the great swaying. There was only one explanation: Somion was attacking the restaurant, and the strength of the attack had surpassed the spell arrays. The attack continued like surging waves, and the protective spells were on the verge of giving in. The elegant crystal chandelier in the middle of the hall was swaying like a pendulum, giving out a chaotic cracking noise as the crystal parts knocked into each other. As the only common one in the room, Angor thought he was going to stumble like a clown. Before he was thrown off the ground though, Tom Weasel leaped beside him with a ballet step and kept Angor stable, using an unknown spell. The floor was still shaking, but he felt as if he was standing on solid earth. Wizards are amazing, Angor exclaimed in his mind. Greya suddenly floated into the air and bellowed towards outside. Sunders, what's the meaning of this? The shaking stopped. Then a soft chuckle came from outside. Hee. I wanted to ask something, but the room was so very protected, so I could only use a little force to get in. Everyone became grim over the Lotan voice. It was Sunders who was attacking Barbie's restaurant. If it was another wizard, everyone could stick together and win this over. However, against Sunders they were not sure they could get away in one piece even if their number was doubled. When Sabat was forced to stay in Devil's Water, he secretly called Jelil's group, for they represented their own organizations. but not because they could actually defeat Sunders. If Sunders decided to ignore the organizations, their only choice was to get the hell out of here before Sunders became fully agitated. Sunders had been a level 2 wizard for decades. The other wizards in the restaurant were all level 1. The different number might not look like a big deal, but the actual gap was even bigger than the one between an apprentice and a real wizard. Not to mention that Sunders was still a top tier when compared to the other level 2 wizards. They could not understand. Sunders was always peaceful towards Barbie's restaurant. What was the big deal? He said he came to ask something. What was it? Was it so important that he would not mind becoming Grea's enemy? Apart from these, Grea was thinking about something else. Every dozen years or so, Sunders would come looking for her for twisting protozoa. They were not close friends, but were at least acquaintances. Sunders usually acted neutral in the restaurant, because Grea was the only wizard who could produce twisting protozoa. Besides, Sunders knew well about that great man. With him supporting the restaurant, there was no way Sunders would suddenly turn hostile against her. Yet he still did. Considering Sunders' unemotional personality, whatever he wanted to ask must be extremely important to him. Something that would affect his own life. Something about his life. He doesn't even care about twisting protozoa anymore. Don't tell me. Grea glanced towards the young man standing beside Tom Weasel. It's because of him. Angor, the young man favored by Toby. Sunders wanted to ask something about Angor even if it meant becoming enemy with the restaurant. This explained why Sunders decided to attack before Angor was about to receive his talent test. Grea inspected Angor and fixed her gaze on his bare back. An idea came to her mind. She began to have a faint conclusion. Angor said something about entering a strange world. She did not pay much attention to it. But considering Sunders' action, there must be a connection. Sunders' moniker was Phantom Master. Unwitting people might think that Sunders was a master at illusions. But Grea knew the truth. Sunders did not get his name because he was good at creating phantoms or illusions. The biggest reason was a strange plane called the Nightmare Realm. The Nightmare Realm was a plane without a fixed location. It was first recorded in Expedition into Endless Plains 200 years ago. Till now, there was not even a stable tunnel that connected the Nightmare Realm to the Wizarding World. The only way to enter the place was to open a random wormhole and stumble in there by chance when the plane moved closer to the Wizarding World during its movement cycle. Everyone who successfully entered the Nightmare Realm used such a method. Also, there had been less than 10 wizards who went there and returned in one piece, which proved how terrifying the place was. Those who made it back to the Wizarding World could only give vague descriptions about the place. Every time someone talked about the Nightmare Realm, he or she would make it look like some kind of taboo while not hiding the greed in their eyes. Their comments about the Nightmare Realm were exceptionally similar to each other. The reality is projected into imaginary and gives birth to the truth. Grea never went to the Nightmare Realm, but she did know that most of Sunders' abilities were related to the Nightmare Realm. Also, Angor's description reminded her about people's comments about the place. The same as Pat Manor, but with a group of totally different creatures living in it. Was that not a projected reality in the Nightmare Realm? Grea connected Sunders and Angor again. If Angor really went to the Nightmare Realm during his talent test, it would well explain Sunders' radical action. Although Grea more or less figured out the key point, she still did not know how to deal with the situation. A golden card holder was most honorable in Barbie's restaurant, and a well-renowned Phantom Master feared by the entire southern wizard world. That great man had been away from the south for hundreds of years. His name could only intimate people so much. Grea's silence caused Sunders to attack further. The great swaying had thrown the candles on the chandelier off. A fire would have broken out if not for Weasel and Neo's intervention. However, several parts of the beautiful carpet already caught some small embers. In the end, Grea sighed and ordered Greasy Bird to lift the protection from the room. The scale in her heart finally tipped toward Sunders. Sometimes one must bow down one's head in the face of cold reality. The future was futile if one could not survive today. Clamp! Clamp! As the curtain slowly went up, a noble gentleman in black walked inside with firm and steady steps. No one would believe such a refined man was the culprit who launched those violent attacks. Angor was also inspecting the newcomer in secret. Grayish-green curly hair reached from under his black felt hat. His face showed traces of great age but was still handsome. A gold-rimmed monocle sat on his prominent nose. He was wearing a black tailcoat, white, golden-edged gloves, and a black walking cane. Every posture on him was elegant. His aura was like that of a noble family with thousands of years of history, delicate, yet distant. One could admire the magnificence from a distance. Any closer, and it would be defiled. Every step he took made people's hearts jump. Why did he come? What did he want to ask? All the supernatural stared at the composed gentleman with doubt and fear. Finally, Sunders stopped in front of Angor. "Good afternoon, young man." They looked at each other. Angor did not know how to react. He just went through all the shaking. And he was still leaning against the table with his legs gave out. He had not put on his clothes. A cold breeze came from the opened curtain and hit his bared body, causing him to shiver. A young man with bare top and a gentleman full of noble aura stared at each other. Hieroline was unsure of what was going on. Sunders came for Angor. Well, this explained why Sunders suddenly acted when she was about to test Angor. A sense of crisis rose inside Hieroline's mind. It was not about her safety. Rather, it was a crisis when she was about to lose her destiny. No, regret would be a better word. Mara, who had been standing beside Angor, spread his hands out and quickly stepped away. He did not dare to stay near Sunders. Even a brief glimpse at the gentleman gave him shivers. Seeing how Sunders walked to Angor, Greya confirmed her idea. As expected, no one made another move. Chapter 43 The Red Reaper. Chapter 43 The Red Reaper. "Hey, Greya, give me one of those section ephemera or something." A clean, yet enchanting voice suddenly came about. People looked towards the source of it. Flora was floating in the air, wearing her dark red veil dress. She slowly floated into the room while muttering, "Hey teacher, I was wrong about you. You aren't as stubborn as a rock. You're so kind. You know I wanted section ephemera. So you actually broke in violence and love. I like it." Sunders, who was just referred to as a stubborn rock by a student, completely disregarded Flora. He crouched down and looked at the young man in front of him carefully. Angor saw Flora as Sunders crouched down. When he heard Flora's unique tone, he immediately recalled what happened that day on the deck of the Redbed. The floating girl was Blood Witch Flora, who scared every supernatural away that day. It wasn't Flora's bright appearance that attracted Angor's attention. It was the shadow lurking behind her. Angor was now looking at it with widened eyes. As he remembered, back on the Redbud when Flora and Sabbat flew towards the Cloud Whale, when Angor looked at them in the distance, he saw something shadowy behind Flora. Now, Flora was only a dozen meters from him, and he could finally get a good look at the shadow. It was a human figure cloaked in a tattered robe quietly affixed on Flora's back. The figure noticed Angor's gaze and slowly lifted its ragged hood off its face. In the next second, 2 lumps of dark green fireballs and a pale white skull appeared in front of Angor. A skeleton was hiding beneath the robe. What Angor just saw caused him to step back in fear and fell on his bottom. Since Sunders was looking at him, everyone was focused on him as well. His action was noticed by all of them. Did something scare Angor? With that question in mind, people followed Angor's line of sight. They only saw Flora, who had been yelling and asking for section ephemera. Flora had a terrible personality and thirst for blood. True, however, her appearance was absolutely beautiful. So whatever scared Angor so much? Sunders cast a side glance at Flora, then focused on Angor again. A mild grin appeared around his lips. "You can see the Red Reaper." That was not a question. Sunders was firm about it. "What the FCK is the Red Reaper?" everyone asked in their minds. Flora was chatting about irrelevant things with Greya. When she heard Sunders' words, she quickly turned to look at Angor. With great surprise in her eyes, Sunders had been looking at Angor all along, and Angor just realized the man was talking to him. Angor hesitated and stuttered. "Red Reaper, you mean the black-robed man behind that lady?" Angor had no idea how to describe the skeleton. Sunders smiled. "The dead man's skeleton, correct. That is the Red Reaper. So you really can see it. Good. Good Sunders was praising someone and Red Reaper were behind Flora can't see anything. Every wizard used their true sight or similar spells to check, only to receive Flora's angry glare. Talking about embarrassment. You can see little Red Flora suddenly appeared in front of Angor with a blink. Angor was surprised much by Flora's movement and asked a dumb question. How is little Red? Flora pointed at the shadow behind her. Duh. This. Angor looked at the pale skeleton hidden in the robe and gulped. Ah. So you can see little Red. Looking at Angor's terrified expression, Flora got a new idea. Little Red. Say hello to him. A soft, prolonged hee-I reached Angor's eardrums. Angor shivered. He looked up carefully. And yes. The Red Reaper just said that. Inside those dark eye sockets, the dark green fireballs turned moon white. They also changed into a funny shape like new moons. Next, as Angor watched in horror, the skeleton reached out a trembling, skeletal arm from under its ragged cloak, and slowly handed a blood-red rose towards Angor. Angor was taken aback a little. For me. The flames in the Reaper's eye sockets blinked. It nodded. Angor tried reaching out for the rose. Flora did not say anything. However, when she saw Angor reaching out, her expression became grim. Sunders did not participate in the conversation. At this moment, he obviously became serious for some reason. Of course, everyone had seen Angor's action. However, they could not see the Red Reaper. Considering the boy reached out a hand, and Sunders and Flora changed their attitude, the only possible conclusion was, something is here that only Flora, Sunders and Angor can see. It's called Red Reaper, and Angor is going to take something from it. But why are Flora and Sunders changing their attitude drastically? Heroline was getting a faint feeling that once Angor took whatever there was, she would lose something important. Heroline tried to stop Angor, but before she could move, a great force repressed her down. She could not even find enough strength to speak. She could hear people around her whispering to each other. She was the only one who could not move. She looked at that man in fear. Sunders was not even looking at her, and he still locked her in place. There was no doubt. Sunders knew what Heroline was going to do. He disabled Heroline without raising anyone's attention. Such a dreadful being. Angor's hand finally connected with Red Reaper's. A cold feeling spread from his finger. Was that how Bones felt? It felt real. Yet something strange came upon Angor's mind. Albeit just briefly. With uncertainty, Angor took the exceptionally bright rose from Red Reaper. It was redder than fresh blood. When Angor took the rose, a small commotion rose from the people around him. Angor did not realize that what he just did was a completely different sight for the other people. When he reached his hand into an unknown space, the air went blurry, and his once empty hand was suddenly holding a brighted rose. Fetching something from thin air was not a difficult task for supernaturals. However, Angor was a mortal who had not even started to learn mana channeling. How was that possible? It was real then. A Red Reaper was here, and no one could see it even with their spells. Angor looked at the rose in his hand. It was really bright and gave out a very pleasant smell. But apart from these features, it was just an ordinary rose. As Angor checked the flower, Flora covered her mouth in shock. She looked at Angor in a complete loss, and then glanced at Sunders. She swore that it was just a prank. Little Red did not exist in this world. It could not interact with reality without using special spells. She did not expect that Angor actually took the rose also. It became a reality. The rose appeared in this world. Unbelievable. Seeing how Angor still had no idea what was going on, Flora quickly turned towards Sunders and spoke in a sad manner. Teacher, you came for him. Am I right? Yes. I knew it. Was wondering why you were suddenly nice to me. So that's why. Chapter 44 Fate and Choice. Chapter 44 Fate and Choice. As always, Sunders was oblivious of Flora's venting. He was grinning, and his stern expression became a little more gentle. Good. Project into imaginary to give birth to the truth. Your talent is exceptional. Sunders reached out his hand towards Angor, who was still sitting on the floor. Angor hesitated. A man feared by wizards was in front of him. If he did not react properly, Would he get into trouble after some more wavering? Angor chose to take Sunder's hand. Sunders pulled Angor up and looked at him with his dark brown eyes. Do you want to be my student? Those words instantly quieted all conversations between the supernaturals nearby. Then, a commotion followed. Sunders is accepting Angor as a student. This would be the biggest news in the southern region this year. Sunders only took in 2 students in his life, and both of them became wizards. The mortal kid had some serious luck. Humph. Luck, use your brain. Think, why is Sunders asking him to be a student? Oh right. What's so special about him? Something to do with the weird story during his talent test. Sunders forced his way in before Heroline could do the talent test. That already explained it all. Someone's reminder caused everyone else to think carefully. Right, Sunders never did anything harsh. He did not even care when Jelil and Flora were arguing in front of the restaurant entrance. But now he actually made a rash move. There must be something we aren't aware of. Maybe the young man named Angor has a special talent that even Sunders could not wait to take him away. But a good talent was only an addition to wizards. They would not just accept a student because of his or her talent. Becoming a wizard had too many prerequisites. Normal talents also had their own advantages. Once someone actually became a wizard, talent would only determine the lower limit, while the upper limit heavily relied on the wizard's accumulated knowledge. If considered this way, then Angor's talent was so special that Sunders was willing to make an exception. A wizard's talent determined his or her lower limit. So how grand would it be for Angor? Everyone took their own wild guesses. All apprentices were now looking at Angor enviously. Their own futures were not even determined yet, and this ordinary young man was already favored by the best wizard in the entire southern region. How could people be so different, and how lucky could he get golden card? Phantom Master student. Why was he the only one getting all the good stuff? The atmosphere in the room became strange. Not only the apprentices, but even the wizards were also envious now. Level 1 wizards and level 2 wizards were tremendously different. If they could find a level 2 wizard as their teacher, they would surely make greater achievements. Heroline finally understood the uneasiness she had been feeling. Since Sunders acted like this before she could give Angor a talent test, there was no doubt about Angor's outstanding talent. A genius about to join White Coral Floating Island Academy only to be intercepted midway. No wonder why she felt something wrong. Heroline was struggling with herself. She wanted to speak, but Sunders never lifted the suppression. It even got worse than before. Heroline could not even move a finger now. All she could do was praying in her mind, don't accept the offer. Although she already knew that praying was futile, people's discussion did not take long. And the discussion did not change the situation. Ever since running into the strange seabird on the redbed, Angor felt something was changing. He had no idea what it was. Yet an unknown force still led him here. He had no idea how he got the golden card, how he came up to the deck, how he was taken away by Tom Weasel, how he chose section ephemera when he thought his strange journey would soon end. This noble gentleman invited him to be his student. An unknown force pushed Angor to an unknown direction and changed his future towards the unknown. If the philosophers from Earth would discuss the situation, they might have a name for it. Fate. Angor did not know whether it was fate that put him in the center of the whirling chaos. However, he did know he should give an answer to the man standing in front of him. The other people were about to murder him with their sharp glares. Sir, I agreed to Mr. Mara that he'll join White Coral Floating Island Academy. You want to save your teacher, John? Am I right? Asked Sunders. Yes, sir. Do you think a wizard at the academy would take you in and help you find a way to cure your teacher within 5 years? I don't know, but I'll try my best. Angor hesitated. Mara told him that every apprentice would find a wizard as their tutor once inside the organization. However, the apprentices were only nominal students, and what they could actually learn relied on their teacher's mood. It was extremely difficult to find a real teacher. Heroline was trying to say, I will teach you, but she never got the chance to move her lips. And the other wizards certainly did not want to offend Sunders now. Trying your best will not always get you a good result. If I'm your teacher, I will personally train you, said Sunders. He stroked his white gloves as he continued. If you can't save your teacher in 5 years, I will give you a magic scroll that can freeze any life form in ice and give your former teacher another 5 years to live. However, if you are still powerless in 10 years, his death will not be prevented. Angor immediately raised his head. 10 years. Almost half a year had passed since he left the Pat Manor, and he had not even reached Fey Continent yet. Returning to the manor and save John from his illness in 5 years was just too difficult. Angor appeared to be calm during these months, but his mind was not calm at all. If Sunders spoke the truth, that he could actually have 10 years, Angor would make up his mind. Time was most precious. How about it? Do you have an answer? Sunders was acting relaxed and seemed indifferent about Angor's decision, but as a student who knew him best, Flora recognized the tint of desire and stubbornness hidden in his expression. Flora was certain that if Angor chose to refuse, Sunders would simply knock him out and kidnap him away. What kind of talent attracted teacher to such an extent? Even Flora was becoming a little envious at Angor's luck. Angor stayed silent, then looked at Marta, who was standing not far. Mara's attention, however, was focused on someone else. Hiraline. Hiraline was gazing at Mara with pure hatred. At first, Mara did not know why Hiraline hated him so much, but considering Hiraline's regretted look towards Angor, Marta realized what just happened. It was clear. Hiraline was blaming Marta for not noticing Angor's talent beforehand, thus giving Sunders such an opportunity. Mara felt really upset. He did not know there was something else besides floating during the talent test. He was being excited about his own breakthrough on that day. It could not be helped. Despite his feeling, Marta could not argue with Hiraline. Otherwise, he would not be going back to the academy at all. Hiraline's resentment sent a chill down Mara's spine. An apprentice was like an ant in the face of a wizard. If Hiraline decided to end his life right here, the academy would not even question about it. With his future dangerously hanging on a thin string, Mara changed his train of thought, clenched his teeth in determination, and made a great decision. Chapter 45 Mara's Regret. Chapter 45 Mara's Regret. Sir, Sunders sir, and Angor already joined White Coral Floating Island Academy. So. Marta did not finish. It was not because he was scared of Sunders. He was sweating because everyone else was staring at him. The room was filled with the voice of chattering and went quiet when Angor was about to answer Sunders, as all people were waiting for Angor's choice in dead silence. Marta's sudden reaction naturally caught their attention. Angor was only feeling uneasy under people's gaze because he was still young and did not know much about the wizarding world. He could at least talk like normal. Mara, on the other hand, had seen many incidents showing human natures. He usually knew how to act in certain situations. He knew to be modest when wizards were around. This was why he kept stuttering when all the formal wizards were looking at him. Looking at the big disappointment, Hiraline spat in disgust inside her mind. Florent lifted a hand and covered his face. He was already burning red. Marta did not finish his words, but his intention was clear. However, Sunders never paid him any attention. He was still waiting for Angor's answer while stroking his gloves. Mara stood in the center of attention and embarrassment. Before he felt devoured by the terrible quietness, an eerie giggle broke the silence. Angor is the academy's student. Why didn't I hear about that? It was Flora. She was floating in the air like lying in an armchair, with her smooth, bright thighs crossed. Her white toe tips were dipping in rhythm. I brought him to the ship. So what bringing him to the ship means he must join your what group was it again? Flora began taunting again. Besides, he's still a mortal. No spirit model inside him. How is he your student? Said Flora. She took out her delicate umbrella and pointed to Marta. Your academy teaches triangle channeling. Am I right? So did you teach it to Angor? If you did, I don't mind leaving him be, like what I did to Easley. Or did you not do it at all since you started from the marginalized island till Devil's Water? Mara and Florent froze in place. No, they did not. Flora looked at Angor again. Angor, is it big? Sis will tell you something. Organizations like theirs are usually referred to as academyism by us. Similar to how some apprentices divide wizards into black and white. Such organizations value new talents and usually teach their channeling methods while on the guidance ship. I checked on the talents on the ship. More than half of them already have spirit models constructed inside their bodies. It means, if they see a talented one as important, they will teach him or her the channeling method as soon as possible. Now, look at you. How long did you stay on the red bed now and still a common one? You see now, hee. They never cared about you. Flora's remark hit the nail of it. Marta was trembling hard again. He was planning to teach Angor channeling along with Alan and Aline. He decided otherwise because he expected some kind of reward back first. He was true when speaking about equivalent exchange in the wizarding world. And of course, he would not want to teach channeling to someone for free. Any questions if you already taught Angor? You can take him away as a wizard's rule. We won't stop you. But if you didn't, Angor has the right to choose for himself. You should stop meddling. Marta did not move. Everyone else in the room was supernatural. They certainly noticed. Angor was a common mortal, and there was not a tiny trace of channeling training on him. Flora was using Jell's reasoning a while ago to slap Marta's face. And Marta could not argue. Angor neither received the Academy's channeling method nor went through a formal talent test. He could be considered a reserve student for the Academy. And a reserve student was still free. There was no contract. No emotional bond. Marta could not even use moral grounds to push the matter. In the end, Marta no longer had anything to say. He stepped aside quietly. Looking at how Heroline was staring at him in hatred, Marta could only look down in shame. If only he knew what would happen today. He would have already taught Angor the triangle channeling. It was nothing valuable anyway. If only. Marta felt his situation changed from fortunate to desolation so fast. Thinking about his possible consequences upon returning to the Academy. Even Grea's meal could not cheer him up now. With endless sorrow, Marta felt himself instantly gaining another 10 years in age. He moved to a corner and sulked on his own. Angor, dear. Made up your mind. Flora floated to Angor and looked at him with a seducing look. She said, I'm sure you want to become my little junior. Her flirtation did not receive an expected outcome. Angor's eyes were clear as always. He even frowned at Flora's attempt. Flora paused, and secretly let out a little bastard in her mind. She rolled her eyes, then returned to Grea to keep talking about meals. People were looking at Angor again. Angor looked at Marta, then back at Sunders. He was hesitating not because he was afraid of offending someone. Instead, he was worried about Sunders' intention. He did not believe in free favors. When Marta refused to teach him triangle channeling, he actually felt relieved. Sunders came too sudden. There must be a reason why the man wanted to take him away. Angor was worried because he did not know if he could satisfy Sunders' expectation, thus angering the terrible gentleman. What did he want? How far could Angor satisfy him? Angor was struggling over these questions. He did not have to worry about these if he chose White Coral Floating Island Academy. But could he really save his teacher in 5 years with the help of the Academy? For himself? For his teacher? Angor clenched his teeth, raised his head in determination, and let out a single word. All right. Clear and firm. Sunders smiled. Very good. Even Flora began to show a more gentle look towards Angor. Apart from those people from White Coral Floating Island Academy, who all showed regret, the rest of the group regarded Angor with a serious look. Before they came into Barbie's restaurant, this young man was only someone extremely lucky, and that was nothing important to them. However, half an hour later, this young man was going to earn himself a higher and higher ground with the help of his mentor. No one would ever consider him a common kid. He might still be immortal at this moment, but his future was unpredictable. Chapter 46 Living Food. Chapter 46 Living Food. Angor's mind was clear. Choosing the Academy did not mean he could be free, and choosing Sunders did not mean he would be restricted. Besides, the Academy never promised him anything. While Sunders already said he could help John live another 5 years, Angor's choice was reasonable. Although Angor did not realize that the Academy's representative, Heroline, would actually give him a promise if not for Sunders' repression. Heroline could not even move a finger now. As Angor spoke his decision, the repression on Heroline vanished. She let out a sigh in relief. It was just a few minutes, and she was already drenched in sweat. Angor was going to join Brute Cavern. There was no stopping it. She could only regret in her mind, without actually showing discontent at Sunders. She humped when walking past Mota, gave Angor a last, thoughtful look, and returned to her own seat. Oh, 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 such a loving scene in my restaurant. Greya moved her bulky figure in front of Sunders. She intentionally squeezed the word loving between her teeth, breaking the restaurant's rules and most of the spell arrays. If it was not Sunders, she would have already driven him away. Greya suddenly removed her anger, tilted her head towards Sunders and asked in a whisper, "Whatever is the boy's talent? You even broke my spells just for him." Greya was obviously itchy for some gossip. She appeared to be whispering, but she did not use anything to conceal her words, so everyone heard her. After Sunders broke into the room just to get himself a student, people's curiosity about Angor's talent already reached the peak, and Greya's question was just about right to answer that. Everyone was pretending to be calm, but they all pricked up their ears, trying to get Sunders' answer as clear as possible. Even Angor was curious about this. What did Sunders want out of him? To their disappointment, Sunders only raised an eyebrow. He had no intention to tell them at all. Greya rolled her eyes. "You kinda made a big mess in my restaurant. Would it hurt to give me a little answer?" Sunders simply picked up his cane from the table in a casual manner and signaled Flora to leave. Hey, just one question then. Does his talent have anything to do with that place? That place? Where the heck is that place? Come on. Spit it out. People looked at each other in puzzlement. Sunders gave Greya a deep look, then left the room with Flora without saying anything. Of course, he did not forget to take Angor with him. "Are you going to give up Angor's custom food?" Sunders halted and looked at Angor. The boy was still unsure about the situation. "Send the food to my place." "Oh, right. What do you want to order?" Receiving the question, Angor finally woke up from his trance. "Roman 2 don't know what to choose. Teacher, can you give me an advice?" This was the first time he called someone other than John a teacher. He blushed hard. Sunders was satisfied with his new student's manner. "You choose for yourself." "Anything will do," said Sunders. He took a moment to think and added, "By the way, Greya's living food is unique in the entire wizard world." Living food. Angor felt something repulsive just thinking about that name. Flora explained. Living food is something Greya created with her original spells that don't exist in this world. They all have their own special effects, such as section ephemera. Angor pondered, then looked at everyone else in the room, who were eager for his answer. Kiraline was wearing a blank face. She was still frustrated at losing Angor, and she did not have the appetite. Sabot was considering about something while glimpsing at Angor now and then, seemingly thinking over Angor's talent. Jellel's expression was still cold, although he no longer dared to order Angor like how he did a while ago. Angor looked at Jellel, then back at Sunders, and made up his mind. He did not seem so bad. "Lady Greya, I know. He'll choose section ephemera." Everyone sighed in relief, especially Jalal. His stern expression smoothed down a little. Section ephemera was very valuable to him. He had been looking for them for years, and missing this opportunity meant it would take even longer. When Angor spoke his decision, Jellel's attitude towards Angor changed from mild hostility to somewhat appreciated. He would not be like that if Angor was still a common mortal. However, since Sunders was behind the boy now, even someone like Jellel would not underestimate Angor from now on. After hesitating for some more, Angor asked in an uncertain voice, "Lady Greya, can you prepare shares for my teacher and Flora too?" Flora was surprised. Then she let out a big smile. "Good boy. No wonder the teacher liked you. He. He'll take care of you at Brute Cavern. No one's gonna hurt you." Sunders had no use for section ephemera even if it was valuable, but no one would mind getting free stuff. Greya shrugged. "Alright, you're the golden guest. You decide." Greya chose to obey Sunders during the conflict. Now Sunders was officially Angor's teacher. Of course, she had no problem answering to her guest's need. After the three of them left the banquet room, Angor felt himself short of breath as if the air was getting thin. Flora was floating joyfully while humming an unknown song. Angor followed closely behind Sunders, expecting his unknown future. Jelal is an alchemist. The man has some extreme personality and a narrow mind, but his technique is exceptional. His title is the Mithril Innovator. If you ever want to study alchemy, you will be seeing his name quite a lot. His contribution towards mithril refinement was a major breakthrough in the alchemy field 100 years ago. Maintain a good relationship with him, and you will see the benefit. Sunders' voice broke the embarrassing silence. Angor nodded quickly, so that was why Sunders left the choice of food to him. If he did not choose section ephemera, he would get on bad terms with Jelal. Sunders was his teacher now, but he was still useless against someone like Jelal. Considering the cold and selfish natures of wizards, Angor could not do anything if Jelal suddenly decided to kill him. Keeping a basic relationship like now was the best choice. They came into the bronze banquet room Sunders was in. It was empty. Greya was preparing section ephemeras for everyone. Sunders closed his eyes to relax. His grin suggested he was having a good mood. Flora took the chance to tell Angor about all kinds of rumors about Barbie's restaurant. Compared to Tom Weasel's exaggerated introduction, Flora's remarks were more directly perceived. After a while, Angor began to have a basic idea about this mysterious traveling restaurant. Those strange waiters aren't a big deal. If you ever go to Fairy Town, you will find more weirdos there. Those iron men, scarecrow men, and heartless princesses. At least Greya acts like a human. Flora concluded. Chapter 47 A Real Wizard. Chapter 47 A Real Wizard. Fairy Town was an extremely particular wizard union in the southern region. Or rather, it was a concept. It consisted of a number of wizard organizations who were willing to admit the concept. There were also some weaker organizations who joined the union for protection against the powerful ones around them. Greya's organization was called Candy House in the Woods. Candy House joined Fairy Town 400 years ago and was still a unique organization among all organizations under Fairy Town, because most gourmet wizards in the southern region originated from it. The difficulty for gourmet wizards to break through was among the worst in the entire occult art. There had been less than 10 gourmet wizards that explicitly showed themselves in the south. Greya was one of the best among them. Greya isn't really strong, but she can use some of the most strange spells. Even bloodline wizards who are famous for their raw power don't want to make her an enemy, said Flora. After talking about Fairy Town, Flora spoke about Greya. If I make a top 10 list for wizards who I absolutely don't want to offend, Greya would be in there. Getting the golden card from Barbie's restaurant already earned your friendship with her. Once you become a wizard, it will bring you to profit you won't expect. Flora was talking about profit again, but that was how the wizarding world was perfect over everything. Sunders also nodded gently. He gave his own opinion towards Greya, which was rare for someone like him. She is a real wizard who deserves people's respect, either as a friend or as a rival. A real wizard, Angor mumbled. He did not know what that meant. Were the other wizards not real? Sunders only smiled at his question. The kid should walk down his wizardry path on his own. Telling him now would confuse him. Still, Sunders added something. Walk on your own path without being restricted by the ancestors and keep it up for years on end. Even if you can't see where you're going, you are creating your unique sight. Such a wizard is a real wizard. Sunders stroked his cane. Pity. Many know of this and tried to walk down such a path, but they had neither enough knowledge nor enough insight. That's why there are fewer and fewer real wizards now. Sunders stopped there. What he said was enough to tell Angor to decide his own path. As the discussion went on, Angor felt more relaxed. With Flora hinting him, Angor began to tell something about himself. His life had always been a routine of study, eat, sleep. Angor thought his new teacher would be bored listening to his uneventful life, so he looked at Sunders with some uneasiness. As usual, Sunders was not showing any emotion on the outside. He put down his cane on the table, crossed his legs, and spoke in a casual tone. From what you said, you already possess the will to study as a wizard, but your approach is too moderate. I think you will be a better academyism wizard. Angor froze. From their conversations earlier, Angor learned that Sunders and Flora were from Brute Cavern. It was one of the top major organizations in the south, mainly consisting of black wizards. There were a small number of white wizards, considered descents in Brute Cavern. According to Sunders, most Academyism wizards were white wizards. When viewed as an apprentice, Sunders and Flora were both black wizards. Now Sunders just considered Angor as Academyism was Sunders dissatisfied. Angor remembered how Flora showed her disdain towards Academyism when talking to Marta. He began to complain to himself for worrying too much, but he could not help it. And what he was thinking was completely obvious on his face. Sunders looked at him and glanced at Flora. Flora immediately got the idea. She patted Angor's shoulder. Hee, looks like you'll be responsible for repairing our relationship with the Descents after we get back. Don't mind the different factions. You make your decision in mere moments. White or black or gray can't determine one's nature. Descent is only a moniker we made behind them. All wizards have a bloody and cruel image in the Fey plane, and most wizards who colonize other planes are actually Academyism wizards. So Academyism doesn't mean good wizards. Your actions determine who you are. To hell with the white and black stuff. The apprentices don't know what they are doing when labeling others. Don't worry too much about it. I don't like Academyism just because some of them in Brute Cavern are petty double dealers. Not that I have a problem with Academyism itself. Angor knew they just saw through him again. He blushed. Good for him though, as their attention was attracted by Greya, who slowly stepped in while carrying a service plate. A porcelain dish under beautifully crafted cover was placed in front of Angor and caught everyone's attention. Behind Greya followed Tom Weasel and Greasy Bird, who were both carrying a dish. They put them in front of Flora and Sunders. What's with the pretty dishes? We have to put them into a container anyway. Flora opened her cover while not forgetting her sarcasm. A transparent crystal bottle in the shape of a water drop was placed on the dish. A bandaged cork kept the content inside. Inconspicuous magic runes were shining on the cork's surface. The water seemed to be the only thing inside the bottle. But once looked upon using True Sight spell or similar methods, one would see a transparent worm swimming inside the water lively. The worm was called Section Ephemera. Bon appetit. Angor dear. Greya ogled at Angor. With that, a woman like her would easily make someone feel burning inside. What did she mean? Should I drink it? Angor could not see the Section Ephemera, so he could only sway the bottle in his hand in puzzlement. There's a Section Ephemera inside. You don't need it now, so you can keep it, said Sunders. He added, you can sell it in the organization and get something you need in return. But I won't recommend that. Section Ephemera has a unique effect that will greatly help you when you become a wizard. Sunders seemed certain that Angor would become a wizard. Greya inspected Angor with a weird look, without getting any answer to her doubts. This made her heart itchy. Greya told Tom Weasel to stand by beside Angor and walks to her cooking table. Your turn, Sunders. Still twisting protozoa. It was a normal question. Yet Greya's eyebrows were downcast as if she was thinking about something. Sunders grinned mildly. After the incident, Sunders could easily interpret the meaning behind the seemingly ordinary question. Greya was trying to get a hint about Angor's talent from Sunders' choice. If Sunders said no, Greya would quickly reach some kind of conclusion. Sunders had been asking for the same order for decades. If he changed his mind so quickly, something must be off. Of course, Sunders knew that Greya simply wanted some harmless gossip, not actually trying to reveal Angor's secret. However, as someone who quite enjoyed seeing people's frustration for having questions hanging in their minds, Sunders certainly would not easily give an answer to them, especially when Angor was his student now. Intending to protect Angor's little secret, Sunders only showed a plain look. Naturally. Chapter 48 Toby and Artificial Life. Chapter 48 Toby and Artificial Life. Greya did not know how to respond. She cast several doubtful looks towards Sunders, who still had an I care not expression. Was she wrong? Angor's talent had nothing to do with the Nightmare Realm. But Angor's story sounded really similar to the Nightmare Realm. If his talent was related to the Nightmare Realm, had he stumbled into the real Nightmare Realm during his talent tests? So was his talent about connecting the Nightmare Realm and reality? No. Greya shook her head and laughed it off. Impossible. A tunnel between planes was not something manageable using human bodies. Greya's guess was that Angor's talent could have a similar effect with twisting protozoa. Thus her question. It seemed she was wrong though. She shook her head again. She would not get an answer anyway. Might as well give it up. A man famous in the entire southern region was sitting there. She certainly could not force him to speak. With that in mind, Greya suppressed her curiosity and prepared to cook Sunder's order. As she went through her materials, the sound of flapping wings came into the room. Everyone looked towards the source. A seabird about the size of 2 hands dashed past the curtain. It had gray feathers. Green eyes, an ordinary bird if one only considered these. But what if the bird was wearing clothes? White hat, blue bib, a tiny messenger pouch. A bird wearing these things would surely look strange. Yet somehow, its appearance seemed quite harmonious. Maybe it was because the bird's eyes looked as intelligent as human eyes. Ah, tweet! Angor called out in instinct. The bird heard Angor, made a circle in the air, and landed on Angor's blonde hair. Oh ho ho ho, Toby, my sweetie. Greya somehow was already standing beside Angor. She was rubbing Toby the seabird with her large face. As the bird was perched on top of Angor, Greya just grabbed Angor into a hug as well. Angor's mind blanked out due to the great shock. He only saw something blurring through his eyes, and felt his face squeezed into a strange shape by all the fat chunks. This was his first time getting so close to a female ever since his mother passed away. However, he was not getting any improper ideas, only wished to get away as fast as possible. After a bit of struggling, Greya finally let him go. Toby the seabird was still standing on Angor's head, with its feathers messed up a little. Angor was in worse shape. He had his slicked hair combed nice and shiny in the morning. Toby's talons kind of disturbed it a bit. After Greya's trampling, his hair was now a complete lump of disaster. Hey, what's with the bird? Flora looked at the miserable look on her new junior and chuckled in secret. She dragged Angor behind her. Bird, how rude of you. This is Toby, my loving friend. Greya gave Flora an angered stare. But it's just a bird. Whatever. Greya carefully held Toby up and placed it onto her shoulder. Then she wiggled away to continue her cooking. The bird is a living food, Sunders suddenly spoke. Living food? Greya's artificial life? Flora seemed surprised. Should be. Flora's expression turned. No. I checked it. That's absolutely a bird monster. Although a very weak one. It couldn't be a created living food. Use expelled deceit to look at its original form. Sunders seemed to be admiring something. Flora hesitated for a while and used expelled deceit on the seabird. She saw a cut-off life stream. That was a typical residue indicating that something was an artificial life. Greya's artificial life spells could already create non-sapient creatures. It was just a few decades and she already created a sapient monster bird. It seems her strength is near the limit. Sunders exclaimed. He added, another 20 years and she'll become the first level 2 gourmet wizard in the south if she never strays from her path. Section Ephemera and Twisting Protozoa were both non-sapient creatures even though they possessed amazing powers. They were merely materials for wizards. The monsters, however, were different. Some of them might be weak that even mortals could kill them. But a sapient monster could achieve great things if it met its destiny. So this is what a real wizard is. She walked on a really distant path. Flora exclaimed as well. What is artificial life? Angor could not hold that back. Sunders pointed to Greya. You will see when Greya uses her unique spells. Greya's living food was usually taken away by her customers, so she did not have special containers for them. Her movement was fast. Several unknown cooking materials were hurled into a gourmet wizard tool in a blink of an eye. Gas vortexes. Monsters with many eyes. Mist. Worms. Ores. Indescribable liquid. Everything looked weird. And they all gave out unusual auras. Next, Greya threw everything into the air and began mumbling something in her mouth. Light rays spread from her fingers. As Angor watched, live and dead materials changed their shapes and colors under the massaging of light, like soft dirt being reshaped and gave birth to saplings. In the end, a black, segmented worm appeared in front of Greya. Angor only found it amazing while Sunders and Flora noticed the application of various knowledge and techniques, added with the special ripple of a gourmet wizard. There was also an unknown will working in the dark, to create life out of death and make a living creature using many models. Wonderful. Beautiful Angor spoke. Knowledge is vast as the sea, used with varied logics. Such an astonishing view. This was what Flora and Sunders would say every time they saw Grea's artificial life spells. Looking at the wiggling worm, Angor asked in a small voice, "Did she create life?" As he remembered from the Eastern and Western myths from Earth, only extremely powerful beings could create lives. Maybe a wizard in this world could also do that. Sunders considered for a while. Yes and no. Only the creator in the mythologies can create a real life. But wizards don't believe in gods. They trust in truth and knowledge. Grea's unique spell is called artificial life and seems to be creating lives. However, it involves too many theories, including monster bionomy, microbial restructuring, mana energy exchange and so on. These deep theories are nothing like creating something out of thin air in the stories. Oh, Angor nodded in enlightenment. It was like cloning. To use various methods to create a new life while bypassing the rule of reproductive isolation. I think I can understand now. Kids. Sunders shook his head. Of course. He did not believe that Angor actually understood anything. He thought the young man was pretending to be calm. What he did not know was that when it came to certain knowledge, Angor was already a qualified scholar. However, Sunders did not say anything, just to protect his new student's little ego. Chapter 49 Farewell, and a New Journey. Chapter 49 Farewell, and a New Journey. The moon was already high in the sky when they left Barbie's restaurant. Countless stars were reflected on the sea surface as if the dark sea itself was covered by a shiny carpet. Beautiful and stunning. A wave would sometimes scatter the shining ripples and gave place to the gentle moonlight. What happened today was totally unexpected for Angor. He did not know whether it was good or bad, but he did know that he was going to bid farewell to his plain past. In front of the restaurant entrance decorated in a child style, Sunders slowly spoke to Angor. "Get back to the Redbud tonight and pack up your belongings. Flora will get you tomorrow morning." With that, Sunders nodded to Angor, waved his cane, and ordered his demon falcon to carry Angor back to the ship's deck. The giant bird had been waiting outside all along. Angor stood on the deck and watched as the duo flew away. The giant cloud whale was like a flying arc among the shining stars. Tomorrow, he would board the creature and step onto his new journey. The road ahead was long. An unknown future could always obscure one's sight. Angor stood on the deck dazed for a long time until he was woken up by the gathering crowd beside him. "Hey, what did you do in that building? What's it like in there? Oh? And who are you from Tower of Hurricane? Who was standing on that giant bird? Do you know them? Why did the ballet guy bring you a new friend of theirs?" The talents on the Redbud surrounded Angor with their questions. Angor looked around. He saw envy, curiosity, flattery, indifference. He also heard arrogance and slander among the voices. Even then, he still felt reassured. Back in Barbie's restaurant, he was walking on clouds, free, yet with no solid ground to support him. For a mortal like him, keeping calm in the restaurant was already impressive. Now, he finally stepped down from the cloud and returned to the ground. The chattering and childish clamoring of the talents told him that he finally made it back to the human world. He was relieved. Or maybe this was what a mortal should be thinking about in the first place. He did not give them an answer. He apologized to the crowd and made his way back to his own room, under people's doubtful gazes. This would be a sleepless night for both Angor and the other people on the ship. Angor leaned on the window and went through many things in his mind. His clear pupils shone in the gentle moonlight and wavering waves. The world was always changing. Where did he go, and where would he be? One's lifelong journey was filled with the unpredictable. He would start his trip without knowing what was waiting for him ahead. Be it storms or hurricanes, they would not be the final sight. Angor felt he just learned a lot. Maybe after today, he could try to learn about religions and philosophy knowledge from Earth. Idealism could do a good job in seizing one's emotions. Doctrines, sentimental sayings or stories, they were all the same. Angor finally woke up from his thoughts when the moon was already in its highest spot. He would leave the Redbud for his new journey tomorrow. The teacher gave him one night to prepare. He should not waste it worrying about random stuff. Angor quickly moved. The first task, naturally, was packing up his luggage. he did not have much. Apart from spare clothes and a few necessities. Most of his belongings were books he bought from Moonwater City. They took up 2 big wooden boxes. Most of them were leather scroll books. Maybe not as expensive as noble collections, but they were still fine works among common folks. Angor really wished he could bring both boxes. For him, books were knowledge, and nothing was more valuable than that. John and Sunders both told him that. But there was no way he could carry them both. Maybe try asking teacher to help him. No. He could not even imagine what it would look like, letting his teacher help him carry a book box. After some mind struggling, Angor decided he would give them up. He already stored a scanned copy of them inside the hologram tablet. He did not want to leave them because he had a natural love towards book collections. Since he was giving them up, he should find them a new owner. Throwing books away was not acceptable for a book lover. The only people he knew on the ship were Marta, Alan, and Aline. Mara was not his schoolmate, so books were not a proper gift. Furthermore, considering Mara's experience, books that were written by common men probably would not interest him anyway. So, Angor decided to give the books to Alan and Aline. The clock told him it was 11 in the night. Angor did not know when exactly he would leave tomorrow. So he needed to check on the children now, even if they might be sleeping already. Maybe it was because the food illusions during the day. Many talents on the redbud were injured. As Angor walked through the narrow hallway, he heard a lot of pained mournings and whimpers. His mood grew sad as he walked. He was not a hypocrite and he did not intend to sympathize the wounded. He was simply feeling sorry for his own kind. As one of the weakest beings in the wizarding world, he felt sorrow for the fact that they could only face such consequences while not being able to control their own fates, especially when Angor knew the nature of the illusions. They were mere mirages that naturally occurred when a gourmet wizard did her cooking. No one was trying to harm them intentionally. It was just an aura, inadvertently released, and it put every talent on the ship in an endless terror. What could he say? This was how the weak would always be in the world of wizards. Angor was just one of them. He was distressed for his own fragile fate. After passing several crossings, Angor reached the residence of Alan and Aline. They lived in 2 rooms at the end of a fork, opposite to each other, so they could easily help each other out. Booking the rooms like this must be Mara's work too. As Angor approached, he noticed the door to Aline's room was slightly ajar, and there was sobbing came from inside. He also heard Alan's soft comforting words. Angor did not try to eavesdrop. He knocked on the door gently, waited for a come in, and pushed the door open. Unexpectedly, he found 3 people in the room. Apart from the grandchildren, Mara was also here, in his usual black robe. Shachter 50 Greya's request. Shachter 50 Greya's request. When affected by the food illusions, Aline tripped over a table leg and tumbled badly. When Angor came in, Alan was applying ointment on her feet. When Mara saw Angor, his expression was a weird one mixed with envy, jealousy, regret, and resentment. Angor immediately felt his back shivering, but Mara did not say anything in the end. He only let out a sorrowful sigh. On the other side of the room, Aline blushed for some reason, followed by tears in her eyes. She gave Angor a miserable look. Angor had no idea what was going on, but Alan quickly answered him. Angor, some big man took you in as a student and you'll leave soon? Alan asked with his baby-like voice while dragging Angor's sleeves using his white, chubby hands. His expression was filled with curiosity and admiration. So that was why. Angor knew Aline's special feeling towards him. He understood that it was not the feeling of love, but something commonly seen on a young girl. Just like one of the poetries from Earth said, how young people always worried too much when they did not even know about the real troubles in their lives. Young ones tended to be emotional. First sight loves. Child crushes, they were mostly false emotions triggered by excessive adolescent hormones. Angor always interpreted Aline's friendliness towards him as an overreaction. If he really responded, it would soon be proved abstinent with the pass of time. Besides, Angor never had any emotion towards Aline that was more than friendship. This was why Angor always kept calm and controlled about Aline's attitude. He regarded the relationship in the view of an experienced elder. Although He did not realize that his attempt to view the delicate relationship in a know-it-all manner was also something an arrogant kid would do. To put it simply, Aline liked Angor. When she heard from Marta that Angor was going to leave, she became hesitant. Angor gave a simple answer to Aline's question and comforted Aline for her wound. He avoided everything else. He liked the pair, but they were only friends, so he did not intend to respond to emotions that did not exist. Angor explained why he came. Aline agreed without a second thought. For being able to kill time reading the books during the dull journey. They were free books, so why not? Aline was speaking lively, while Aline sulked by herself. In a short time, Aline moved the boxes to his room. When everything was done, Angor finally felt relieved. When it was time for goodbye, Angor walked to Mara in a serious manner and apologized for choosing Sunders in Barbie's restaurant. Anyone else would not mind his decision, nor find it necessary to apologize. Angor knew that Mara was the one to take him away from the common world. Mara asked for a reward. True, but Angor was still grateful. For Angor, Marta was the very person who helped him begin his new journey. Angor chose Sunders for his own gain. To think for oneself was completely normal for anyone in this world. However, John taught him to be generous and modest, and Angor knew that his decision went against it. Angor's unexpected action caused Mara to hesitate. After a while, Mara slowly spoke. You made the right decision. I would have done the same, if not faster than you did. Looking at the serious will to apologize on such a young face, Mara's resentment quickly vanished. Mara felt courteous. Angor's former teacher. John, how did he create a student like this? Angor's apology was so sudden, and the focus of the apology was also strange. Yet the boy's action felt quite pleasant to him. Angor also believed he made the right decision. Still, he went back on his word about joining White Coral Floating Island Academy. He broke his promise. There was no denying it. No matter what happens, he'll fulfill our agreement. Once I become a level 2 apprentice, sir, he'll come to you in the academy and realize what I promised to you. On the silent deck, a fat woman in a long, reddish-purple dress suddenly appeared. Ho ho! Sweetie, let me see where the boy is. The woman's voice was sharp enough to pierce the night sky. But strangely, she did not wake anyone. Something flapped its wings in the sky and landed on the woman's shoulder. The gentle moonlight revealed the figures of warrior Barbie Greya and his beloved pet, Toby. Greya's spiritual power instantly covered the entire ship. As the tentacles of her power crawled into every corner, Greya could clearly see the inside. Tisk. It was just a small mirage. And so many people got hurt. Looks like these talents are terrible. When I get back to Candy House, I should tell them to recruit talents by deathmatches after all. Greya's spiritual power searched the ship freely. It easily alerted the 3 formal wizards on the ship. However, they all caught a trace of information Greya intentionally placed in her spirit ripples. When they understood her intention, they decided not to bother her. Looking for Angor in the middle of the night. What in the world does she want here? Aline shook her head. She felt regretful whenever she thought about Angor. It was a good thing that Sunders did not explain Angor's talent, or here Aline would feel worse. Oh, there you are. When the spiritual power scanned through Aline's room, Marta immediately felt intimidated by the great force. Before he could realize what happened, Greya's figure materialized in front of him. Her fat body made the already narrow room even more congested. Lady Greya. Greya ignored Mara's panic. She looked at Angor, who was standing in another direction. The boy was also thinking about why Greya came. But before she said anything, Toby the seabird flapped its grayish-white wings, left Greya's shoulder, and perched on Angor's blonde hair. Angor was speechless for a while. Why did Toby like his hair so much? Lady Greya, did you need something? Greya looked at Angor in the eyes. A small matter. Yes. I wish you can help. Angor quickly made it clear that he would help as best as he could. Back in the restaurant, you said you received the golden card from Toby by providing a tea called Morning Dew. Right. Yes. It's a tea my former teacher planted. Angor said. Good. I came for the tea. As a gourmet wizard, I'm interested in everything in the world that goes into your stomach. Can I exchange some Morning Dew from you? Of course Angor agreed and prepared to return to his room for his remaining morning dew. However, when he saw Marta with the corner of his eye, he changed his mind. When leaving my home, I gave most morning dew to Mr. Marta. Lady Greya, you can do the exchange with him, if you would. Marta raised his head with a start. He looked at Angor with gratitude. His discontent towards the boy disappeared just a moment ago. But now, all possible negative feelings were no more. At least Angor was friendly to him. Upon returning to the academy, Hiraline might desolate or even punish Marta. On the other hand, Angor was Sunder's student now. The boy had a bright future. If Marta could maintain a good relationship with Angor, looked like he earned something for himself today after all. Hate him? No. In the wizarding world where survival was for the fittest, the hatred of a petty ant would only bring the insect endless agony. Greya raised an eyebrow and gave Angor a thoughtful look. Then she smiled and began discussing the matter with Marta. Of course, Marta was willing to offer his morning dew to Greya. He bustled through his belongings and gave all the tea leaves to Greya. He was planning to make a fortune out of morning dew upon returning to Fey Continent. Now Greya needed the tea. He might as well give her all he had. When talking about payment, Marta gave Greya a firm answer: free. This way, a wizard would owe him a favor. However, Greya did not give him the opportunity. When taking the morning dew, she handed Marta a small bag of magic crystals. When she was done, Greya turned to Angor again. Apart from morning dew, I have another favor to ask of you. Chapter 51, Raising a Child. Chapter 51, Raising a Child. Toby. Greya lifted a hand. The seabird sitting on Angor's hair took off and returned to her. Toby has been following me ever since it was created. It's a new life form I made, using several phantom spirits and valuable materials. While based on an ordinary seabird, I tried many times to recreate the process, to make something similar, but I never succeeded. Toby is one of a kind. Greya explained while looking at Toby with a gentle look. Toby has been here for years. It doesn't have any special powers like other monsters, but it's intelligent. It can understand human speech now, and it also has a spirit capacity similar to apprentices. Angor was already getting a hint about Greya's intention to leave Toby to him. Barbie's restaurant is always traveling around the world looking for materials. Toby is safe with me, but now, I'm approaching my bottleneck to break through. When a gourmet wizard needs to do it, he or she will need lots of unique cooking materials and recipes. I've swept through the entire southern region in these centuries. There might still be something left, but they want help with my breakthrough now. This is why I've decided to leave the south and head for somewhere far away. An unknown general plane. I never thought about this before, but I've stuck at the bottleneck for hundreds of years. If I don't find a path soon, I'll never make it. I'm doing it now. Greya used a soundproof word when speaking, so only Angor heard it. The journey ahead is full of danger. I cannot protect Toby this time, so I hope that you can keep it while I'm away. Greya looked at Angor in the eyes. She had many choices, such as leaving Toby at the candy house or ask a close friend. However, when she told the ideas to Toby, the bird refused all of them. It only wished to stay with Greya. After so much hard persuasion, Toby finally chose someone. That person was not any friend or ally. It was someone who only met with Toby once. Angor. She did not know why Toby chose the boy. But when she considered Sunder's particular attitude towards him, as well as Angor's nature and his possible achievements, Greya did not protest. Since she knew Angor was going to leave with Sunders tomorrow, she quickly came to the red bed during the night. Toby understood all of the conversations. It also stared at Angor with its tiny, shiny eyes, waiting for an answer. So my guess was right. It's not like they need me to do that forever. But close. Angor spoke in his mind. Angor tried to refuse with the big and small pairs of eyes fixed on him. He was not even sure about his own future. God knew why Sunders suddenly came and adopted him as a student. Whether Angor could satisfy the man's expectation, or what awaited him in Brute Cavern, Angor knew no answer to those questions. Yet Greya was requesting him. A real wizard who deserves respect. According to Sunders himself, Flora also told Angor that he should maintain a good relationship with Greya. Considering these, Angor clenched his teeth. Fine. It's not like things could get worse than this. If Sunders was ever unsatisfied with him, maybe Sunders would not be too hard on him considering Grea's pet was with him. Alright. I'll look after Toby until Lady Grea comes back. PSH. Looking at Angor's expression that looked as if he was going on a suicide mission, Grea could not hold back her snicker. Don't be like that. You made it look as if I was bullying someone. Grea tidied her long hair a little. She added, don't worry too much. Toby is easy. When you reach the continent, you don't even need to feed him. He'll look for food on his own. Besides, Toby's smart. Who knows? Maybe it will look after you instead. Grea watched Toby sitting on her palm for a long time. It went quiet. Grea's deep love towards Toby was clear for anyone. Angor was feeling a bit envious. Back in the common world, he got John and his brother. But when he went to the wizarding world, would he meet anyone he could trust? After a while, Grea finally let go of her sorrow. She raised her hand and let Toby go. The bird flew around her head. Go now. Toby hesitated, then slowly perched on the same old spot on Angor's head. Ah, my hair, I gotta teach it not to do that later. Angor told himself. Before I come back, Toby's in your hands. Grea spoke. Before she left, she handed a soft, bubble-like object in the shape of a capsule to Angor. This is a space capsule brewed using organism living inside gray space barriers. It's singlus though. There are necessities for Toby as well as some reward for you. For taking care of Toby, break the capsule to take them out. With that, Grea prepared to leave. The door was suddenly pushed open. Alan walked inside while rubbing his sleepy eyes. He took Aline back to her room when Angor talked to Marta. Grandpa, Aline's asleep. Do you need her? Who is that? Grea did not pay him attention. He was just a kid. However, when she glanced at the boy, her expression became a little strange. He's your grandson. Grea pointed to Alan and asked Marta. Marta thought Grea was blaming Ellen for barging in, so he quickly nodded in fear. Yes, his name is Alan. Lady Grea. He's still a kid and doesn't know much. Grea waved a hand to stop him. What kind of change did your grandson see during his talent test? Change, Marta muttered in puzzlement. He said, he saw something out of thin air. During the test, a brown bread appeared in an empty dish according to him. Seeing something materialize was a very common change recorded in Abel's annual talent collection. Something appeared. I don't think so. Grea smiled. She took out a metal badge out of somewhere. There was a carved pattern of a cottage hidden in the forest on it, and an embossed portrait of Grea on the back. This is my Candy House badge. If you're willing, take the badge to Candy House. The gourmet wizards there are second to none in the entire South. Marta understood Grea's intention. Alan has the talent to be a gourmet wizard. Marta looked at his adorable chubby grandson. Really? He thought about Alan's daily behaviors. The boy was either eating or on his way to eating. Even the mirages released by Barbie's restaurant today did not force Alan to do anything harsh. He was only confused. Marta never thought about his grandson's actions. He only believed Alan needed to eat a lot for his growth. Now Grea mentioned it. All those facts pointed towards Alan's talent. Yeah, people involved inside something could not see the whole picture. When Grea finally left, Marta began to hesitate. Should he send Alan to Candy House to become a gourmet wizard? Gourmet wizards were considered a cult. However, they had weaker positions in the wizarding world because they were not strong in combats. Many apprentices studying gourmet never made it to wizards. Added by the fact that they could not fight very well, they simply became cooks for stronger wizards. Not an outstanding achievement. Alan had the talent. And of course, he could choose another path. It was up to the boy. With Grea's recommendation, at least Alan would at least achieve something in Candy House. It was extremely difficult to become strong just by being a gourmet wizard. Marta really did not want his grandson to end up as someone's house chef. What to do? Chapter 52 Alchemy Familiar. Chapter 52 Alchemy Familiar. As Angor prepared to depart on the next day, Alan and Aline came to the deck to see him off. The sun was bright. Angor rose on a demon falcon and flew around in the air until the figures on the ship became smaller and smaller. When would they meet again? Life was full of separations. Angor was already thinking about their reunion. As he approached the cloud whale, the imposing creature looked more and more magnificent. When the demon falcon flew past the whale's head, Angor was sure the giant blue pupils of the whale was following him. The cloud whale looked up as Angor flew higher. The deep blue eyes, like the sea illuminated by a newly rising sun, gentle and serene. The whale's salute shocked Angor as well as gave him courage. The gentle look dissipated Angor's uneasiness for being taken to the sky for the first time. The demon falcon left Angor on the back of the cloud whale. He was immediately surprised by what he saw. This is on the top of the cloud whale, but aren't I looking at a cozy ranching field? Grand, fresh green grassland extended into the horizon. Spotted cows scattered among the green curtain, wiggling their tails while enjoying their meal. Demon falcons patrolled the air and would rest on a rock now and then. Some of them were drinking from the pool in the center of the ranch. All seemed natural and harmonious. Even the big and small tents sitting on the grassland blended in with the scenery quite well. Angor landed in front of the biggest, most beautiful tent in the ranch. When he was trying to decide whether he should lift the curtain and go in, Flora floated out from it, wearing her red dress. Hee, I know you have a lot to ask. Follow me. I'll answer them, said Flora. She paused for a moment before saying, the teacher is doing an experiment. It releases radiation, so your body will fail against it without protection spells. I'll take you to him later today. Now, let's go to your room. Hey, is that Greya's silly bird on your head? Flora raised an eyebrow and quickly grabbed Toby off Angor's head. Angor spent the whole night telling Toby to change its resting place. He did not really care for his image. But meeting people with constant messed up hair could be impolite. Though Angor tried very hard, Toby only raised its tiny head and looked at him with an innocent expression, as if telling Angor to make it simpler. Angor gave up in the end. Greya did say Toby could understand human speech, but she never said Toby could speak. If Toby decided to play dumb, Angor could not do anything about it. Still, he made a decision that when he got the chance, he would buy a hat. A cheap one that looked like teacher's top hat. That would stop the bird from disturbing his hair. Toby was lying in Angor's hair to sleep because it felt soft and comfy. When someone grabbed him, Toby still showed a pair of sleepy eyes. However, when he saw Flora staring at like a guinea pig, he remembered Master's words about wizard's strange habits and flapped its wings in panic. Flora's iron grip did not let go, so Toby could only tweet constantly. It sounded like it was screaming in a soprano. The silly bird was created by an artificial life spell. What's so special about it? Flora mumbled. How about cutting it up and see the inside? Toby shook its head madly. When Flora's face went closer, Toby's eyes rolled back. It fainted. Boring coward. Flora tossed the bird back to Angor. Angor fumbled to catch the poor thing. Greya asked him to take care of Toby, so he absolutely did not want anything bad to happen. Maybe the warmth of Angor's palm was comforting. Toby slowly woke up. You're up such a chicken. And Lady Greya said you can look after yourself. Angor sighed. He needed to pay a lot of attention to it after all. Why's the silly bird here? Greya gifted it to you, Flora asked. Lady Greya asked me to look after Toby for some time. Angor explained yesterday's incident. Clear and brief. I see. Flora frowned. No special perks apart from understanding human speech? No way. Every living creature Greya created had their own effect. The section ephemera creates a plane tunnel. The twisting protozoa can locate coordinate using historical traces. The oxmater fly can help you grow exoskeleton like butterfly wings. Now a living creature without abilities. Interesting. Seriously. I want to look inside it. Flora approached Toby again with her curious expression. Toby quickly flew up in a panic and tried to stick itself inside Angor's clothes. Angor put Toby inside the chest pocket of his shirt. He was wearing a white undershirt and a brown checker jacket, which gave him a more mature look. Toby's tiny head slowly emerged from the pocket. When it noticed Flora was still there, it quickly went down again, while reaching out a red talon to button the pocket up. Its human-like behavior caused Angor to laugh out. Flora shrugged. Well, the silly bird's too terrified to come out now. Good. so he doesn't ruin my hair again. Angor stroked his already cluttering hair. He doesn't have special abilities, but he's enough to be an alchemy familiar, said Flora. She seemed energetic for some reason. Do you want me to process the bird into one? What is an alchemy familiar? Flora gave him a mysterious smile and whistled towards the sky. The sound of something dashing through the air came from the distance, and a trail of smoke scared the cows away. When the smoke cleared, a black owl was standing on Flora's shoulder. The black feathers were sharp as needles and full of might. A wisp of golden feathers sat on the owl's forehead like a crown, giving the creature a king's look. What a handsome owl! Angor spoke in his mind. He noticed the owl's cold, pale green eyes. It was not a beast's ferocious nature. It was more like an emotionless machine. This is my alchemy familiar. Issa. A wizard needed an extra pair of ears and eyes when he or she wanted quick information or did not want to show up. There were 3 ways for a wizard to do this. One was by using special spells, such as possession and transmit sound. The second way was using scout avatars. And the third, alchemy familiars. Alchemy familiars were results of wizardry experiments. Wizards used alchemy to make monsters, phantoms or beasts into their spies. Scout avatars were also made from creatures, but a scout avatar possessed its own consciousness while an alchemy familiar's mind was as good as dead. The familiar's life energy was dependent on the wizard's support. Its eyes and ears all belonged to the wizard. A wizard had complete control over an alchemy familiar, like controlling his or her own senses. An alchemy familiar did not have any consciousness. In Angor's view, alchemy familiar was the cruelest method, although he could not deny the fact that it was also the most efficient and error-free approach. An alchemy familiar was like a part of a wizard's body, impossible of betrayal or being deceived by mind control spells. Angor considered, if he ever needed an extra pair of eyes and ears, he might need an alchemy familiar, but he would never dare to make Toby into one. Grea's retribution was only the second reason, the first being his own conscience. He promised to take care of Toby, and a man could not go back on his words like that. Chapter 53 Growing Strong. Chapter 53 Growing Strong. Flora was disappointed when her suggestion was refused. Otherwise, she could do some research into this silly bird, maybe even backtrack and deduce some important data about Grea's artificial life spells. Pity. Still, this was not important for Flora. Suppose she could get her hands on the original data of the spells. She would not be able to reproduce the results as long as she did not learn Grea's path. She was curious only because of a wizard's natural desire for knowledge. Flora said she would take Angor to his room, so Angor tried to enjoy the grassland scenery on the cloud whale along the way. Yet, as he walked through the ranch, he felt something strange. For instance, when he walked past a square stone house, he caught a really thick smell of blood, and, ever since he began walking behind Flora, he got the feeling that someone's watching him from behind. The indescribable uneasiness on his back was making him uncomfortable. Every time he looked back, nothing was there. Every tent was shut tight. The occasional cows were the only creatures out there. But when Angor turned to walk forward again, the sense of being watched immediately returned. Angor felt strange all over himself. It seemed Flora noticed this as well, although she did not say anything about it. When walking near a metal building, Angor sensed something weird, as if he was smelling rotten corpses. He was not sure if he was just hallucinating. The sun was bright. The grass was fresh. The cows and eagles were all enjoying the peaceful nature. The ranch was clean and beautiful on the first look. At least, that was Angor's first impression. However, the strange feelings, the bloody smells, the malevolent gaze and Flora's occasional smell all made Angor to hesitate about this. Maybe a bottomless abyss or some nameless evil was hidden under the sunlight. However, Angor did not intend to look into the completely different atmosphere compared to what he felt on the redbed. Maybe this was what the apprentices meant by dividing wizards into black and white. The redbed was not clean, but one would be fine as long as one did not look for trouble. Angor never shivered for no reason on the ship. Yet, since he came onto the cloud whale just a little while ago, he felt every nerve on his body tensed up, as if a monster was out there somewhere, ready to devour him in the next second. Back when Angor was communicating with Flora, He believed he got really lucky by having a school sister like this. Now he was thinking otherwise. He barely knew Flora and Sunders. He was a student now. True, but that was hardly enough for Angor to determine someone's nature. Mara said that Flora was an infamous black wizard in the southern region, named the Blood Witch, while Sunders was someone powerful enough to slaughter wizards. How could Angor feel proud just because he joined them? Angor's future was still uncertain. When he thought this through, he believed he should not worry about the uncertainty from now on. Anxiety could make someone dependent and unaware of small details. He recalled reading about a famous psychology case from Earth. The Stockholm Syndrome. 2 criminals with previous records planned to rob the biggest bank in Stockholm, Sweden. When they failed, they imprisoned 4 workers in the bank and went into a stalemate with the police for 130 hours. It ended when the criminals decided to give in. However, several months after the incident, the kidnapped workers showed sympathy to the criminals and refused to accuse them on the court. They even tried to fund for a defense for them. They claimed that instead of harming them, the criminals took care of them during the stalemate. Thus they refused to cooperate with the police. A female worker even fell in love with one of the criminals and proposed marriage during his sentence in jail. During the 6-day imprisonment, the criminals threatened the workers' lives as well as occasionally showed mercy to them. Under some unexpected mindset development, the workers decided to refuse the government's aid to rescue them. The Stockholm incident was different compared to Angor's current situation, but there were similarities. When extremely stressed by danger, a man would cling onto the tiniest thing he could find that gave him hope. That was what Angor was feeling right now. If his mind was changed by Sunders and Flora's simple kindness, he would be the same as the victims in the incident above. Cold sweat covered Angor's back. He slowly gave up the friendliness he showed towards Flora and returned to being a noble who knew good manners. But only good manners. Even his expression became exactly the same one carried by his deceased father. Polite, composed, distant. The Brookhaven was a black wizard organization. If he approached the place with his naive moral principles, he would certainly find a quick and terrible death. Flora was aware of Angor's changes in mind all along, just like when they passed the rotten bloody smells. Flora stayed silent even though a tiny trace of approval shined in her eyes. Angor was a young man without much experience in this world. She and Sunders would not be his babysitter, so Angor must grow strong by himself in this realm, going by the law of the jungle. There's your tent ahead. How does it look? Flora pointed towards a round and white tent with a red flag on top of it. Angor paused. The tent looked ordinary. It was only about 100 meters away from Sunders' beautiful tent. There was only a small dirt slope between them. Only a short walk. However, Flora took Angor on a detour and walked nearly a kilometer. He looked at Flora. A vague idea already came about his mind. He only smiled in the end. It's nice. Thank you. Good. Get in. He'll come for you in the evening. Before she left, Angor quickly asked a question. Can you tell me why the teacher took me in? Flora stopped her steps. She turned around with a big smile. Her eyes turned into the shape of a slim crescent moon. I want to know it too. Maybe you can ask him yourself tonight. Inside the small, white round tent, the decoration was simple. A bunk bed. A bedside stand. White. Gauze curtain. Hollowed. Caramel desk and chair. There were also a clock and candle stand like the ones in his room on the red bed, although a bit more delicate. Angor sat on the chair and placed his luggage on the desk. The mid-sized leather bag contained everything he had: clothes, wash supplies, and a pair of chamois leather hunting boots. There was also a small wooden box with Grey's section ephemera in it, as well as several bamboo tubes containing dried morning dew leaves. Everything in the bag was trivial to Angor. He would not get frustrated even if he lost them. He always kept his most precious belongings close to himself: the hologram tablet and the alien eye. He put away his clothes and spaced out since he had nothing to do. He was thinking about using his tablet to read some novels. However, he was staying in someone else's territory, and Sunders' intention towards him was not clear. Added by Flora's explanation about a wizard's extra pair of ears and eyes, Angor did not dare to take out his tablet, fearing that someone might be watching. Exposing the tablet was not something serious. There were only Hanzi in it and no one could read them. However, Angor was afraid that someone might decide to get to the bottom of it, which would lead to the exposure of John's identity as a smuggler. That would be disastrous. Angor made up his mind to stay low profile for some time. At the very least, he would not use the tablet during his days on the Cloud Whale. Without the tablet to pass time, and no books since he gave them all to Alan, the only thing Angor could do now was to stare at the air. Chapter 54 Nausicaa. Chapter 54 Nausicaa. Angor slumped on the desk and watched the blue sky through the window. The warm sunlight depicted a rim of golden silhouette around his body. The calm and cozy air made him sleepy. He missed this feeling. Ever since he came to the Redbud, he never truly relaxed. For one, his mood was not calm, and secondly, the ships weighed too much on the sea. He always felt like walking on cotton, but the back of the Cloud Whale was steady as the solid earth. It comforted Angor. Without anything to do, Angor slowly fell asleep under the gentle touch of the sunlight and the fresh smell of grass. A small cobblestone created a fine curve in the air, flew through the window and landed on the desk. It was not loud, but still disturbed Angor's sleep. Angor opened his sleepy eyes and spaced out, until another stone came in, bounced on the desk and stopped near Angor's hand. Angor finally cleared his mind and picked up the stone in puzzlement. Someone was pulling a prank. Angor reached outside the window and looked. The green grass shifted under the gentle breeze. The Cloud Whale had been flying steadily, while clouds occasionally came around and hid some of the animals in the distance. Angor looked left and right, without finding anything. As he scratched his head, a lazy, raucous female voice reached his ears. "Hey kid, looking for me?" It was a woman wearing a brown leather coat and silver scale shoulder armor over her well-developed figure. She was standing in the tent across to Angor. Because of the misty clouds, Angor did not notice her at first. Through the window, Angor could see the woman leaning against a desk while holding her chin in boredom just like himself. She was inspecting Angor with curiosity. Her other hand was flipping another stone, proving that she was the one throwing stones earlier. Angor could not see her body entirely, but judging from her long, wavy brown hair and her fine curves on the upper body, the woman must be tall and slim. Her face looked mature and elegant. She was holding her chin with one side exposed to Angor. Indolently sexy. Even Angor, who barely had any ideas about women, could not hold back his interested gaze. Accompanied by the gentle breeze, Angor and Nausicaa began their first conversation. Nausicaa, the lady opposite to Angor, was a talkative one who could easily lead a conversation. Even if Angor started a topic, she could slowly but surely take over the initiative by using expressions, body languages, asking derivative questions and using good wordings. Angor felt comfortable when talking to her. Even when what he wanted to talk about was led astray, it still felt fun. The woman was a natural leader. "You came out of the death match in 9 chambers." Nausicaa flipped her forehead hair in a charming manner and looked at Angor with her green eyes. "Death match in 9 chambers," Angor mumbled. "Guessed as much. You don't have any smell of blood on you. Lucky little guy," said Nausicaa as she took out a long, black gold smoking pipe out of somewhere and inhaled. The occasional smoke rings mixed with the cloud mist on the grassland, cloaking her inside a constant haze. The death match in 9 chambers was how Brute Cavern chose their talents. They put talents into 9 different stone chambers to join death fights. The winners came out glorious, while the losers met their doom. There were safe zones in the chambers, but with a time limit. The fights in the chambers followed 10 rules. Talents must use or bypass the rules to survive, while utilizing all kinds of methods, be they crafty tricks or raw strength. Angor finally understood why he smelled thick blood near the square stone house. That was a chamber for the death matches between talents, and the sole survivor in the chamber would be admitted into Brute Cavern. According to Nausicaa, there had been winners who triumphed by using their intelligence, by alienating other participants, or by playing dead on the ground. There were only 2 who won because of their strength, said Nausicaa. She released another smoke ring before saying, "1. Balba the Barbarian, from Chamber 4, and the other one?" Angor asked. Nausicaa looked at Angor and expressed a charming smile. The other one, it was me. Angor's eyes went wide. This charmingly beautiful woman won her way using her strength. Angor could not see any bloody violence on her. Only peace and indolence. This woman was someone who slaughtered a whole chamber of people and survived. Cruel, not really. This is the world, said Nausicaa. She smiled mildly. You would do anything to live on. Survival of the fittest. Angor muttered slowly. Nausicaa gave Angor an approving look. An incisive conclusion. Although it doesn't really fit your age. Angor curled his lips. She was right. But she had no idea what Angor could learn from the rich knowledge base from Earth. Okay. I talked to you just because I was getting bored here. Let's call it, said Nausicaa. She reached for the white curtain and pulled it down to block the window before saying, one last word of advice. You didn't go through the death matches. And someone will be mad about it. Nausicaa pointed to several small tents in the distance. See those? They are winners from the 9 chambers. They were far, so Angor could not make out many details. But he was sure the curtains of the tents were pulled down as he looked, which meant those people had been watching him. It reminded him of that cold, terrifying sense on his back when Flora led him around the place. So those people must be the reason for it. Those who survived from the chambers more or less felt superior about themselves. In this world, unfairness means conflict. You know what I mean, kid. Inequality was worse than poverty. Angor knew it. But he came onto the Cloud Whale just today. Those death matches ended a long time ago. Don't worry though. The wizard just now did not put a restriction spell outside your tent. You can leave whenever you want. We are limited within our tents. We can't get out. That will also be their reason to get mad at you. Angor had fun talking to Nausicaa, but he always stayed cautious. As she said, those who came out of the death chambers could not be too friendly to anyone. Still, he kept Nausicaa's last warning in mind. Not because he trusted Nausicaa. It was because he did not trust anyone. The clouds cleared, revealing the curtain of the night under the pleasant moonlight. Angor had his dinner. As he considered whether he should go show up in front of his teacher by himself, Flora floated into the tent. Good evening, Angor. Good evening to you as well, Lady Flora. Flora did not mind Angor's different way of addressing her. Like Easley, she did not have a family name, albeit it was for a different reason. She was raised by Sunders since young. She tried to surname herself with her teacher's family name, but Sunders refused. Teacher has done his experiment. It's time for you to meet him. Chapter 55 Meeting. Chapter 55 Meeting. The Cloud Whale cruised among the thin clouds, decorated by shiny stars. If not for the shifting clouds, Angor could not even make sure whether the Cloud Whale was moving at all. If he could find a giant mount like this, could he bring his brother and teacher to travel around the world? It was only a dream. He did not know that the cost to keep a Cloud Whale fed was beyond the annual expense of a small wizard organization. As Angor was immersed in his imagination, Flora brought him to Sunders' beautiful tent. Here you go. The teacher is waiting. Angor thought Flora would join him, but it seemed she had another plan. He lifted the curtain and walked inside while maintaining his manners. The tent looked small at first, but was a lot bigger on the inside. Angor took a guess that there must be some kind of space expansion spells. He saw golden runes shining on the black cover cloth of the tent. Surprised much. Sunders was still wearing his usual black attire while sitting at his desk with his legs crossed. He did not have his gloves this time. He was looking at Angor through his gold monocle, with his clean, slim fingers crossed. Good evening, Professor. Angor did a hand and abdomen salute. No need for the protocols. My student should have his own characteristic. I don't want a pupil who couldn't even make out who he is. So are you wondering why the tent is bigger than the outside? Yes. A wizard technique. It is. But not every wizard can do it. Not even me, said Sunders. He picked up his cane and pointed to the golden runes. To extend space isn't something I can explain quickly. There are a lot of elements. The tent cloth was crafted using alchemy products, while the shining symbols are space-stabilizing runes. Those 2 steps alone require expertise in alchemy and rune craft. Extending space is yet another subject. Now, this is wizardry. Most things are complicated to explain. Are you ready for it? Sunder's simple words opened up a shining, brand new door in Angor's mind. Another whole world stood behind the door. A wizard's world, filled with formulas, symbols, danger, opportunities, the beginning and the end of everything. A world of truth. Angor nodded firmly. He was prepared. Even if not for John, he still wanted to see this world. What was the fun in life if one did not see something amazing like this? Sunders nodded, satisfied. He accepted Angor because the boy's talent could help him greatly. However, since Angor was his student now, he should be responsible for the boy's future. I guess the apprentice called Mara already told you about the basic concept about wizards now if you want to become a real wizard. From today onwards, forget everything he said. Wizard isn't a concept. See things for yourself, and solve problems by yourself. Go find your own way of learning wizardry. Sunders brought Angor into a separated room. There were about a dozen rows of double-sided bookshelves. Each one was about 4 to 5 meters high. A wheel ladder stood in the passage. How to see things or solve things is another question, said Sunders as he pointed at the bookshelves. He added, before that, you still have a lot of basic knowledge to learn. These are my personal collections. Before reaching Brute Cavern, you can come here anytime you wish, and you're free to read or learn anything. Just one advice. There are some channeling methods and low-level cantrips in these books. You can read about them, but better not study them without careful preparation. Of course, if your only goal is to become a wizard, go ahead and learn them. It's fine. Next, Sunders tossed a gold coin towards Angor. There was a line written in curlicue, universal language on the coin's front unbeaten rose. Eternal glory. An image was carved on the back. A thorned rose pierced by a winged sword. A typical noble emblem. Angor looked at Sunders with a puzzled expression, not sure what he meant. A permit for entering the tent. With that, you can come here whenever you wish. Without the permit, a backlash from the spell array will shatter you into dust. Shattering someone to dust. Angor imagined it and shivered. He would not expect such danger when he was just going into a tent. Looked like he really needed to approach everything in the wizarding world with great caution. Otherwise, he would not even have time to regret. Okay now, to stay or to go back to your tent is up to you. Seeing Sunders was going to leave, and his biggest question was still unanswered, Angor quickly spoke. Can I ask a question, Professor? Sunders looked back and smiled at Angor's eager expression. No. Sunders walked away. Angor thought he got his chance when Sunders smiled at him. He even prepared his wording. Instead, Sunders refused right away and left without a second thought. Was that a joke, and what's with the smile? Angor felt frustration building up inside him. I know what you wanted to ask. I'll give you an answer on the day when you become an apprentice. Sunders' distant voice came from afar. This meant Angor still did not get an answer to his doubt. It seemed his uneasiness would remain. He still earned something new though. Without the tablet, he could read here, and it would be fun. Not to mention all books in the room were related to wizardry. As someone who spent the last dozen years studying science, this would be a feast for him, where old and new knowledge intertwined with each other. Looking at the valuable books, Angor felt his heart flying. He had another question though. There were not many leather books. Most of them were cheap papers. In Goldspink Empire, leather books were favored by noble families or authorities as a way to keep records. While paper books were common among ordinary citizens, their prices varied greatly. Leather books were expensive and rare, but Sunders' collection contained a few leather books sitting in the corner. On a closer look, they collected a thick layer of dust. Sunders did not pay attention to them. More than 10 rows of bookshelves and 95 of the books were paper ones. Maybe the paper books are the most common medium at Fey Continent. Angor picked up a random, thick paper book. The title was about 15 common meditation methods in the Sleepless Nation. Meditation method was referring to channeling method. People from the old times used meditation method more. As more and more people preferred expressive words in recent years, people changed meditation, which sounded more like idealism, into channeling. The new name was well accepted by wizards, so it got adopted. There was an interesting story about the debate around these two names. An apprentice who was bored at learning his dull channeling method published a refutation article on a small magazine designed for apprentices. The article itself was insignificant and not worth mentioning, but it created a war which lasted for several years. A name war between channeling and meditation. It was basically a debate about whether one should drink beer from a glass or a can, but between wizards. People only wanted to tease, while occasionally pumping some fuel into the fight. Even several formal wizards were dragged into the nuisance, creating a joke in the southern region. Maybe the apprentice who published the article never thought he actually created such an uproar. Angor opened the book and noticed the smooth and white paper. The surface of the paper was extremely fine, and the black, printed words on it looked really clear. This book was many more times better than those cheap, yellowish papers in Goldspink Empire. It was only a few minutes, and Angor's complaint towards paper books already disappeared. Such clean, easy-to-read books with the sweet smell of superior ink on them. Any book lover would enjoy reading these. Reading a book like this made Angor feel relaxed. No wonder all those leather books were collecting dust. Chapter 56 Book Collection and Bush Beating. Chapter 56 Book Collection and Bush Beating. Unexpectedly, the first page of the book was a map of the Evernight Kingdom. Back in Goldspink Empire, any map was considered military secret. Anyone who was not a military that obtained a map, even if unintentionally, would be badly sentenced. But here, the book had the map drawn on its first page, with details, from altitudes, topographic features, to different data numbers. Was this Evernight Kingdom so strong that they would not mind getting challenged? Or was Fey Continent so peaceful that different nations were willing to share their secrets without worrying about wars? The landscape of Evernight Kingdom looked like a flip-it-over turtle. Judging from the measuring scale on the bottom left corner, the kingdom was several times bigger than the old Earth. Angor checked the description behind. The Evernight Kingdom was one of the many nations in the south of the Fey Continent, and a middle-sized one at that. This is middle-sized. Angor realized that people were serious when they referred to the old Earth as the marginalized island. Compared to the Evernight Kingdom, a middle-sized nation, the old Earth was only an island for sure. Angor also noticed the traffic lines extending towards all directions. He thought they were government-controlled highways, but the annotation on the right showed that most of them were railways for steam trains. Did it mean the Fey Continent had entered the age of steam, or the age of electricity? Angor could only guess. He went on. From the next page, the book began talking about wizard organizations in the Evernight Kingdom. Only two big organizations were explicitly introduced: the Sleepless City and Edge of Night. There were also 17 relatively common organizations. A country over 10 million square kilometers only had so few organizations. On second thought, talents were rare, so this was completely normal. The latter half of the book talked about common meditation methods used by the organizations in the Evernight Kingdom. Angor learned some principles about meditation from Marta, but no details. He always felt there was a barrier blocking his view. Now, Sunder's books were about the basics of meditation, so they would do a great job helping Angor know the wizarding world better. Angor calmed his mind and began reading quietly. Time flew by in the absolute tranquility. Planning to sleep here, Flora's seducing voice reached his ears. He got used to it during these days. But still, hearing the childlike, sharp tone in the middle of the night while he was focused on his reading still scared the hell out of him. "Good evening, Lady Flora." Angor put down his book and greeted her carefully. "Well, Ilby teacher actually allowed you to read his books. Looks like he really liked you." Flora landed on the floor and stepped onto the soft carpet with her bare feet. She walked in a circle around Angor as she asked, "Maybe you don't mind telling me your talent now?" "My talent? I don't know. The teacher didn't tell me." Angor spoke sadly. "Hey, that's not right. That guy wasn't like this before." Flora mumbled. She asked, "Tell me what happened just now then." In details. Angor recalled his meeting with Sunders and found nothing he should hide. Besides, he did not want to offend Flora anyway, so he explained the situation clearly. "A real wizard, he, said Flora. She let out an eerie smile and inspected Angor's expression curiously. "I see." He didn't even teach you channeling. He just asked you to read here. He really liked you. Flora said that again, but she sounded more serious this time. Lady Flora, you know something, can you tell me? Seeing Flora's now I know look, Angor quickly asked. Know something, your talent, hee. Nope. Flora rolled her eyes against Angor's eagerness. But I can tell you some small details that you didn't notice. Details I didn't notice? Correct. Do you know the lifestyle of wizards in this world? Everyone obeys a default rule. The equivalent exchange. Unless they are close relatives. Flora changed the topic. Angor knew about the equivalent exchange, of course. That was why Mara did not teach him triangle channeling on the redbud. Wait, Angor realized something. Are you teacher's relative? No. This is only the second day after you met, said Flora. She looked around the bookshelves and asked, the second day? And he allowed you to read his valuable collections. Are you okay with that? You know, everything in the wizarding world has a price. Only knowledge is priceless, said Flora. She turned away and grinned when Angor could not see her. So, equivalent exchange. The teacher has granted you such a fortune. What can you give him in return? To finish the deal, Flora then waved goodbye to Angor as she said, don't worry too much though. Maybe your talent is just too powerful, so the teacher's willing to exchange all that knowledge for it. Flora beat around the bush and quickly left the room. She could not hold back her laughter any longer if she did not leave right away while looking at the boy's poor and terrified expression. Angor did not realize that Flora just followed her teacher's suit and joked on him for a second time. He was still pondering over Flora's words because they sounded so true. It was only the second day, and Sunders gave him such a big gift. The teacher was surely expecting something. Just like the saying from Earth, there was no such thing like a free lunch. If one could see one, then there must be a cost. So what could Sunders get from him? The only thing Angor could think of was his talent, which he still knew nothing about. Back to the first question. What was his talent? Why did Sunders take him away in such a hurry? What could he bring to Sunders, and how far did Angor need to contribute? Would it cost his life? As he thought about the bad consequences, he felt his mind running into a dead end. In the end, his eyes spun, and he fell on the floor, mind short-circuited. Flora peeked at Angor's reaction using her spell and could not help to grin. Maybe because of Sunders' attitude, or out of envy. She always wanted to give her little junior some bullying. What she said looked reasonable, but they were only to confuse Angor, who just came to the wizarding world and did not know about much yet. True, knowledge was priceless, but not all knowledge. The books intended for apprentices were as useless as toilet paper to wizards. Of course, Sunders' collection contained valuable books even the other wizards desired. However, they were meaningless to a mortal like Angor, and unless Angor actually remembered all thousands of pages in those books and took them away in his brain, there was no equivalent exchange involved. She exaggerated about the book's value just because she felt a bit frustrated and wanted to pull a prank on the boy. He was not even an apprentice yet, and Sunders already began to lead him towards a real wizard. Meanwhile, Flora had become a wizard herself, and she was nowhere near a real wizard. However, the path of a real wizard was not something one could find with the help of another person. It called for the wizard's own ability to learn as well as finding destiny. Still, Flora was not happy about Angor's boosted starting point when he was just an ordinary kid. Looking at how Angor was struggling with his mind on the floor, Flora felt her bad mood becoming a lot better. She left while humming a song. Not long after, Sunders appeared at where she was and let out a sigh. He shook his head as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 57 Toby's Days. Chapter 57 Toby's Days. In the wizarding world, even if you're someone's student, you still obey the rule of equivalent exchange. Knowledge is most valuable to wizards. So, what can you give me in return? A figure in the darkness revealed its bloody mouth. If your talent isn't enough, your life will be. The figure lunged at Angor. Angor felt the world in front of him breaking apart. The last thing he knew was lying on the ground, covered in blood, while someone was standing beside his corpse. Laughing maniacally, Angor bounced from his bed with his back wet with cold sweat. His enlarged pupils were filled with panic and fear. It took some time for him to calm his breath and wipe off some sweat drops from his forehead. A dream. Angor rubbed his temples. He sighed. And I hope it stays that way. Gentle sunlight shone through the window and cast mottled shadows on his soft hair, waking the little creature sleeping inside. Twee! Tweet! A bird the size of 2 palms named Toby stretched its wings as if it was yawning. He sat up from Angor's blonde hair. Angor grabbed the creature in his hand. You little chick. Messing my hair when I was asleep. Why do you like my hair so much anyway? I think I need to get a hat sooner. Angor muttered. Toby was not angry at Angor's action. When Angor tossed him away, he flew to the side and picked out a small, bubble-like capsule from Angor's bag. Toby flapped his wings and placed the capsule in front of Angor. It was a single-use space capsule left by Greya. It contained necessities for Toby as well as some reward for Angor. This was the 7th day on the Cloud Whale. Angor never opened it. Considering Greya's deep love towards Toby, who knew how much stuff was packed inside the capsule and it was only one use. If it could fill up several rooms with its content, where should Angor put them? This was the reason why Angor left it there. He was planning to open it when he found a stable residence at Brute Cavern, but Toby dropped the capsule in front of him now, which meant the bird was asking him to open it. You want me to break it open? Tweet! Toby nodded using its tiny head. Angor frowned and tried to ask, are there a lot of things? If so, can we wait until we settle down at Brute Cavern? Toby blinked its innocent eyes as if saying can't understand you. Sir. Angor's lips twitched. Greya told him that Toby was smart enough to interpret human speech. Right, it could not talk. True. But listening to him should be no problem. Right. Or was the little bastard trying to avoid questions it did not want to answer? Angor looked at Toby up and down in doubt while the bird still stared at him with its adorable eyes. Usually, Toby could understand him just fine. However, every time Angor tried to tell the bird not to stay in his hair, it always began to act innocent. The little asshole was fooling him all along. I can't read a bird's face. Otherwise I'd have beaten you up for good. Angor mumbled to himself. If Toby was a human, his expression must be saying something like, what can you do about it, huh? Angor considered and finally picked up the space capsule. What do you want from it so badly? Toby did not play dumb this time. It pointed a wing towards some clothes on the bedstand, those blue and white costume Toby had been wearing these days, accompanied by a small pouch. They looked very similar to those male pigeon garment in a fairy tale. Angor looked at the clothes, then back at Toby, who was not wearing anything now. You want to get changed? Toby quickly nodded. Why does a freaking bird need to change clothes? For God's sake, your mailman garb is still good. Why don't you just keep that on for some days? Angor nearly yelled that out. Even Nausicaa lifted her curtain from across and looked towards Angor's direction in puzzlement. Angor quickly nodded to her as an apology. Nausicaa gave the boy a charming smile and lowered her curtain back down. Angor shut his curtain as well. Then he turned and glared at Toby. Toby immediately returned to his "this cute little bird can't get what you humans are doing" posture. Angor felt stumped. He sighed and walked aside with the space capsule in his hand. Geez. Let's hope there isn't too much stuff in there. Angor pinched the capsule with his thumb and index finger. The capsule popped open, followed by some blurry, watery and smoky objects that completely broke the law of dimensional space. When the space ripple vanished, a pile of things appeared in front of Angor. The pile almost occupied 1/10 of the tent's available space. They did not look like much, but solid materials appearing out of thin air still shocked Angor. What frustrated him most was that 99 of the objects were spare clothes. Lace dress, shirts with contrast colors, gentleman attire, chef uniform or those armors, and scale mails for knights. How could its tiny body fit in them? That was not all. Angor noticed a number of animal costumes in there. Bunny ears, fish shells, little bear. Why the heck did an animal need to wear animal suits, and was that a cat girl cosplay suit? Was the bird male or female anyway? There was something else apart from the clothes, including dishes, cups, small blankets, and wooden beds. Angor's eyes brightened upon seeing the bed. Now the bird won't bother my hair. Right. Angor arranged Toby's stuff quickly and signaled the bird to choose what it wanted. Instead, Toby dragged a small sack from under the clothes. A line of curlicue words was printed on it to Angor. This must be Greya's gift. With curiosity, Angor opened the sack and found about 30 coin-shaped transparent crystals in it. He would not know what these were before coming to the Cloud Whale. However, he read many books in his teacher's collection room and learned a lot of common knowledge. The transparent crystals in the sack were universal currencies used in this world. It was called magic crystals. As Angor recalled, Mara said that his annual income was less than 100 crystals, and the ice coffin of healing scroll he gave John only worth a little less than 30 crystals. How things changed. Angor thought he owed Marta a lifelong debt because of the scroll. Now, he had not even reached the wizarding world yet, and he already owned 30 magic crystals. Maybe this was also a destiny. Angor carefully put the small sack inside his pocket. When Angor was done, Toby also chose a suit it wanted. It was a black gentleman suit decorated with a claritrid bow tie, added with a top hat in the same black color. Angor helped Toby get dressed. When this was done, Toby picked up the hat, walked in front of Angor's face, and raised its head proudly. The meaning behind this gesture was clear. Angor got a mixed feeling. Did that little arse just sneer at him for having to go buy a hat on his own? Angor was confident in his idea. Considering Toby's terrible nature, it definitely would do something like this. Chapter 58 What is a Wizard? Chapter 58 What is a Wizard? After washing up, Angor changed into some clean, casual wear and left his tent while Toby flew off somewhere on his own, wearing those fancy attire. He was going to come back in the evening anyway, so Angor did not think too much about it. During the week, Angor shifted between two places, and the teacher's book room was his fixed destination every day. Even when he was having breakfast earlier, he was still thinking over the books he read these days. He knew he should not take more than he could chew, so he only focused on very basic books. He finished 100 essential questions for apprentices. Spells explained. The effect of spiritual models. Basic mana source. He started to draw an outline of wizards in his mind. Sunders had yet to teach him anything, and Flora had not given him any extra nuisance. The outline was completely drawn by himself, by reading different books, breaking down various definitions, finding out basics, and adding his own theories, his own definition for a wizard. The wizard in his mind did not have facial features nor clothes. It was only a blurry figure. However, he believed that as he read more and knew more, he would become more complete, and finally turn into someone that looked just like himself, and by which time, Angor would be a wizard himself. Angor believed this was why the teacher asked him to look and solve questions by himself. Rome was not built in one day. People had different ways to approach truths, and one should walk his or her own path instead of following others. He understood why Sunders required him to forget Mara's words. Wizard was not something that could be defined, because everyone saw a wizard in a different way. Now, Angor was slowly trying to perfect his own wizard image using his own knowledge and experience. Angor walked towards the teacher's tent following the usual path. When walking past the tents of the winners from 9 chambers, he still felt different gazes fixed on him. There were contempt, malevolence, indifference, arrogance. He felt uneasy at first, but he got used to them. Wizards that survived death matches all had their own traits. But was it not sad that everyone had become cold-blooded in the general plane? Wizards were bloodthirsty and cruel creatures. Maybe this was because of the harsh living condition. Even moderate people had to adapt when surrounded by hungry predators, or they would only be shredded into bits. Was this why most wizards have extreme personalities, while full of expectation about his own future? Angor also prayed that he would not forget why he started his path, and that he would never become one of the rumored wizards. Living without a baseline might give someone freedom, but indulgence was always easy, while self-control called for a lot of effort. When Angor was little, he was lazy about his daily duties, studies, writing practice, getting up early, reading. He slacked off from them whenever John was not paying attention. When John lectured Angor about it, he would say that while it took someone 21 days to develop a good habit, it would take only a second to give it up. To develop a good habit was to control indulgence. Although those topics were irrelevant now, Angor ignored the unfriendly gazes and walked to the teacher's tent. As usual, he took a seat in the book room and began going over the books one by one. Before becoming a wizard, He did not intend to dig deep into anything. He only tried to complete his image of a wizard. An entire day quickly passed. As the twilight of dusk shone through the window, Angor stretched himself, dusted some ash from his pants, put away the books a little reluctantly and prepared to get back to his tent. When he stepped out from the book room, he saw Sunders for the first time during the week. The man was sitting at his delicate desk, reading a classically designed handwritten copy. Seeing Angor, Sunders put his book down and looked at him with a casual look. Angor greeted him politely. Sunders gave Angor a neutral nod. Angor knew that the teacher did not really care about manners. Flora was always making mischief in front of him, and Sunders never minded it. Still, Angor's past education told him not to go beyond his border. At the very least, not before he got to know Sunders better. "Do you have any new ideas after reading all these books?" asked Sunders, even though he did not ask what exactly Angor had read. Angor tilted his head and gave it some time before he expressed an answer. "Not any new ideas. But I do have some thoughts. Such as, the only truth I've learned from these books is that it's really difficult to become a wizard." Sunders did not comment on that answer. "Do you know what is a wizard now?" Angor shook his head without a second thought. "No, I don't." Sunders smiled. "Keep looking then until you find an answer." Another week passed. The cloud whale was still gliding on the sea. Naturally, flying was a lot faster than sailing. However, it had been 2 weeks now, and they still had not reached the Fey continent. Angor felt both surprised and glad about it. He was surprised at the size of the sea. It was probably bigger than the 5 oceans from Earth combined, and he had only seen a portion of it. He could not imagine how big this world was. He was glad that he did not stay on the Redbud, or it would probably take a year or longer to reach Fey continent. In which case, the 5-year plan he had for saving John would be impossible. Sunders did not disappear this week. Each time Angor finished his reading, Sunders would ask him the same question: "Any new ideas? What is a wizard?" And Angor always gave him the same answer. One day, when Angor told Sunders, "I don't know" again, Sunders did not tell him to keep looking until finding an answer. Instead, he smiled at Angor in satisfaction. To not know is the best answer. "I hope you'll find your own path towards wizardry soon." Angor was shocked. Sunders continued, "I checked the books you were reading. Good choices. To start from the very basic, instead of aiming high from the beginning, was a wise decision." Sunders complimented. "Do you have anything to go by about how to become an apprentice wizard?" Angor considered for a while. "Building a model out of spiritual power and use that to stabilize mana flow determines that one has become an apprentice." "Correct. Do you know how to build a spirit model?" Angor answered. "The channeling method helps one construct a stable spirit model in his or her mind. Models built by different methods have varied stabilizing effects, and thus, different mana flow speeds." Chapter 59 Mana Source. Chapter 59 Mana Source. What's the relationship between the spirit model and mana? Sunders threw another question. Constructing a spirit model is for channeling mana circumfluence. Mana is an unstable energy. One must connect the energy using his or her spirit model inside the body to prevent mana from backfiring, thus establishing an inner mana flow and control mana itself. Answered Angor. Sunders kept a neutral expression. When Angor was finished, he slowly said, "A fine answer. I see you've been working hard. However, whether this answer suits you remains to be seen on that very day." Sunders did not explain what that meant. He changed the topic. "We'll reach Gammon Kingdom in about 10 days. It's on the western frontier of Fey continent. That's where we'll get ashore. Before that, he'll give you a choice. A choice to pick a channeling method," said Sunders. He then waved him off. "Come to me tomorrow evening." The next evening, Angor came as planned. There were several stacks of booklets placed in front of Sunders. The man was quietly reading a leather scroll while tapping on the desk with a knuckle. When Angor moved to him, he put the scroll down and asked Angor to take a seat. He then said, "As I said, he'll give you a choice today. A choice that will determine your future. Once you've made up your mind, it won't be easy to change it. That's why you must think clearly. Think about the path you want to shape with your choice. Now, I'll give you a simple explanation about spiritual model. Mana flow and mana pool. Sunders picked a booklet and tossed it towards Angor. Angor checked the booklet. A line written in the universal language was on the front page: triangle channeling. The book was exactly the one Mara gave Alan and Aline the other day. The basic channeling method taught by White Coral Floating Island Academy. Is this the channeling book from White Coral Floating Island Academy? Teacher has 1-2. Angor spoke in his mind. Sunders said, wondering why I possess this book. Simple. Perhaps it is commonly believed by wizards that this book is a secret of the academy, and is not allowed to be distributed to outsiders. However, this method is too moderate. The academy does not value it enough, so it easily got disclosed. It is so common and simple, even many apprentices would not use it. Having a copy here isn't something serious. The reason I'm showing you the channeling method is to tell you that such a method is critically important to us wizards. Not learning triangle channeling on the Redbud was the right choice. It is only appropriate not to learn these garbage. Sunders reached out a hand and made a crumbling gesture. The triangle channeling in Angor's hand was torn into scraps and slowly landed on the floor. Meditation, or channeling method, is a technique that helps a wizard calm the mind and construct a stable spiritual model inside. At the same time, it also allows apprentices to control their inner spiritual power in a simple manner. To construct the model, you must know what spiritual power is. It is essentially a power generated by your brainwave. You will learn about brainwave someday, so we can put that aside for now. Every individual possesses spiritual power. Using a universal measuring method created about 10,000 years ago, we determine the richness of one spiritual power using a certain number indicator. The spiritual power indicator for a mortal is between 1 and 9. A talent necessarily has an indicator beyond 10, since only a spiritual power stronger than 10 can channel mana flow. A better indicator means a higher channeling efficiency. Moreover, if someone with a high spiritual power indicator finds a good destiny, he or she will be able to study special spells that combine the use of spiritual power. A mortal with an indicator of less than 10 can still try to channel mana, with a 100% chance of getting backfired by the uncontrolled rampaging power that follows. Angor knew about mana backfiring. Those who experienced this usually had a terrible end. Even formal wizards could become eternally ill or disabled when careless, while mortals would certainly die. Sunders continued, one's spiritual power indicator can change. However, there is no efficient way of increasing it either. How to improve this trait has been a constant subject researched by wizards. Far from us, in the northern region, someone seems to have found a breakthrough. Of course, this is only a rumor. The northern region is simply too far for us to confirm the information. Also, it is a common sight for a wizard to have a weaker spiritual power indicator than an apprentice. Here, Sunders left a side note. A young man called Easley on the Redbud was born with a spiritual power indicator beyond 23, which is a pretty rare case. Easley Angor recalled the handsome young man with an extreme personality in his mind. Then he shook his head to get rid of Easley's image and asked, Teacher, so a spiritual power indicator of 10 or more means someone's talented to become a wizard? You can put it that way. Yes, answered Sunders. Sunders said that this number could change. Angor was thinking whether it was possible to figure out something to increase this number, so he could allow John and his brother Leon to become supernaturals. However, this was another story. Continue on with spiritual power, said Sunders. He said again, as I said, it is essentially an energy of brainwave. Such energy is hidden deep inside your brain. This is where a channeling method comes in, to help channel the energy out. Once you succeed, you can begin constructing your spiritual model. Every channeling method has its own way of achieving it. Take triangle channeling. For example, you build a virtual triangle shape in your mind to stabilize mana from backfiring. Then, channel the mana into an inner flow. And finally establish a mana pool inside your body. The mana pool Sunders mentioned was the source of energy for wizards. Like how machines needed power sources to work, the immediate effect of the energy was that it could be used to change and interfere with the physical world. This was the root of spells. Spiritual power was a wizard's base while mana pool was a wizard's fundamental. There were other supernatural civilizations in general planes. Some of them were as mighty as legendary wizards. Even then, they still thirsted for the wizardry civilization, because mana pool was supported by one's inner spiritual power flow. Spiritual power was something naturally born with a creature. Thus, wizards could travel to the other planes without being suppressed by the laws of those planes. On the contrary, mighty beings from the other planes could only display their prowess in their own planes. The world's consciousness of another plane could easily tear them apart. As for the relationship between spiritual power model, mana, and mana pool, to put it simply, a channeling method constructed spiritual power model, which determined the efficiency of mana flow, while mana flow ultimately converged into mana pool in one's body. Another thing to mention was that a wizard's breakthrough highly depended on mana pool. A wizard's breakthrough was actually a qualitative change in the wizard's mana pool capacity. For instance, if we considered mana as water, an apprentice's mana pool was a glass which could hold a limited amount of water, while the mana pool of a wizard was a water tank. The improvement was significant. Mana source was something extremely important to wizards. The basic condition to determine whether someone was a wizard was if his or her mana pool could support the cost of casting a level 1 spell. Generally speaking, if someone could cast a level 1 spell independently, the mana pool of that wizard should have already evolved into a water tank. Otherwise, the wizard could not sustain the spell at all. Chapter 60 Improvisational and Befitting. Chapter 60 Improvisational and Befitting. Angor. Do you understand the relationship between spirit model, mana, and mana pool now? Sunders asked. Angor nodded. Sunders' explanation was clear and easier to interpret compared to the complicated definitions listed in the books. Good. Now, use what I said and give me your own analysis. Why do most talents in the wizarding world die as apprentices without becoming wizards? Sunders crossed his arms and legs while looking at Angor with sharp eyes. Why did the apprentices fail to become wizards? Angor had been thinking about that question these days. Back at Pat Manor, Mara mentioned that he was stuck being an intermediate apprentice because he could not find his destiny. Was lack of destiny the correct answer? No. If it was so simple, Sunders would not have said so much. Besides, Angor did not believe that all wizards made their achievements just because they found destiny. What was the answer then? Angor went through Sunders' words about the relationship between the spirit model, mana, and mana pool. The inability to become a wizard was because of an insufficient, unqualified mana pool level. Why would someone's mana pool be unqualified? Probably because of a low mana flow speed. So what caused the low flow speed? Obviously, a badly constructed spirit model. With this theory, an answer already showed up. Angor expressed his final answer. A problem with the channeling method. Sunders raised an eyebrow and said, "I'll give you a hint. Then you give it some more consideration." Instead of judging his correctness, Sunders asked him to keep thinking. Angor hesitated. Was he wrong? Most channeling methods these days are the safest, most stable spirit models left by the predecessors, after being tried and modified during thousands of decades. Let's look at the triangle channeling again. For most people, it's garbage. However, ever since it came into being, there has been a backfire cases involving it. So you see, it also has its merits, said Sunders. He paused a bit before saying, also, countless talents in history became wizards using triangle channeling, and this included even several legendary arch-wizards. So is there truly a problem with the channeling method? Think again. Sunders' words sounded like denial, yet Angor got a faint feeling that it was not the case. Sunders was trying to remind him of something. A garbage channeling method could create wizards, even legendary ones. So why did so many apprentices stuck there for decades, even centuries? Their spiritual power indicators were too bad, Angor muttered. The indicator does affect one's mana pool buildup and strengthening. But there were also apprentices with an indicator of 10 who became wizards while using triangle channeling, or similar common methods. A lot of them. So this is not the main reason either, Sunders explained. Then what in the world stopped apprentices from breaking through? As Angor was thinking, Sunders picked up a white velvet feather quill from his pen rack. took off its cover, dipped some red ink, and began drawing shining spell runes on a leather scroll. Symbols emerged from under the quill tip. It slowly floated into the air and vanished. It was an extremely dreamy and fantastic sight. Every symbol was glowing like a firefly. Angor was stupefied by the scenery until one of the symbols landed on another blue pen on the rack. An idea glinted inside Angor's mind. A pen and a quill. A pen cap could be used to hold a quill too. It would not do a good job, but at least it would work. But the cap of a quill was impossible for a pen to stick in. Forcing it would only crush the small cap in half. Improvise and befitting Angor's eyes brightened up. Sunders grinned. He put down his quill and waited for Angor's further explanation. The triangle channeling, or all the similar channeling methods for the common public, are improvisational methods for certain talents, or even suitable methods for some. It will be easier for these people to break through into wizards. But for the rest of the talents, triangle channeling isn't even suitable as an improvised way. Studying it for years on end will instead cause problems. When he was finished, Angor looked at Sunders with an expecting expression. Sunders was silent for a while before he finally smiled. Good. Mostly correct. To be a wizard, you must have a fast mana flow. How to increase that speed has always been a lifelong subject for wizards. You already mentioned it. A high spiritual power indicator affects flow speed. But there's another question here. Like you just said, if your spirit model does not suit you, it will not help you quicken the mana flow. This is where we reach a key point. Finding a spirit model that suits you best is the real condition whether you can keep up on the path of wizardry. I suggested you not to learn the common channeling methods in the books. They may be the most stable methods concluded by different wizards after thousands of decades. They can hardly go wrong, but their efficiency depends on the user, and might not suit you well. If you spend 100 years on a model that does not work well on you, you would waste your life. Angor thought about Marta. Marta spent decades to become a high apprentice, not because he could not find destiny, but because he chose the wrong way from the very beginning. Why do different models work differently on people? No one has an answer to it yet. Almost every major wizard organization keeps gathering data to experiment on it, and they still haven't reached a conclusion, said Sunders. He pondered and said, my guess is that people all have different life passwords. Sunders did not explain what a life password was. Angor had no idea, but he guessed it could have something to do with DNA. Sunders continued, we can say that more than 80 of all apprentices idled their lives away because they didn't choose a fitting spirit model, and many of the remaining people don't do well with their channeling methods. As you said, they have to improvise. It's difficult, but they can still become wizards as long as they have enough resources, find their destiny, and work hard. This is why few apprentices made it to wizards. Chapter 61: A Fork in the Road. Chapter 61: A Fork in the Road. At this point, Sunders explained about some of the experiments on the fitness of channeling methods. The quantization for the fitness of a spirit model was proposed by the Wizard of all Runeborg. It's too controversial, so the idea was only known between wizards, rarely by apprentices. Runeborg defined the fitness between a spirit model and its user as tzpa1. Someone with the fitness of over 20 is considered impressive and is very likely to become a wizard. As I mentioned, common channeling methods like the triangle channeling can both make someone a wizard or cause them to waste their lives. Such methods have absolutely no guarantee over their fitness level. Someone lucky enough might do well with the triangle channeling and break through the barrier preventing him to become a wizard, thus finding immortality. Other people who have zero fitness may never make it into elementary apprentices. Of course, apart from the common channeling methods, almost all wizard organizations possess their own valuable methods. They are valuable assets because they have their baselines for fitness levels. For example, we have more than 10 special channeling methods in Brute Cavern. One of the most basic ones is called six-sided rhombohedral meditation. Any talent who studies this method will at least have a fitness of 3. Angor was unsure about Sunders' words from a while ago. Now, he began to understand and he asked, at least 3, which means if the talent finds the channeling method suitable, his or her fitness will easily go beyond this baseline. This was like the ring toss games and carnivals on the earth. One needed to pay money for 10 hoops and try to throw them over various prizes on the ground to claim them. However, regardless of whether one could get any prize or not, the game master would always give out a keyring for free the baseline. Likewise, if a channeling method had a base fitness level, the user could find way more controllability over it. Sunders answered, yes. Many special channeling methods were secret arts passed down for generations in different wizard organizations and have their baselines. That's why they are sought after by everyone. I see. But why not allow the apprentices to learn special methods from the start? Angor asked. Were they only trying to hide their own valuable secrets? Even if the organizations make their special methods open to the public, they still want guarantee the talents for becoming wizards, said Sunders. He continued, do you know what fitness level you need to become a wizard for certain? Of course. Angor did not know. He took a guess. A fitness beyond 20 made someone possible to become a wizard. So, 60. Angor gave an answer he thought was relatively correct. Sunders shook his head and said, according to Runeborg's theory, a fitness of over 95 means 100% chance for a wizard. Not many people can achieve such a fitness level. It's not necessary for major organizations to reveal their special channeling methods for something that can be hardly achieved, but they can still use these methods for pertinent strategies. Generally speaking, you need to pay a great cost to acquire a special channeling method from a wizard organization. Sunders looked at Angor. That's all I'll tell you for now. I said I'll let you choose a method yesterday, so let's do it now. Angor's expression went serious as Sunders continued. The first choice. I'll teach you the core channeling method taught in Brute Cavern. Montaus octahedrite channeling. It has the highest base fitness level among all special methods used in Brute Cavern. 13. To gain, you must pay. The cost for learning it is to sign a contract with Brute Cavern that lasts at least 100 years. During the time, you will be subject to the organization's arrangements. Any arrangement, unconditionally, a century-long contract and an extremely unfair clause at that. Angor felt a bit terrified. He wished the other choices would be better. The second one, read the initial glory located on the third shelf in the book room, and create a spirit model on your own. Sunders did not mention any cost. Creating a spirit model independently was not something easily manageable by oneself. The process of creating most models asked for the full effort of entire organizations, hundreds of years, and repeated recalculations to complete. Besides, Initial Glory was a book that described how the first meditation method was created. The book did not have much value. One could probably get several dozens by spending one magic crystal in wizard marketplaces. The third choice. I'll recommend a special method for you. I don't know about its fitness baseline because it's too special. And I don't have it here. It doesn't even exist in the wizarding world. The book is located in another plane called the Nightmare Realm. Questions troubled Angor's mind when he returned to his tent. He threw himself onto the soft blanket without removing his clothes. Even Toby, who danced on his back, did not prevent Angor from going over his own thoughts. Sunders gave him 10 days to consider. He needed to reply before they reached Gammon Kingdom. Angor accepted the decision since he also needed some days to think it over. He could not decide right away because every choice was hard for him. To sign an unfair contract with Brute Cavern which would last for a century, Angor did not want that. He did not even know how things worked at Brute Cavern. How could he agree to become their puppet? But after he heard the other two options, he began to feel that the first one might be the easier one. The second choice was to create his own spirit model. It sounded easy but was actually far from it. Sunders warned him that this might be the most difficult choice. Countless wizards wasted their lives on this path. Angor could not imagine what it was like. But seeing Sunders' serious attitude, he did not dare to try that option carelessly. It took wizard organizations hundreds of years to build a usable spirit model. Could he do it all by himself and in a short time? Not likely. Angor gave up the second option. The third choice was yet even stranger. Sunders said he earned a glimpse at the special channeling method by chance in the Nightmare Realm before he became a wizard. While he was at the Nightmare Realm, he memorized the book fluently by heart. So he planned to get back to the wizarding world and change his wizardry path using this very method. Strangely though, as he returned to the wizarding world, he forgot everything related to the content of the channeling method. The only thing he remembered was his experience, and how the channeling method seemed really important to him. Everything that involved the nightmare realm was always beyond strange. So Sunders could only give up on it. After Sunders became a wizard, he used his own talent to get into the nightmare realm several times. He saw the book again, but like the first time, he could remember the book clearly at first. Yet as he returned to the wizarding world, he could no longer recall anything. Also, the nightmare realm was one of the most particular general planes ever discovered. It was impossible to record the channeling method using small tricks. The nightmare realm itself was both true and fake, both fantastic and realistic. What one saw could be wrong, and what one believed to be false could instead be real. Sunders did not make any progression after many years of effort, so he thought the special channeling method was not meant for him. He simply gave up in the end, until he found Angor. Angor stuffed his head under the blanket. Sunders' last warning was still ringing inside his mind. You have a special talent. It's very likely for you to acquire the channeling method. My spells are much related to the nightmare realm, but I still have to tell you that the nightmare realm is full of great danger. 9 out of 10 wizards will not make it back out alive. Think carefully. Chapter 62 The Amazing Nightmare Realm. Chapter 62 The Amazing Nightmare Realm. You have a special talent. Angor showed a bitter smile. His talent. Again. He still did not know what that was. Every time he tried to ask, Sunders would not say a word about it. The man only told Angor that he would know on the day he became an apprentice. However, he needed a channeling method to be an apprentice. Now he was not sure which way to choose. Angor felt his future wavering. Was his talent good or bad? What could it bring him? And to Sunders he did not know. Angor laid on the bed and muttered to himself. After a while, he turned around to face the empty tent, then let out another deep, frustrated breath. On careful consideration, it was not difficult for Angor to choose when Sunders already told him so much. There were 3 options. Still, could he really choose the first 2, or rather, did he dare to choose the first 2 at all? Sunders emphasized, you have a special talent. My spells are connected to the nightmare realm. Think carefully. He was definitely trying to indicate something. To think positively. Sunders really did give him 3 choices. Nothing fishy here. However, Angor was almost certain that Sunders wanted him to choose the last option. Angor was not sure how Sunders would react if he did not follow the hint. Disappointed, giving him up, or ignored his presence forever. Those might be the better consequences. It was also likely that Sunders would throw him into the wilderness or force him to obey. So if Angor wanted to avoid offending Sunders, he had to choose the third one. Nightmare Realm. Nightmare Realm. Angor exclaimed that name and decided not to think too much about it. He would go to Sunders' book room and look for information about the place. A good sleep was what he needed for now. Another uneventful night. In Sunders' book room, Angor was sitting on a ladder. The bookshelf beside him had several books about general planes. Pioneer in a Foreign World and Pros and Cons of Expeditions Against Planes. Composed by Barzil the Great Twisted Wizard 1,000 years ago. Wonder Worlds and Reciting in Dimensions, written by the newly risen occult archwizard Fane Werder in the recent century. There were also about a dozen volumes of Expedition into Endless Planes periodicals, published by Moonfirst Union. Barzil the Great Twisted Wizard mainly wrote about the experience of his expeditions into other planes. Angor read on and found out many amazing planes, such as the Blaze Plane, where everything was covered in lava. The plane was as big as the wizarding world, and a sapient creature coated in violet crystals, which were connected via something like glass fibers, lived in this plane. This heat-resistant crystalline creature looks like silicon-based lives, Angor thought to himself. In addition to the Blaze Plane, Barzil also recorded the Oblivion Plane, populated by gaseous life forms, the Abyss Plane filled with various monsters, the Vortex Plane, which shaped like a maze, and the Silent Plane, where sound could not travel. The variety of strange planes really amazed Angor. Angor's brother Leon used to say that his biggest wish was to see the vast world by himself. He wanted to enjoy different sceneries, different civilizations. If Leon was here, He certainly would decide to travel through these plains right away. Angor was not his brother though. Still, he hoped that one day, he could bring Leon as well as his teacher John, to see the different places. One day, he hoped. After completing the book by the legendary wizard Barzil, Angor realized the Nightmare Realm was never mentioned in there. Maybe this place had not been discovered 1,000 years ago. It should not be. Judging from the historical records of the wizarding world, expeditions into other planes began thousands of decades ago. During this time, all general planes near the wizarding world all had traces left by the wizards. So why was the Nightmare Realm not discovered? Was it far from the wizarding world? With many doubts, Angor picked up the Expedition into Endless Plains published by Moonfirst Union to read. This was a centenary periodical. A volume would be published every 100 years, and there had been a total of 16. This was also the existence period of Moonfirst Union. 16 centuries ago, Moonfirst Union was established at the Everfrost Iceland in the Northern Kingdom. It contained 13 wizard organizations and was a major force for plane expeditions in the south. In every century, they would publish various information about their new expeditions. Angor began from the first volume. He followed the index and kept going until he reached the 14th volume, which was published 200 years ago. Here, Expedition into Endless Plains officially recorded the Nightmare Realm. Next, Angor found out that the book described the Nightmare Realm in only 2 pages. In a book volume that was several thousands of pages thick, this absolutely contradicted against Moonfirst's core business, which was plane expeditions. For the other planes, whether the expedition was successful or not, there were always overstated details. Even a small encounter between several people would be described like 2 nations were fighting an all-out war. Angor went straight to the 2 pages that talked about the Nightmare Realm. He finished them soon. His expression became even more puzzled. According to the book, the Nightmare Realm was a roving plane. There was no stable tunnel that led to it. The only method to enter the Nightmare Realm was to wait for the plane to move closer to the wizarding world on its periodical path. Then open a space wormhole randomly and stumble into the place by chance. The unstable plane, random tunnel, and enter by chance. These 3 uncertain definitions flagged the Nightmare Realm itself as something unsure. Apart from the unstable plane tunnel, the Nightmare Realm was also an extremely dangerous plane. The book said that because of the uncertainty of the tunnels, less than 10 wizards had ever gone into the place and came back in one piece. Even more confusing, those who came back from the Nightmare Realm all refused to say anything about it. Even if someone occasionally slipped out a word or 2, they were only something vague. Those people's fear of the Nightmare Realm was plain on their looks. However, at the same time, they all showed great greed towards the Nightmare Realm. Every time there was a rumor about the appearance of the plane, they always rushed to the spot quickly as if they wanted something really bad. Such strange behaviors only deepened people's doubt towards the place. What in the world was inside the Nightmare Realm that could make people both terrified and greedy? Of course, the records were from 200 years ago. Angor did not know if things had changed. Next, Angor opened up the book written by the archwizard Fainwerder. Compared to the Academyism books he just read, Fainwerder appeared more like an educated traveling bard. Instead of scientific articles, his book was more about traveling diaries. Or rather, folklore tales. For example, Wonder Worlds was completely describing Werder's sightseeing records. From the elf world, which was full of giant and green vegetations, to the heaven of oceans where the waves had rainbow colors. If not for Fainwerder's authoritative identity, Angor would have believed that the book was a collection of fairy tales. Also, Fainwerder used really literary languages. There was nothing about blood or violence in the book. While he enjoyed his noble verbal techniques, Angor also admired his great wording arts. Soon enough, Angor finished Werder's book. Even though the book did not record the Nightmare Realm, Werder expressed his intention to travel the Nightmare Realm many times. He only had one single comment about this plane. Chapter 63 Incoming Storm. Chapter 63 Incoming Storm. Angor closed the book and fell into deep thought. As the book mentioned, wizards never figured out how strange the Nightmare Realm could get. At the same time, The strangeness had been causing wizards to throw themselves into the chaos like crazies. Like the special channeling method Sunders said. He did not even know anything about the method or what kind of base fitness level it had. Yet he still thirsted for it for a long time. Maybe this was the nightmare realm's nature. The attractive unknown. Angor looked at the blue sky and set his mind free. He knew that the moment he agreed to become Sunders' student in Barbie's restaurant, he would have to pay the cost, and the cost was coming. He had to go to the nightmare realm. He did not want to anger Sunders, and he also wanted to see Sunders' true intention by exploring the nightmare realm. As for the other two choices, he gave them up. There was still hope in them. At least he could try the second one to create a new spirit model. Initial glory was still here within his reach after all. Considering this, Angor went down from the wheeled ladder and walked to the bookshelf labeled 3. To his surprise, most books on this shelf were not paper books. They were leather collections with their edges curved up and old cracks on their covers. The exposed areas were covered in a thick layer of dust. Obviously, they had not been touched in a very long time. Angor went through them one by one. Many of them recorded stories about the wizarding world from thousands of years or thousands of decades ago. Gossip magazines. Most likely, there were occasionally good articles, but Angor could not understand them in his current situation. After arranging some leather scrolls he could not use now, Angor finally found an aged, blackened scroll. A line written in an unregulated, variant universal tongue was shown on it. Speaking of the universal language, the language used in the wizarding world had regional differences, but written language was mostly universal. There were other types of writings. Some of them even possessed special power. Still, the universal tongue was used in most records and paper mediums. The reason why the universal language was used by mortals was mostly that people all preferred new changes. In this world, wizards were always top, mighty beings. Humans, whether they were common folks, nobles or imperials, all looked up at something powerful. They feared and rejected wizards while at the same time, they admired them in secret and tried to imitate their ways. The universal language was slowly being adopted by the common people. The Fey continent and the old Earth marginalized island used to be united. The deactivation of elements in the air caused most wizards to leave the old Earth, but the language they used was still kept by the nobility and passed down. Thus, the universal language used in Goldspink Empire was actually the one used by wizards. That was also why Angor had no problem understanding the handwritings of wizards. However, the universal language had many variants because of various historical reasons. Hansi Angor learned from John also went through the development of different styles, to be more convenient to write and popularize. Hansi finally changed from traditional to simplified, which was used today. As for the universal tongue, it had different writing styles in different eras. It was ideographic writing, so different variants only shared different complexities. However, one could still recognize them if read carefully. Angor took some time to read the name of the book. The beautifully written line was just what Angor was looking for. Initial Glory. Angor spread the book open in his palm and quickly went through the content before lunchtime. Oh, Initial Glory. I never found you. Yet you were there for me. Always. That was on the front page. It sounded more like love letter instead of a book on constructing spirit model. Before he could carry on, a thunderclap made him jump. He looked outside the window. The once bright sky was already covered by thick rain clouds. Thunderstorms were completely normal at Devil's Water. Angor got used to them on the red bed. However, as more roaring thunders came about, he began to feel uneasy. The red bed sailed on the sea, which was far from the thunderclouds. But the cloud whale, however, stayed almost as high up as the clouds. If not for the intelligent creature that was avoiding them, they would have bumped into the clouds. Still, when flying in the sky, the great shaking and giant explosive booms were of a different level compared to what he experienced on the red bed. Kaboom! A louder thunder boom reached his eardrums and caused Angor to blank out briefly. He covered his ears. It could not prevent the noises, but it would somewhat protect his hearing. Angor no longer had the mood to read in such a situation. Anyway, it was not like he could do it during the storm. Frequent thunders boomed for 3 minutes and quieted down. When Angor tried to relax, lightning bolts rained down. Angor did not realize that the stratosphere was now full of thunderclouds. The cloud whale was now flying underneath them. With nowhere to hide, lightning struck at the cloud whale continuously as if someone was throwing away their junk for free. The cloud whale was sturdy enough to disregard the bolts and glide nonchalantly. The small creatures on its back, however, not so much. From the small window on the tent, Angor saw several cows turning into burnt crisps. Even some demon falcons who always patrolled around proudly sometimes got stricken down. Some trees were aflame. The fire spread to the grass nearby, creating several smoke pillars all around the ranch. Looking at the terrifying scene, Angor began to worry. If the tent was hit and caught fire, where should he run to? As time passed, the dancing lightning bolts turned the ranch into a mess, but none of the tents were damaged. Obviously, Angor worried too much. Wizards always had their tricks. The sound of thunders died down, but with one or two that came about now and then, Angor could not focus on his reading. Since there was no way he could get out in this weather, he covered his ears and leaned on the ladder to pretend to be sleeping. Sometime later, a giant explosion woke him up. He wiped some saliva off the corner of his lips. Somehow, he had fallen asleep for real. Angor checked the outside. Just like a while ago, the sky was dark, and the thunderclouds were still there. Fires were burning around the ranch. As always, the quartz clock told him that he slept from 13 till 20 o'clock in the evening. The thunderstorm lasted for an entire afternoon. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.